A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Deep clean. Sparkling clean. Use deep cleaning Oxidol. Oxidol is deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Perkins. Ladies, today, in the middle of all the controversy about new developments in wash day products, the news about deep cleaning Oxidol is clearing up a lot of questions for women everywhere, especially the big question of how to get clothes sparkling clean. Now, women are discovering that deep cleaning Oxidol washes out graying dirt left in clothes by the leading wash day suds, the leading shortcut suds. Now, this fact was proved to women in an amazing demonstration, and one of the women present at this demonstration was Mrs. Don Phillips of Great Neck, Long Island. Here's what Mrs. Phillips saw.
Well, in this washing demonstration, they used my clean clothes. At least I thought they were clean because I had just washed them with a leading suds the way you're told to. Then they washed those clothes over again, this time in deep cleaning Oxidol. Well, you should have seen the dirty wash water come out of those clothes I thought were clean. That dirty wash water showed me Oxidol really can get out graying dirt left in clothes by those leading shortcut suds.
Thanks, Mrs. Phillips. And ladies, here's something we'd like you to do. Next wash day, use deep cleaning Oxidol and see for yourself how much dirt Oxidol can get out of your clothes. And then, most important of all, look at the clothes themselves. When you use deep cleaning Oxidol, your clothes look white and bright. Your clothes feel soft and fluffy. Clothes smell sweet, too. Yes, your clothes look clean, feel clean, smell clean, because they are clean with deep cleaning Oxidol. Yes, deep cleaning Oxidol is truly safe. Deep clean clothes stay brighter, new looking longer. So to get your clothes deep clean, sparkling clean, use deep cleaning Oxidol. Oxidol is deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Ask your dealer for Oxidol today. And now, for Ma Perkins. Well, all's well that ends well. The cousins have been defeated. Fay is safe. Willie's back at the lumberyard, and Truffle will soon be back. And Marietta's getting married to that young policeman, and the Perkins family's cup runneth over. But yesterday, a letter came for Fay. A letter from that young advertising man, Spencer Grayson. And it's about that letter that we're concerned today. Well, it's about 7:15 at night now, and Willie and Evie and Junior have been at Ma's for supper. Junior and Joseph are just leaving the table. But...
Bye, Joe. And get back early, Junior. Oh, wait a minute. You didn't say thank you to Grandma and Aunt Fay.
Let him go, Evie.
Oh.
You raise a kid for 13 years, you wash him and feed him and send him to school, and he grows up and he don't even know how to say thank you.
Oh, Lynn, they're all like that at his age, really. He behaved real nice at the table.
Yes, he did.
But, judging from the sounds I hear upstairs, I better go up and teach a few manners to my young offspring. Some more coffee, Willie? Evie?
No, thank you, Fay. I had 2 cups.
I still got some, Fay. See, listen, before you go up, I want to talk some more about the wedding. Now, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. What's the right thing to wear in the church at 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
Well, I'm going to wear, guess what? Coat and pants.
What? What do you mean a coat and pants? Now, Willie, you absolutely have to wear a nice white shirt and a necktie.
Oh, Evie, he's teasing you.
Sure, I think I'll wear my head, too, also my feet. Okay to wear my head and feet, Evie?
Oh, silly joke. Honestly, I never know when taking seriously when I'm joking. But getting back to the subject, what are you going to wear, Ma? Your blue?
Well, Lynn, I ain't thought about it much, Evie, child, but yes, my blue, I reckon, and a hat, of course. I wish you'd buy some clothes now. Not that your blue and your black hat don't look right, they do, but you never buy anything new, Ma.
Are you going to buy something special, Fay?
Maybe I will, too.
Evie, I ain't been back on the payroll a week yet. I don't get paid till Saturday.
No, I'm not going to buy anything new, Evie. Not unless I go to New York, that is. And I don't think I'll accept.
New York? Oh, Marietta ain't getting married in New York. I'm talking about Marietta. She's getting married right in Millboro. I thought. Willie, what's the invitation?
Oh, maybe Evan really don't know about your invitation, Fairchild. Yes, they've been invited to New York.
To Marietta's wedding?
Evie, Marietta's getting married in Middleborough. This is obviously something else. You got an invitation to New York saying, hey, I'll bet I know. That letter from Spencer Grayson.
That's right, Willie. But what's wrong with you men anyway? You don't write to a girl for practically 3 months and all of a sudden you expect her to pack her bags and catch the first train just because you snap your fingers.
Wait a minute. Oh, this is very good. Spencer Grayson wants you to come to New York, say? Why, honey, some more coffee. This is exciting.
Now, reach me your cup, Evie. I'll pour.
Right.
No, I'll go get some hot. Yes, tell Evie and Willie about it, Faye.
Sure, kid, you ain't had a world for yourself in a long time. Why don't you go?
Sure, Faye. Nothing you got to act mad about. I mean, him not writing to you for a while. So he writes to you now. He wants you to come to New York. Maybe to meet his family. Oh, Faye, you got to say yes. A big man like Spencer Grayson?
Evie, darling, I'm not mad at him, for heaven's sake. I was a little surprised when he stopped writing. But the correspondence had been dwindling for a while anyway, so it's not that I'm sore at him. And I'm not standing on my dignity either. But I just don't see how I can leave home for the Christmas holidays. Well, that's the time when we all want to be together. Especially now that we are together again.
Well, that's when he wants you to come to New York for Christmas? Oh, that's good, Faye. Oh, I'm sure he wants you to meet his family.
Evie, Spencer Grayson is a person I've seen maybe 12 times in my whole life. And to my certain knowledge, his only family consists of some cousins up in Vermont or New Hampshire. Cousins whom he hasn't seen in years and years.
Oh, cousins. Faye, please don't even mention the word. I'm eating. Oh, thank you, Ma.
Watch out, Faye, or Evie will have you married off before you know it. If there's anything Evie likes, it's a good hot romance.
Well, how many baby sisters have I got? If you ask me, it's time Faye began thinking about getting married again. She's young, but she won't be young always.
Evie, I give you my word. The next man who asks me to marry him will receive yes as my answer, mostly to make you happy.
Well, choose to be flippant on a very serious subject. Now, why precisely do you say you don't want to accept Mr. Spencer Grayson's very kind invitation?
Well, it's mostly because of Christmas, I believe. Is that right, Faye Sarah? You don't want to leave Paulette. See, I'd love seeing Spencer again. I'd love wiring the sentence that I'm coming to stay with them, and I'd love to be in New York and have some fun. But Christmas is always so special. For us, I mean. The family.
It sure was special last year. We spent the whole day listening to Cousin Ed on the subject of Alaska.
Willie, you'll do me a great favor if you'll avoid all references henceforth to Cousin Ed. And also Cousin Sylvester. Let's just forget the cousins.
Why, I thought you were the one who was such a friend of Cousin Sylvester's, Evie. Wasn't many weeks ago when you were trying to marry me off to him.
Me? No such thing. But I might have took an interest. But how many baby sisters have I got?
Oh, it's real nice that you do take such an interest in your baby sister, Evie, child. But your baby sister is old enough now to handle such matters herself. I believe that we were talking about what to wear for Marietta's wedding. Well, you talk. I have to get up to toilette. Leave the dishes now, Ma. I'll do them when I come down. Oh, that's all right, dear. Oh.
Front door?
Who's there, I wonder? I'll go. I have to go up anyhow. Maybe it's what's his name for Joe. Where'd Joe say he'd be, Ma? At Harry Wilson? Yes, and he said he walked over to the Wilsons, and I should pick him up there. Oh, okay.
Hello, Cousin Faye.
Well, Cousin Benita. Oh, isn't this nice? Come in.
Thank you. I hope I ain't interrupting. Oh, somebody is here for supper.
No, not at all. Just Willie and Evie. I have to go upstairs, but you march right in, Benita. Ma? Yes, I heard that voice. Hello, Benita, dear. You're just in time for cake and coffee. Here, give me your coat.
I don't want to intrude, Cousin Fawn.
You make her go into the dining room and sit down, Ma. I'll be down in 20 minutes or so, Benita. Don't you go till I come down now.
Thank you, Faye. All right, Ma. No, I'll just lay my coat down here.
Who is it, Benita? Yeah, hi. You just missed a wonderful supper, Benita.
Hello, Willie.
Hello.
Hello, Evie. How are you, Evie?
Very well, thank you.
Ma, shall I see in the kitchen straightening up?
Evie, child, behave yourself.
Yeah.
I can guess from your tone that you're mad at me, Evie. I'm sorry about that, Evie.
Evie's not mad at you, Cousin Benita. Evie got nothing to be mad at you about. In fact, Evie has always had a real soft place in her heart for you, Benita. Ain't that right, Evie?
I always used to have a real soft place in my heart for Benita.
Oh, I don't blame you, Evie. But maybe someday you'll like me again.
I just dropped over for a minute to tell you, Cousin Ma. It looks like we'll be moving. We got a place in Middleborough. The cutest little house. Got a nice white picket fence around it. I seen the man today, and he says in June there's the nicest roses.
Oh.
Yeah, and he rented to us cheap. Hardly more than we're paying here for that tiny little apartment. And so, well, we're going to start moving in tomorrow, Cousin Ma.
Oh, God bless you, Benita, dear. That's what you've wanted for so long.
Yeah, a house of my own. I'll be just like people, Ma. Just like anybody. Just like you, Ma. Except that nobody is ever like Ma Perkins. And that's another thing I come here to say. Did I remember to say thank you, Cousin Ma? Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, sure. Now, we won't go into nothing like that.
Well, tell me, how do you like the lumber business, Benita? Shuffle tells us that you've really got those two hooligans of yours right where you want... I beg your pardon. I mean, Ed and Sylvester.
Ed and Sylvester are going to work hard. Ed and Sylvester ain't let out a peep since Ma Perkins got them out of that jail. Ed and Sylvester are going to forget about getting rich without working. Maybe we will get rich. This wonderful lumberyard Shuffle told us. But more important, we're going to work. We're going to be a family. We're going to be just like everybody else. Maybe even like Ma Perkins and her family. I'm going to see to that.
Oh, Benita, I was never really mad with you.
Cousin Millie, what's that expression they got about the boom? That expression of Ed and Sylvester's, the boom business.
You mean lower the boom?
Yes. Just let Ed or Sylvester stray off the reservation one little tiny step. And that's what I do. I lower the boom. Thank you, Ma. Thank you again for everything.
Today, women everywhere are talking about, raving about deep cleaning Oxidol, because deep cleaning Oxidol reaches deep down into the fibers of clothes, floats graying dirt away, and gives you a wash that's sparkling clean. You can see what this means when you wash clothes with Oxidol. They're sparkling white and bright. You can feel clothes are soft and fluffy. You can smell clothes are fresh and sweet. Yes, clothes look clean, feel clean, smell clean, because they are clean with deep cleaning Oxidol. So for a wash that's deep clean, sparkling clean, get deep cleaning Oxidol at your dealers now in the same familiar Oxidol package. And so Spencer Grayson wants Faye to come to New York for the holidays, but Faye doesn't think she will. And Benita tells us what you've always known, that there's only one Ma Perkins. Well, it's Faye who turns to Ma for help and advice tomorrow. But now this is Charlie Warren inviting you to listen again tomorrow, same time, same station, to Oxidol's own Ma Perkins with Virginia Payne. Ma Perkins is directed by Edwin Wolfe. For a wash that's deep clean, sparkling clean, use deep cleaning Oxidol. Oxidol is deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Deep cleaning.
The Prudential Family Hour of Stars. Today, a story called Breakdown. Our star, a guest for the occasion, Mr. Joseph Cotton.
It was the winter of 1930. Well, no matter. I was sitting in Ed Snyder's cabana when I saw the bellboy coming carrying a telephone with one of those plug-in gadgets on it. It was an annoyance because Ed and I had been talking about a try at that well-publicized Miami fishing before my drive back to New York.
Mr. Connell's a call from New York for you, sir. Your office, I think.
Oh, it would be the office. Any name?
Well, it sounded like Hubka, sir. Mr. Hubka?
No, Hubka. Sorry, I don't have to answer it.
Sure, go ahead. I can plug it in right here, sir.
You can never escape the discontented.
Trouble, Bill?
No trouble. Just routine. I had to fire my bookkeeper. I suppose this is a final appeal to charity and justice. It always comes. Fix me a drink while I'm talking to him, will you?
Sure. Here's the phone,
I
sir.
don't know why these things have to happen. I'm on a vacation. I want to fish and talk about fishing or rest or read. At least I don't want to have to wrangle with a discharged bookkeeper. No, well.
The phone, sir.
Thanks. Hello? That you, Hupka?
Hello, Mr. Callow. I'm terribly sorry to disturb you. I wouldn't have done it.
All right, Hupka. What is it?
Well, it's about your letting me go, Mr. Callow. After 12 years, it's hard to understand, sir. And I hope there's just some misunderstanding. You've always approved of my work.
Work ready yet, Ed. I'm going to need it. This is going to be worse than I thought. There, huh? Here. Thanks. Let's look at that blue water, man. Plenty of big ones out there just waiting for us.
Aren't you listening to your man, Hubka? He's still talking.
He certainly is. Too much. Hello, Hubka. Hubka, look here. You must have got my memo, and I'm certain you understood it. There's nothing personal, nothing against your record, but you simply must realize that I can't reorganize my accounting department without dropping a man here and there.
No, Mr. Callow, but it's the upset.
Yeah, Hubka, please.
Every night for years, my wife and I have talked about the company, my work.
I can't do it.
It was the biggest part of our life. But now, what can I say? What can I tell her? Please, Mr. Callow.
Yeah, boy, take this phone out of here. If Mr. Hubka calls back, just report me as unavailable.
Yes, sir. That bad? Did you have to hang up on him?
You can fire some men, and they take it with their chins up there. This one didn't. Broke down and cried. I don't like weaklings, period.
Oh, come on, Bill. The man may not be a weakling. After all, the bottom dropped out of his world. He was honest enough not to pretend otherwise.
But tears, like a child, and man can't give in to his emotions like that.
He has to if they're strong enough and everything else has failed.
What do you mean by that?
When all that a man knows and all that he's learned convince him that there is no hope, why, nature steps in to take a hand to save him somehow.
From what? What did it save Hubka from?
I don't know. Something. From killing himself, perhaps. From wanting to kill you. The most human thing about human beings is their emotions. Couldn't go on living without them.
Oh, yeah, you talk like an old woman. We went out on the Gulf Stream early the next morning, but we couldn't catch a minnow. I was thoroughly disgusted, and right after an early lunch, I was ready for my drive back to New York. Said goodbye to Ed, had my convertible packed, and a half hour later was heading north. I stayed overnight at Jacksonville, and by sundown the next day, I hit a detour, a lonely red clay road running through the trees and the brush. I was just getting the hang of riding the center ruts when I saw a chain gang ahead. The convicts were getting ready to climb aboard a prison truck under the guns of two guards standing near it. The other side of the road was a tractor. The driver was bent low, listening to the motor. One of the guards signaled me to come on through, and I stepped on the gas again. But just as I came up to them, the tractor backed into the road in front of me. I caught at the wheel frantically, trying to turn, but the rest held me. I saw the faces of guards and prisoners, and then my car smashed them all against the truck. The next I knew anything, dust was falling on my open eyes. Fuzzy clumps of red dust. I'll close my eyes, I thought. But they didn't close. It was as though I didn't know how. I tried to think of how it was done, but there was no response, no movement, no answer, nothing. I tried to move, get up. Nothing happened. I felt a pressure against my chest, and then dimly came the sensation that my head was tilted back oddly. The car seat must have been sprung, and I was trapped and looking upward. I tried to force movement somewhere in my body, but without success. No sense of pain, no sense of physical being at all reached my consciousness. And I remembered something out of a medical book. Motor control of nerves leading to the body muscles. Were mine paralyzed or just deadened temporarily? But anyway, I could hear. I heard footsteps, somebody talking.
Get over here, Sam. Come on, boy.
No, Stefani. I'm safe. I mean, I'm going to get help for them boys.
Sam, you act like you was hit, too. Them guards are cold. You figure that, boy? Real cold. This is our chance to get away like the others.
I don't care. I'm going to get help down the road. Them two prisoners ain't dead. They need help, Pine,
You ain't got no more sense than this poor fool that comes smashing in here. Look at him.
What are you doing? You get away from him. Don't fool with no dead man.
I just want to look at this boy. Man, he's showing bad shape. He no good no more. Come in and look.
No. I don't want to see.
I said come here.
Last thing I want to do is look at him.
Man, look at him. Steering wheel done folded up in his chest somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's sure a mess. Oh, he gone, that boy. He dead, all right. Well, he should be. Done killed 2 other men. Maybe those 2 prison boys gonna die, too. Oh, come on, Piney, let's get going.
Wait. Something moving in that boy's eyes.
Oh, ain't nothing moving in his eyes but you. That's yourself you see bobbing around in them.
Yeah?
Yeah. Need healthy to see yourself in a dead man's eyes, boy.
Get up in this car with me.
Huh? Alongside that dead man?
You sit on this side, I'll sit next to him.
Well, what you aim to do?
Lean back and get your feet against that dashboard whilst I put mine against the steering wheel. Now push.
What for?
You're going to get this boy loose.
What for? He's dead, ain't he?
That's right. Push.
Braced with their backs against the seat, they were managing to shove the steering wheel clear of me, to free me so that... No, why? Why, if they thought me dead?
Once more, sir. That's good.
Now, let me out of here.
Sure. Who's holding you?
What are you going to do?
I expect I'm going to get away from these parts with these jailhouse clothes on me. How far'd I get?
You mean you're going to take this dead man's clothes? Boy, I'm getting out of here.
Goodbye. Now, dead boy, your valet's going to disenrobe you. I need them Sunday clothes.
In just a moment, we'll return with Act 2 of Breakdown, starring Mr. Joseph Cotton. Now, Act 2 of Breakdown, starring Mr. Joseph Cotton.
It was dark. I was still alone. The numbness that had replaced all ordinary sensations of flesh and nerves was ominous. I tried to shake the feeling. And then I thought I saw something moving from the side of the road, coming toward me, a shadowy blob of a thing. Then another, moving out from the underbrush. More came, and I knew they were human beings. They swarmed all over the wreckage and picked up things and hustled them back into the thicket. These were the people who lived in the miserable paper-plastered shacks along the road. They had heard the noise of the crash, and they had come not to rescue, but to plunder. At first, they ignored me as if they were awed in the presence of death.
Yeah, we take this seat.
But this dead was on it.
No matter. I'll move him. You grab the seat now. Easy now.
All right.
They were determined in their actions, but not irreverent of the dead. They lowered me gently. The seat was pried loose and removed. I heard the creaking of leather, my suitcases. Even the hood of the car was lifted. Lord knows what they wanted there. Spark plugs, fan belt, knife flashed through the canvas, and I knew my convertible was minus most of its top. Wheels were taken off, carpets, everything. I lay there, unable to flex a muscle. And then, after a while, things got quiet. All was still and dark again, and something strange happened to me. I'd been angry, impotently furious at their plundering, but now that they were gone, what had I lost? Nothing but their voices and their company. Yes, their company. And now I was not only alone and helpless, I was alone with the dead. A dozen times I thought I heard approaching cars, and a dozen times I was wrong. Help must come. It always came, but something was needed, something from me, a movement, a gesture, however hard, to show them I was alive. I began to try with the whole of my mind and the whole of my will to send an impulse somewhere in my stiffened body and get a response, but there was nothing. I tried again, not desperately, not in fear, but in a kind of determined anger, and somewhere there was a reaction. Something had moved. I couldn't tell what, where, but I tried again, hard, savagely hard. Then I heard. Then I knew it was a finger, the little finger on my left hand. I could move it. I could make it rise and fall. And it made a hesitant, painful sound against the floorboard of my car. But it was enough. It was movement. It was life. And when they came, they would know. I heard them drive up, bang the doors of their cars, crunch their feet on the rotten road as they made their first excited survey. I heard Sam's voice.
Just like I told you, Sheriff. It's a real mess, ain't it?
Yeah, I believe you, Sam. I just didn't know whether you wasn't exaggerating some. But you wasn't.
Oh, no, sir. And right here's the man in the roadster, Sheriff. He the one who did it. Got himself killed the same second, too.
Yes, I see.
Suddenly a flashlight glared directly into my eyes. I couldn't close them against it. And then the light swung away.
Hey, Doctor.
A doctor, a chance for me now.
Hey, Doctor. You want me, Sheriff? That man's still alive? No. He's done for. Now, so maybe you better take those others to a hospital. One of my men will take you in. Oh, you, Luke.
Doctor wasn't coming over to me. I moved my finger, but no one saw. I tapped with it, but no one heard.
Now, Luke, you run the doctor back to town with your car. But first, help me sling this body up on the truck with the others. You can drop him off at Chelsea, the undertaker.
I was on the back of a small truck, I judged, and I could hear the driver up front talking to someone.
Take a look back there, Joe. See how them steps are. I can't see, Wade. Too dark. Well, hold it a second. You're coming to a light. See him now? Yeah, all right. 3 bodies present and accounted for.
I knew now I was in the truck with the bodies of the dead guards. From things the driver said, I knew the sheriff was just ahead of us and leading us to the undertaker. We began to pass buildings and some with lighted windows, and I knew we were in town. There was a sharp turn. I heard the sound of tightening brakes.
Hey, you, Chelsea. You in there?
Kind of late, ain't it, Sheriff?
You hear what happened on the South Road, Chelsea?
Yeah. News is through town. How many?
3. We're bringing them in. Hey, you, Joe. You and Wade go in and get Chelsea's roll of stretcher. Start cutting those bodies inside.
Yes, Sheriff.
I was just fixing to go to sleep when I heard about it. They're all identified.
Yeah, all but one. His stuff's missing. But I got the license number of his car. It's a New York license, and I'll wire tonight. When I get his name and home address, I'll let you know so you can get in touch with his relatives.
Okay.
Hey, Joe, when you get through, run the truck over to Till's garage and thank him.
Right.
In the morning, I'll give you the identification, Chelsea.
All right, Sheriff.
But I had no intention of waiting until morning. The moment they brought me into the morgue, where it was light, I'd do something. Move my finger so they'd see their mistake. Get me to a doctor. They were rolling out the stretcher, and with it came my last chance to save myself, a chance that must not be wasted. Strength and time were running out together, and the 2 deputies were working quickly. And since I was the farthest from the rear of the truck, I'd be the last. I'd wait until I was in the building under the lights. And then when they lifted me from the stretcher, I'd signal. That moment, they would have to see my finger move, hear it even. It couldn't fail. It mustn't fail. I repeated the words in my mind. Mustn't fail. And suddenly, it was my turn.
You have to jump in, Wade, and pull him down this way a little. Yeah.
Easy there. Now, don't let his arms hang like that. Pick him up, put him down at his side. Want him to catch in the doorway?
We were moving through the doorway down a narrow hall, then into a brightly lighted room. Now, the moment they lifted me, I'd start. Their eyes would have to be on me, but that moment I waited. It would be my last chance if I missed it.
All right, Joe. You can leave him right on the stretcher. I'll snap off the light.
Oh.
We'll get at him sometime in the morning.
Okay. Come on, Wade. Let's get out of here.
I wanted to crowd. No. So don't snap off that light, please.
In just a moment, we'll return with Act 3 of Breakdown, starring Mr. Joseph Cotton. Now, Act 3 of Breakdown, starring Mr. Joseph Cotton.
Sometimes the ultimate blow leaves a man resigned to his fate. Yet my mind was sharp. My hearing seemed very keen now. In the few seconds the light had illuminated the room, it had struck me that my vision was better. Perhaps a natural process of recovery was going on in me. Perhaps by morning my faculties would be back, at least in some measure. I felt buoyed up with the hope of it. And I lay there and listened to the sounds of the town drifting back to me from the street. There was a multiplicity of them at first, gradually lessening as the hour grew late. Then little by little things died down, an occasional car, a lone passerby. And then all was silence and time took over. Against my will, sleep came. Before I sank away, I tried to move my finger again. It was comforting. There was hope in that sound. Hope. Light was coming into my eyes again. It was morning. I was being carried somewhere, and then before I knew where I was, those who had moved me were walking away. Then I heard voices, the voices of Chester the Undertaker, and a new voice.
Yeah, they are, Coroner, all of them.
I see, Chesty, I see. Well, as soon as I convene the coroner's jury for the inquest out in front, I'll march them all back here to view the bodies.
You going to give me burial certificates on all these in the meanwhile?
All but that unidentified one. You got any word on him yet?
No. Imagine I'll be hearing before the day's over, though. Sheriff expects a wire this morning and will notify the closest relative.
Let me see that man.
What? This one?
Yeah. Chest crushed. Odd angle of the head could mean a spinal condition. Probably a clean break. Death could have been instantaneous.
You think so?
They were close enough now for me to see them standing over me, very close. And I knew that this was the moment to move the little finger of my left hand. I tried to raise it, to tap with it as I had before, but something was wrong. I could feel the response, but no sensation of movement. I listened to the sound. Nothing. Frantically, I stopped and started again. If they left me now, I would never have another chance. And I knew the impulse had gone to the finger as before. I could feel it. Then why? And then it came to me. When they lifted me onto the table, my left hand must have swung down under my thigh and caught under it. And the full weight of my body was on that hand. It was trapped. I knew I was beaten. It was all over now. In a moment they'd leave, and then a rush of thoughts came through my mind, all of them underlining the coming of my death. Thoughts, and then words. The words danced in front of me, words I remembered, and suddenly I knew them for words Ed had spoken to me in Miami Beach just 2 days before.
And all that he knows, all that he's learned, convince a man he has no hope. That's when his emotion comes into play. To save him.
To save him. Yes, to save anyone who at least has life, sweet, simple life to look forward to. suddenly I was lonesome and frightened like a child. If only somebody would take my hand and I could feel at this final moment. One of these two men, anybody at all.
Well, Jesse, I guess that's all. When you get his name, you let me know.
I'll do that, Coroner. From the kind of car he was driving, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't turn out to be somebody right important.
Important, yes, important. So important that I rule the lives of others, and I thought of Bubka crying. I knew why now. I'd cut him off from his little world as I was now cut off from all of it, and then something gathered in my chest, choked in my throat. What Bubka had done, I was beginning to do. Never since that little boy comes a sudden grief that I haven't given him before, but I couldn't help it. I was overcome.
All right, Jesse. Cover him up and we'll go.
Whatever you say, Coroner.
Please. God, please.
Well, coming, Jesse?
Wait a minute, Coroner. Look at this man.
Oh, what about him?
Well, the dirt under his eyes. There's something kind. Yeah, see?
Why, yes, they seem to be watering. I've never seen anything quite like this before.
Looks like tears. The Coroner, it is tears. Like this.
Good Lord. Here, let me put my head to his chest. Jesse, you're right. There's a heartbeat. There's a heartbeat. This man's crying. Get blankets. I'll fetch my bag in the front office and call a hospital.
Oh, I didn't dare believe. I didn't know whether to pray or... Then they tried to take him back with a blanket. Was spreading it over me. His head bent low as he tucked it in. He talked to me.
There,
See?
son.
He talked to me.
You're safe now. He'll take care of you. We know. I don't blame you for crying. Poor fella. Poor fella.
Joseph Cotton will return in just a moment. Now, here again is Joseph Cotton.
All my thanks to the cast, and especially John McIntyre, who played Chessie. Now, next week, the Prudential Family of Stars will bring you Ginger Rogers. The following week, Ray Milan, so be sure to listen. Goodbye.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino in The 39 Steps. Lux presents Hollywood. For your loyalty to our product, Lux says thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and brings you another hour of entertainment direct from the film capital. Tonight, we star Robert Montgomery, Ida Lupino, Isabel Jewell, and Gene Lockhart, with Major C.E. Russell, formerly of the United States Intelligence Service, as the evening's special guest. Louis Silvers conducts the orchestra. And here beside me, our producer and your host. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The 39 Steps lead an old friend and a newcomer, Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, to the stage of the Lux Radio Theater. Since here last, Robert Montgomery's been rushing back and forth between two lots. One is the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer studio, where with Rosalind Russell he's completed Live, Love, and Learn. The other is a lot in Beverly Hills, on which Bob has just finished building a new home with a beautiful library. And Bob is a man who really uses his library, for he's constantly seeking new screen material. President of the Screen Actors Guild, Bob devotes at least 3 nights a week to that organization. So this fall, he took time off to go to his farm in New York State for a few weeks of partridge and pheasant hunting. His favorite Hollywood sport is tennis, in which activity he's expert enough to be the frequent opponent of Sidney Wood, the ex-Davis Cup player. Bob is heard tonight as Richard Hannay in The 39 Steps, adapted from the Gaumont British film, which in turn was taken from the novel by John Buchan. Gaumont British will shortly release The Girl Was Young, starring Nova Pilbeam, and Derek DeMarney, directed by Alfred Hitchcock. Ida Lupino is a girl I watch very closely and suggest that you do the same. For every Lupino seems destined for greatness in the theater. To American film audiences, she's the best-known representative of perhaps the oldest stage family in the world. 350 years ago, when acting was considered a crime in Italy, Alfredo Lupino, acrobat and troubadour, fled from Naples, turned gypsy, and eventually found welcome and fame in England. Ever since then, Lupinos have added to the excellence of England's entertainment. Ida's father is Stanley Lupino, among London's most popular comedians. She has a sister, 2 cousins, 3 uncles, and 5 aunts, all noted performers. While her mother is Connie Emerald, once a celebrated dancer. Along with 3.5 centuries of tradition, Ida has inherited a turned-up nose, violet eyes, and blonde hair. She's an excellent musician and painter, can speak the language of the deaf and dumb, whistles as well as a farm boy, likes to wear sneakers, and is a prize mimic. A highly entertaining miss, you meet her tonight in the role of Pamela. Isabel Jewell, featured in such hit films as Lost Horizon and Marked Woman, is heard as Annabella. And Gene Lockhart, top-flight character actor, back from the New York stage, is Mr. Memory. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino in The 39 Steps with Isabel Jewell and Gene Lockhart. A London music hall. The evening performance is on, and the theater is jammed to the doors. The audience is sat comfortably through the acrobats, the singers, and the whirlwind dancers. But now they're restless. The manager appears on the stage to announce the feature act. His hand is raised for silence.
Ladies and gentlemen! Ladies and gentlemen! With your kind permission, I now have the honor to present to you one of the most remarkable men in the world. I present Mr. Memory. Every day this remarkable mentality commits 50 new facts to memory. 50, ladies and gentlemen. Facts from history, geography, newspapers, scientific books. Millions and millions of them. And he remembers them all. Test him, ladies and gentlemen, test him. Ask him any questions you like, and he will answer fully and freely. Mr. Memory. Thank you. Thank you. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, a question, please. A question from anyone in the audience.
Who won the Derby in 1921?
Mr. Jack Joel's Humanist. Steve W. up, won by a length, odds 6-1. Am I right, sir? That's right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Question, please. Do not hesitate. Another question, please.
Who was the last British heavyweight champion?
Bob Fitzsimmons. He defeated Jim Corbett, heavyweight champion of America, at Carson City, Nevada, in October 1897. He was then 34 years of age. Am I right, sir? Thank you.
Mr. Memory, who won the football cup in 1926?
Would you mind repeating that question again, young man?
Who won the football cup in 1926?
Bolton Wanderers defeated Manchester City at Wembley by 3-1 in the presence of His Majesty the King. Am I right?
Right.
Another question, please.
Hey, what's my old man been since last Tuesday?
Madam, he's been where you can't ask him silly questions. Will the lady in the gallery please confine her questions to those of a more serious nature? Thank you very much.
What's the idea? Who killed Cock Robin?
Gentlemen, no fighting. No fighting, please, gentlemen. Keep your seats. Keep your seats. Down there, I'll wait on me. Let the lady through there. Will you stand back, please? Hold on to my arm, miss. I'll get you out of this. Get back there. Clear the aisle there, will you? This way, miss. This way. Come on. There you are, miss. Take a good deep breath.
Oh, thank you.
You all right?
Yes, I had to get out of that theater, that's all.
A lot of people had that idea.
Oh, it wasn't the panic that frightened me. It was something else.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm in terrible trouble. Will you help me?
Trouble? What kind of trouble?
I can't tell you here. Can we go someplace and talk?
Well, my flat is nearby.
Oh, let's go there. But hurry, please.
Go in, miss.
Thank you.
Now, if I can find this light switch.
Oh, no. Don't turn on the lights.
What?
Don't turn them on. It will be safer.
I'm afraid I don't...
Will you pull down the blinds, please?
Very well. It just puts me doubly in the dark. My name's Richard Hannay. Any objections to telling me yours?
No, it's Annabella Smith.
Smith? Not really.
Is there anything wrong with it?
No, just an unusual name. What's this all about? You said you were in trouble.
You don't believe me, do you?
I believe you're slightly hysterical.
If I am, I have good reason. I was the one who fired those shots in that theater tonight.
You? Why?
I had to do something to create a disturbance. I had to get away from there. There were 2 men in that theater who wanted to kill me.
Oh, come on.
Oh, you've got to believe me.
But why should anyone want to kill you?
Because I'm what you would call a professional spy.
A spy? Whom do you spy for?
Anyone who pays me.
I suppose you're here to dig up some big state secret.
No. I'm here to save a secret. For England.
Oh. Go on, please.
The agent of a certain foreign power is on the point of obtaining a secret vital to your air defense. I tracked 2 of his men to that music hall. Unfortunately, they recognized me. That's why they're after me now. You still don't believe me, do you?
No, frankly, I don't, Annabella.
Very well. If you will look out of that window, you will see 2 men standing across the street. Look, please do.
All right. I'll play your game a bit further.
Oh, don't let them see you. Well?
By Jove, you're right. 2 of them. They seem to be looking up here.
Come away, please. Do you believe me now?
Well, I suppose I must.
I'm going to tell you something that's not very healthy to know. But now that they've followed me here, you're in it as much as I am.
Yeah, so it seems.
Have you ever heard of the 39 steps?
39 steps? No, what are they?
Well, never mind, but this much you must know. If those men are not stopped, it's only a matter of days, perhaps hours, before the secret is out of the country.
Why not call the police?
Because they wouldn't believe me any more than you did. And if they did believe me, how long do you think it would take them to get going? Those men are acting quickly. You don't know how clever their chief is. Clever and ruthless.
Well, what's his name?
He has a dozen names, and he can look like 100 people. But there's one thing he can't disguise. The top of the little finger on his right hand is missing. Oh.
Come on, now, you're trembling.
I'm frightened.
Well, you needn't be. You're safe here, you know. What you need is a good night's rest.
Oh, yes, I do.
You can have my bedroom. I'll sleep on the couch here in the living room.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Sleeping on the couch? Well, I've done it dozens of times.
No. I mean, being in danger.
I'm not quite convinced of that yet. Is there anything I can get you?
Yes. Have you a map of Scotland, please?
A map of Scotland. I have an atlas over here somewhere. If I can... Oh, yes, here it is. You, going deer stalking or just plain hiking?
There's a man in Scotland I must see next if there is anything to be done.
I see. Are the 39 steps in Scotland?
Perhaps I'll tell you tomorrow. Good night, Mr. Henning. Thank you.
Good night, Annabella. Pleasant dreams. Annabella, was that you? Annabella, open that door. Will you open that door, or do I have to break it down? Annabella, where are you?
Oh,
Here, look at me. What's happened? What's the matter?
They came through the window. One of them had a knife.
Knife?
Oh, don't touch me.
But you're hurt. You're bleeding. Here, I'll call a doctor.
Oh, it's no use. Listen. You've got to stop those men. In a few days, they'll have the secret out of the country.
But how will I stop them?
Kenrich. The professor.
Kenrich?
Kenrich. Scotland.
What's there? Who is this, Professor? What's in Kinreach?
Clear up. They'll get you. Just like they did.
Annabella. Annabella. Good God.
Aberdeen Express, Edinburgh, Kirkcaldy, Dundee, Aberdeen Express.
Take it to Kinreach, please.
One, sir?
Yes, one. Hurry, please.
One to Kinreach, Scotland. Here you are, sir.
Excuse me, is this seat taken?
Not by us, it ain't. Sit down, young fella.
Thank you.
I said, Jess, who won the 2 o'clock at Epsom?
Here it is. Bachelor Button, odd 7 to 4.
Ah, Bachelor Button, eh?
Hello, look at this. Another woman murdered in a West End flat.
Murdered, eh? Who was she?
A well-dressed woman of about 25 was found with a knife in her back. The tenant, Richard Hannay, is missing.
Why, if that ain't the blasted limit. Missing, eh?
The police are hot on the trail and watching with careful eye all points of departure from London.
Oh, so that was what they was a-doing, eh?
Who?
Scotland Yard. 2 plainclothes bobbies. I seen them get on this train. Asking plenty of questions they was, too.
Look here. Here's a picture of that Hannay chap.
Let's have a squint at it. Rum-looking lot, ain't he?
Excuse me.
Here, young fellow, where are you going? Don't you like that seat?
Oh, thank you. I just remembered.
In a bit of a hurry, wasn't he?
He was that. I say.
What?
I say.
Oh, I beg your pardon. This is a private compartment.
Oh, is it?
Yes, and it happens to be occupied.
Yeah, so I see. Very charmingly, too.
Well, what do you want, please?
Your hospitality for a short while.
Really? Well, I'm not interested. Now, will you please go?
I can't.
What?
It isn't safe.
Listen, are you going or shall I call the conductor?
No, don't do that.
Stop, you're hurting my wrist.
I'm sorry. Listen to me. I want your help.
My help?
I'm Richard Hannay.
Hannay? Why, you're the man the police...
Yes, but I'm innocent. I swear I'm innocent. Listen, you've got to help me. It's terribly important that I be free for the next few days. You will help me, won't you?
Yes. Yes, of course I will.
That's fine. I'm sorry if I hurt your wrist.
Oh, that's all right. You say the police are on this train looking for you?
Yes, that's why I forced my way in here.
Oh, I see. And just how am I supposed to help you?
Well, they're looking for a man traveling alone. If I stay here with you, they'll think we're together. We'll pose as man and wife, and they won't pay any attention to us. They'll just pass us by.
How clever you are.
You'll do it?
Yes, of course.
Say, you're all right. What's your name?
What's that got to do with it?
Nothing. I just wanted to know who my benefactress was, that's all.
No, I'm Pamela Stewart.
Pamela? Oh, that's rather pretty. Suits you.
Thank you.
There they are now. Remember, I'll sit here and pretend to read. You do the talking.
All right. Come in.
Excuse me. Have either of you seen a man pass here? Young fella, smooth-shaven?
Why, no. Wait, are you the police?
That's right, miss.
Then this is the man you want. He forced his way in here and told me his name was Richard Hannay.
Why, did I? Come here, you.
Let go of me.
Are you Richard Hannay? Well, speak up.
Yes. Thank you very much, Miss Stewart.
Well, you didn't expect me to harbor a murderer, did you?
Unfortunately, I did. And I am not a murderer.
We'll see about that. Come on, Hannay.
Certainly, gentlemen. I'll go with you willingly. In fact, I'll lead the way.
Grab him. Go on. Here, get after him. Open that door.
He's holding it from the other side.
Here, let me try. Together now. 1, 2, 3. Get out of the way. Where is he? Where did he go?
Here he is, down the passageway.
Stop him. Grab him before he gets to the best of you.
Come back here, you. Come back, you. Stop, stop.
Have you got him?
No, he's gone.
What?
He jumped. He jumped off the train.
The fool. He's probably lying dead in a ditch.
No. The last I seen of him, he was on his 2 feet and running like a rabbit.
During our first intermission, and while waiting for Act 2 of the 39 Steps, starring Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, we'd like you to go with us to one of the millions of homes where Christmas secrets are in the air and listen in on a very interesting conversation.
Aunt Sally, come here. I want to see you alone.
More secrets, Betty? Well, the house is full of them.
Now the door's closed, we can talk. Aunt Sally, what can I give Mother for Christmas?
Did you ask her, dear?
Yes, and she just says all she wants from me is love and kisses.
Well, I did hear her say she needed more stockings. How about getting her some of the lovely sheer ones we saw in the store today?
But she always says sheer stockings are extravagant.
Not necessarily, dear. They wear very well if you're careful about washing. Just dip them in Lux suds every day. Lux keeps the silk nice and springy, so it doesn't break so easily into runs.
Then I'll tell you what. I'll buy some and tell Mother I'll Lux them for her every time she wears them. I'll buy a big box of Lux and give it to her with the stockings.
Now, that's a real Christmas gift, Betty.
Okay, I'll get some Lux Flakes right away.
And be sure to use nothing but Lux Flakes, dear. You know, rubbing stockings with a cake of soap is bad for them. And some soaps are strong, too harsh for delicate silk things.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Sally. You're an angel to help me. Mother's the most perplexing person on my list.
Stockings for Christmas and Lux Flakes for stockings. A perfect combination. We return now to Mr. DeMille and our play. Robert Montgomery, Ida Lupino, Isabel Jewell, and Jean Lockhart continue with the 39 Steps. 2 days have passed, and Richard Hannay, wanted for a murder he did not commit, is still at large. Determined to discover the secret of the 39 Steps, he's made his way to Scotland. The driver of a donkey cart has given him a lift, and he's now on the last leg of the journey, the outskirts of the village of Kinreach.
Are you going to stay long in Kinreach, laddie?
Well, it all depends. I'm looking for work. You suppose I could find something?
I hae me doubts, laddie. Kinreach is a mighty small town. What do you do?
I'm a chauffeur.
Well, I'm thinking you'd better try somewhere else, then. What folks has need chauffeurs, and Kinreach has had them for years.
Oh, I see. But, aren't there any newcomers? I mean, somebody told me about...
Now, wait a minute. Come to think of it, I did hear something. About a retired professor moving into the big house on the edge of the moor.
A professor? Yes. Yes, that's it. I can try it anyhow.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to see the master, please.
What name shall I say?
Well, he doesn't know my name, but you might ask him if he knows Annabella Smith.
Yes, sir. Would you mind waiting in the...
Is there someone for me, George? Oh, yes, Professor. How do you do?
How do you do? My name is Hammond. I've come from London. From Annabella Smith.
Oh. Well, do come in, please. You must be tired. We can talk in the library. My daughter's having an engagement party. I'd rather not disturb her.
Yes, of course.
Go right in, please. Thank you. Sit down. Will you have a drink?
No, thank you.
Well, now what did you want to see me about, Mr. Hannay?
Hannay? You know me?
Yes. I suppose it's safe to call you by your right name now. What about our mutual friend, Annabella?
She's been murdered.
I know. Poor girl. The police are looking for you.
Yes, but I didn't do it.
Oh, of course you didn't. But why come all this way to Scotland to tell me about it?
Well, I believe she hoped to come to see you about some air ministry secret. She was killed by a foreign agent who was trying to steal it.
Oh. Did she tell you what this foreign agent looked like?
No, she hadn't time. Oh, yes. There was one thing. She told me the top of his little finger is missing.
On which hand, Mr. Hannay?
On the left, I believe.
Are you sure it wasn't on the right?
It might have been.
Like on my hand, Mr. Hannay?
Good Lord. And you're the one she...
The one she was trying to warn you against. The chief. You misunderstood her. She meant for you to kill me, not to bring me information.
Yes. Well, what are we going to do about it?
That's just the point. What are we going to do? You see, I live here as a respectable citizen. I should hate to have it known that I am not what I seem to be. You understand my position.
Oh, yes, quite.
What makes it doubly important that I shouldn't let you go is that I'm just about to transfer some very vital information out of the country.
What?
Oh, yes. I've got it already. I'm afraid poor Arabella would have been too late in any case.
Well, that's that, I suppose.
Yes. Well, what about it, Mr. Hannay?
What about what?
Yourself. It seems to me there's only one way out.
And what's that?
I've a small revolver here. Pretty little thing, isn't it? Supposing I left you alone with this. The newspapers could then announce tomorrow morning that the murderer had taken his own life.
You want me to kill myself?
Yes.
You're mad. I won't do it.
Then I'm afraid you leave me no alternative. You should have stayed in London, my friend. Oh, George.
Yes, Professor?
I want your help, please. There's a little job for us inside.
Hannay?
Yes. We'll carry him to the garage. When it gets dark, we can drop him off on the road somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Where is he, sir?
Behind that table.
Here, sir?
Yes. Pick him up and...
I'm sorry, sir, but there's no one here.
What?
Well, you can see for yourself.
But I shot him. The body was lying there on the floor.
The body, sir? Seems to have disappeared.
Get out of the road, please. What do you mean by standing in front of my car? You might have been killed.
Sorry, lady. I just wanted a lift. Would you mind... Well, Miss Stewart, how do you do?
You? Well, what are you doing
Richard
here?
Hannay is my name. I believe we've met. On a train, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
Yes. If I remember correctly, you handed me over to the police. You did, didn't you?
Oh, get away from me.
No, don't worry. I don't hold it against you, really.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Yes, isn't it? What are you doing in Kinreach?
I live here.
It's a charming place, isn't it? You know where the local police station is?
Oh, of course I do.
Will you take me there?
What?
The police station, in a hurry, please.
Certainly. Well, I suppose you know what you're doing.
Oh, yes. You see, I know who killed Annabella Smith.
Is that so?
The same man who shot me a few minutes ago.
Shot you?
Yes.
Where?
Right in the cigarette case. See? There's a hole in one side of it. Handy little thing, cigarette cases. If I hadn't been carrying it about in my vest pocket, the hole would have been in my chest.
And who was this arch villain?
Gentleman called the professor.
Professor? Oh, now, you don't mean Professor Bartlett.
I didn't stop to inquire his last name.
Oh, that's very
come
funny.
now. It isn't as funny as that.
Do you actually mean you're going to the police with this story? That Professor Bartlett shot you? That he's the one who killed Annabella Smith?
Of course, why not?
Oh, and you expect them to believe it, I suppose.
Well, you don't, evidently.
No, and neither will they. Professor Bartlett, a murderer. Why, he's one of the best-liked men in the village and a very good friend of the sheriff. I'm sure the sheriff will be interested in your story, Mr. Hannay.
Yes, I see your point. Hadn't occurred to me that... Stop the car, please. I'm getting out.
Oh, no, you're not.
Stop this car.
You said you wanted to go to the police. Well, that's just where you're going. And if you touch me or make a move to jump, I'll turn this car into a ditch.
Well, aren't you the sweet little thing?
Now, you just sit tight, Mr. Hannay, and don't make any sudden gestures. We're going rather fast.
You haven't the nerve, of course.
Haven't I? Just try me.
All right, I will.
Don't touch that brake.
Hang on. Where are you? You all right?
Quite all right, thank you.
You little fool. We might have been killed.
Hello there!
There's someone coming. Keep down.
Let go of me. Hello!
Shut up.
Over here, Richard Hannay!
Why, you...
Richard!
Grab that man.
All right, Hannay, we've got you. And don't try any funny business. Stand up.
Yes, of course.
Are you the police?
We've been looking for you, honey. Put the bracelets on him, Joe.
Right you are. Put out your hand. There we are.
Now put out the other one on the girl.
Here, what are you doing?
We are handcuffing you to your friend here. Any objection?
Now see what you've done.
Oh, shut up. Listen, you can't do this. I don't even know this man.
You ride around the country with him in a car, but you don't know him. Of course you don't.
Yes, but I'm telling you,
Keep
I
your
don't.
mouth shut. All right, Joe. Take him to our car. It's a good day's work for us.
Will you please move over?
You talking to me?
Yes, I am.
Very well.
Ow, my wrist.
Well, you asked me to move, and if I move, you move with me. It's a scientific fact that when two people are handcuffed together...
Officer, must I be chained to this man?
Aye, you must. And keep quiet about it.
Wait a moment. Where are you taking us? This isn't the way to the sheriff's office.
Well, we're not exactly going to the sheriff's office. Hey, Joe.
Not exactly, no.
Well, where are we going?
Well, it's the real head we are going to see. The sheriff principal. Hey, Joe.
Aye, the sheriff principal.
I don't understand.
Would you like to have a small bet with me, Pamela Stewart?
Now, what do you mean?
I'll bet you 100 to 1 that the man they call the sheriff principal has the top joint of his little finger missing. Am I right, gentlemen?
You shut your mouth, young fellow, or I'll shut it for you. For good.
You see, Pamela? I win. They're taking us to your old friend, the professor. Charming gentleman, the professor. Best liked man in the village and a personal friend.
Oh, be quiet, will you?
What are we stopping for?
Sheep. A whole flock of them across the road.
Well, blow your horn. Maybe that'll scare them.
Stubborn beasts, they won't move an inch.
Well, come on. We'll have to get out and shoo them off.
Here, get on there, Shoo. Get on there.
Go on. Get out of the way. Go on.
Now's our chance. We'll make a run for it.
Run? How can we?
Come on, when I say jump, jump and run for your life.
Yes, but they'll catch us.
Go on, jump.
Hey, look, they're getting away.
Stand where you are.
There they go.
Give it to him.
They're shooting us.
Come on, you little fool. Run for it.
Please, don't go so fast. You're hurting my wrist.
Shut up.
I can't go any further. I've lost my shoe.
Where?
Oh, back there.
Well, forget it. All right. Sit down. Sit down for a while.
You think we've lost those men?
Now, it's as black as pitch on this moor. They'll never find us now.
You know, this is all very silly. You can't escape. What chance have you got handcuffed to me?
Keep that question for your husband when you get one. Meanwhile, I'll admit that you're the white man's burden.
Oh, yes, I know, and I can't tell you how it comforts me. Oh, why don't you give yourself up?
To whom?
Oh, give yourself up to Scotland Yard.
Thank you, but it's a little impractical at the moment. Listen to me. I told you the truth on the train, and I'm telling it to you now. There's a dangerous conspiracy against this country, and I'm the only man who can stop it.
I don't believe you.
All right, very well, then. I'm just a plain, common murderer who stabbed an innocent, defenseless woman in the back in Portland Place, London. I don't know how innocent you may be, but you're a woman, you're defenseless, and you're alone on a desolate moor in the dark. And you're manacled to a murderer who would stop at nothing to get you off his hands. If that's the story you prefer, have it, my lovely, and welcome.
Well, I'm not afraid of you.
Why not? For all you know, I murdered a woman. You listen to a bit of advice. From now on, you do everything I tell you to do, and do it quickly.
No, you wretched boy.
I admire your pluck, but you keep a civil tongue in your head. Otherwise, I might feel the next killing was a bit overdue. All right, on your feet now.
Well, where are we going?
I see some lights over that way. We'll do a little investigating.
Well, I won't go. I'm going to stay right here.
Pamela, are you forgetting I murdered a woman? Well?
Don't you strike me. I'll go. Say, what kind of a place do you think this is?
I don't know. Looks like an inn. Now, remember what I said. A civil tongue or else. And you back me up in everything I say or do. Do you understand?
Yes.
Stay close to me and hold my hand. It'll hide the handcuffs. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome to King's Head Tavern. And what can I do for you and the lady?
We had an accident with our car a few miles back.
Hey, that's too bad now. You want to stay the night, I suppose?
Yes, we do.
And will it be two separate rooms or one?
Oh, two separate
One room, please. One.
Well, which?
One, thank you.
Oh, one. And what's the name?
Hawkinson. Hawkinson, yes. Henry Hawkinson and Mrs. Hawkinson.
Well, come along, Mr. Hawkinson. The rooms are at the top of the landing.
Thank you. Nice place you have here.
It'll do. Here's the room.
Oh, thank you.
Well, good night to you.
Oh, wait. Now, wait, please. You mustn't go.
What's the matter, lass? Is there anything wrong?
Yes,
Of course there's nothing wrong. She wants to tell you something, that's all.
Yes, I want to...
Yes, You see, we're a runaway couple.
Ah, you know.
Yes. As a matter of fact, we've been running all night. If anyone inquires for us, you won't give us up, will you?
That I won't. I was young myself once. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Inside, Pamela.
Of all the outrageous things,
Listen, you don't think I'm going to spend the night in this room with you?
Personally, I don't see how you can help yourself.
Stop jerking my arm.
I'm so sorry. I want to take my shoes off. My feet are tired. You better stand here by the fire and get warm. You'll be catching cold.
And if I did?
Stand by the fire.
Don't yell at me like that. I didn't ask to come with you.
And I didn't invite you. But here we are.
Well, aren't you afraid the men will find us?
I'm not thinking of that so much as some way to get out of these handcuffs.
Oh, I have a nail file in my pocket. Maybe that'll help.
That would be dandy. If you file 24 hours a day, 10 years from now, we might be free. Imagine, tied to you for 10 years. It's a horrible thought.
I've had enough of your insults. I'm going to tell the innkeeper the whole story.
You want me to hang for a murder I didn't commit?
As long as you hang, I don't care whether you committed it or not.
What a bloodthirsty creature you are. Haven't you any pity?
No.
Ow! What are you up to now?
I'm merely trying to file the handcuffs.
Well, don't jab me in the wrist that way. I don't like it.
I'm sorry.
You're going about it in a very amateurish fashion anyway. I can see you know nothing about filing handcuffs.
I'm sure you do. Tell me, how did you stop being a criminal?
So you want the story of my life. It's really very interesting.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
I was born a poor orphan boy. From the beginning, I hadn't a chance. Ouch!
I'm sorry it slipped.
Accidentally?
Accidentally. Go on, please.
I started by pilfering pennies out of other children's lockers at school. And a little pocket picking and car pinching. And at last, my efforts were rewarded, and I graduated into straight burglary.
With diploma?
With diploma.
Oh.
I killed my first man when I was 19. It scared me at first, but I soon got hardened to it. Lady, you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
It was your fault. The whole thing was your fault.
My fault? How do you make that out?
If you hadn't stopped the car for those blasted sheep, we'd have had the two of them in the professor's parlor right now.
We'd better have them there soon, is what I say. The professor was anxious about Hanny. Knows too much, he said. Get him.
Get him? We had him. And the girl, too.
You don't suppose they let in somewhere, do you? Stop at a tavern, I mean.
They might, in this weather.
There's a place about 4 miles back. King's Head Tavern, it's called.
King's Head Tavern. That'd be somewhere near where they gave us the slip. Turn around. Find out.
Right.
And if we see him again, blast you. Shoot straight.
I will, all right. You can depend upon that.
And little by little, and year by year, I sunk lower and lower.
And you got better and better.
That's right. You might have read about me in the papers. They call me Hannay, the Cornish Bluebeard. And that, milady, is the horrible story of my life.
Dear, dear, and you have such a nice face. How many people have you killed altogether?
9. If you don't watch the point on that nail file, it may be 10. Ouch!
At least I'm trying to do something.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to try and get some sleep. I haven't had a wink for 48 hours.
Well, I'm not in the least bit tired. Besides, I have to stay by the fire and get dry.
All right. You don't mind if I stretch out in the chair, do you?
No, not at all.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. I don't see how you can sleep at a time like this. I said I don't see how you can sleep at a time like this.
I'm hardened to it. That's all. Hardened criminal to sleep any time.
Listen, did you hear that? There's a car out there. It just drove up, a car.
It's your imagination.
It's not my imagination. I heard a car. Oh, all right, if you don't care.
Don't care. Just don't care.
Oh! Don't do that! What's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, I'm so sorry. You mustn't get frightened, Pamela. I have awful nightmares. I guess it's my conscience bothering me. Good night.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We pause now between the scenes of the 39 Steps. Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino will be back shortly when we raise the curtain on Act 3 in this play about spies. Spies may be roughly divided into 2 classes. There are the mercenary spies who traffic in state secrets, selling them for cash to the highest bidder. And there are patriots who risk their lives solely for the protection of their country, who receive the smallest monetary rewards, and whose names never get into the newspapers. The Richard Hannay of our play belongs to this second group, and so does tonight's guest, Major C.E. Russell of the United States Army, retired. Before this country entered the World War, Major Russell temporarily loaned his services to Scotland Yard as one of their American operatives. Back in the United States Army during the war, he served on a special staff in France. He later instructed our Army officers in the art of espionage and is the author of a standard military textbook on this subject. With such a background, Major, there should be no better authority to answer the question, just what are the qualifications that make a valuable spy?
The qualifications today, Mr. DeMille, are exactly the same as in biblical times, and the instructions which are taught follow very closely those which Moses gave to his men when he sent them forth to spy out the land of Canaan, to learn what the land contained, the strength of the enemy, if the people were content, and how strong were the walls. Then, as today, spies had to have powers of observation, of memory, and description. These are the three traits that must be developed in a capable espionage agent, and are the least developed of all human traits. In addition, he must have common sense, a good general education, an ability to take orders, and preferably a knowledge of foreign languages.
I've noticed that the opinion held of a spy varies greatly. Some people have only the greatest respect and admiration for a spy. Others consider them vicious, double-dealing scoundrels who stop at nothing to attain their end.
How well do I know that? But I think these people would change their minds if they only realized that spies are one of the greatest forces for world peace. I am, of course, referring to patriotic spies, not mercenaries. I believe that a patriotic spy, by keeping his country informed of military activity in other lands, enables his own nation to properly prepare itself, and a properly prepared nation is a nation seldom attacked. The war that they are ready for rarely comes.
If what I've observed is true, you soldiers who fight with your brains instead of bayonets are finding more and more women as your co-workers. How does a woman compare with a man as a spy?
Very favorably, up to one point. A woman's heart will rule her head much more quickly than a man's. Today, there is probably one woman to every two men in the world's espionage service. We've learned that if you want to make a man talk, send a pretty woman. And when we want to make a woman talk, we make her jealous. Both theories work amazingly well.
It would appear to me that spying is one activity which provides little or no room for modernization. Along with qualifications, I presume that methods have changed little since the days of Moses.
That's very true, Mr. DeMille. They remain essentially unchanged. But there have been radical technical changes in carrying out those essentials. For instance, there's a machine recently developed in this country so delicate and so accurate that it can etch an invisible secret message on a surface no larger than a grain of corn. Or, to employ a commodity with which perhaps you're more familiar, it could etch the map of an entire country on a single Lux flake. And that's probably the finest, thinnest, and most fragile thing I can think of for the moment.
I know that you can read through a flake of Lux, Major. It's actually only 2/1000th of an inch thick.
I see. Almost as amazing as this machine I'm speaking of. Lux flakes remind me of women, and women, in turn, recall an amazing spy story I encountered during the World War. It concerns a Swiss opera singer who volunteered in the French Red Cross as an entertainer. For 2 years, she made periodic visits to a home in Switzerland, each time using the same route over the French border. One day, she started to cross and found a new officer in charge. He took a good look at her and immediately ordered his women assistants to search her. They returned with the petticoat of this famous singer. Suspecting that it might contain invisible writing, the lieutenant called for hot irons and himself applied them to the petticoat. The heat revealed what had been invisibly written in lemon juice, the complete working drawings of a new French war tank. The reason the lieutenant had suspected Madame was that before the war he had been a style designer in Paris. One of the first things he observed about the singer was that while she was dressed in the height of fashion, she wore a starched petticoat, and starched petticoats had been out of style for 10 years.
To me, one of the truest utterances of the great French General Marshal Foch was his statement to a group of his espionage agents. You will die 1,000 deaths, he told them, before oblivion comes, while the man in the trenches dies but once.
And no better example can be found, Mr. DeMille, than that patriot of Revolutionary War, John Honeyman. Too old to carry arms, he became a confidential spy at Washington's urgent request and posed as a Tory. Despised by his wife and family, ostracized by his friends, he became a cattle buyer for the British Army. American soldiers were ordered to shoot him on sight, but John Honeyman kept his promise never to disclose his real identity. Once he allowed himself to be captured, knowing he might be shot, but there was a chance of being brought before Washington first. This fortunately happened, and Honeyman was able to disclose to Washington how some of his own men were on the verge of assassinating him by placing poison in the general's food. And it was John Honeyman who, on Christmas Eve, crossed the Delaware alone, entered Trenton, discovered the condition of the Hessian troops, and reported back to Washington on the other side. On Honeyman's unsupported testimony, Washington made his celebrated crossing, won his celebrated victory that turned the tide. Honeyman returned to his New Jersey home after the war, still an outcast, still an object of hate and scorn. His magnificent services were never announced until Washington himself made a special trip to Hackensack and publicly proclaimed him one of the greatest heroes of the American Revolution. His example will always remain a shining light to Americans who seek to serve in the silent, secret, and sometimes inglorious ways of espionage. I thank you.
Thank you, Major. That's very interesting. Once again, the 39 Steps, starring Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, with Isabel Jewell and Gene Lockhart. It's early the following morning. Richard Hannay stirs restlessly in the armchair and rubs his eyes sleepily. Suddenly, he jumps from the chair and stands in the middle of the room, staring down at the handcuffs which are dangling from his wrist. Pamela Stewart, on the other side of the room, smiles cheerily.
Good morning, Mr. Hawkinson. Looking rather dazed this morning.
How did you get free?
Oh, very simple. A little matter of work while you had your nightmares.
I suppose you filed the handcuffs.
No, darling, I picked the lock. I was trying to do the same for you, but the file broke.
Say, what's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing that I know of. Oh, you mean my shoes? Yes, they're rather large, aren't they? I borrowed them from the innkeeper's wife.
Oh, no. It's not the shoes. Why are you being so nice? You don't feel ill or anything, do you?
No, why should I?
Why didn't you leave? You were very anxious, too, if I remember correctly.
Well, something happened last night that convinced me you've been telling the truth.
May I ask what earthquake caused your mind to work at last?
When I got free, I went downstairs. That car you said I imagined belonged to our pursuers. They were sitting downstairs when I got there.
Did they see you?
No, I hid behind the counter. But they asked the innkeeper about us.
What did he say?
Said he hadn't seen us. Then they ordered something to eat. And while they were eating, they talked a lot about the 39 steps.
39 steps?
Oh, don't ask me what it means because I don't know.
Anything else?
Well, they said the professor was clearing out of the country.
Then he has got the secret. Did they say how soon he was leaving?
No, but they did say that he was going to London first to pick up someone at a music hall.
39 steps. London Music Hall. It doesn't make any sense. Which room are these men in?
Oh, they left.
When?
Oh, about 4 or 5 hours ago.
And you let them go after hearing what they said? Oh, you button-headed little idiot, you.
Don't you speak to me like that.
My dear girl, I'm accused of murder. The only way I can clear myself is to expose those spies.
Then why don't you go to Scotland Yard?
What's the use? You said yourself that no one would believe me.
Well, then why don't I go to Scotland Yard?
Why not? They'd listen to you.
Of course they would.
Come on, we'll get the next train for London.
You wish to order now, sir?
No, thank you. I'm waiting for someone.
I beg your pardon, sir. Your face looks familiar. Are you in the cinema?
No, I'm not. Bring me a bottle of ale, will you?
Very good, sir.
Oh, make that two, please.
Yes, miss.
Pamela, sit down.
Did you think I was never coming?
Not exactly, but I was getting nervous waiting. Well, what happened? Did you go to Scotland Yard?
Yes.
Well?
Prepare yourself for a shock.
Why?
They've checked every possible channel. The Air Ministry are positive that no papers are missing that will be of any possible use to spies.
But that's incredible. Are you sure?
Well, that's exactly what they said.
I don't know what to make of it.
I think you've been tricked.
Well, it certainly is all very bewildering.
Oh, I'm sorry, Richard. Really, I am. Look, I think you better go now.
Go where?
Oh, any place. Leave the country. I'll help you.
You?
Oh, I know it sounds funny, but somehow I couldn't bear the thought of them catching you again.
Why, Pamela?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I've just changed my mind about you, that's all. Of course, you're as vain as a peacock, and I couldn't stand you for any length of time, but you're not so bad.
Well, you're not so bad either. If I weren't in this jam, I'd...
What?
Nothing. Come on, let's get out of here.
No, you better stay. I'll run and get you a ticket to Liverpool. There ought to be a boat train
Pamela.
soon. Well, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Look out the window. Do you see that billboard across the street?
Yes. Is there anything strange about it?
A list of acts playing this week at the Palladium. The feature attraction is Mr. Memory.
But I don't understand.
Come on, we're going to get out of here.
Well, where are we going
to the
now?
Palladium.
But why?
I don't know, but we're going just the same. Here are your seats, sir. First two on the aisle. Thank you. Sit down, Pamela.
This is silly. In the first place, the show's almost over. Anyone sees you here, what are you looking for?
Be quiet. I'm just playing a hunch, that's all.
You're paying a fool to ask me.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission and attention, I now have the honor to present to you one of the most remarkable men in the world. I present Mr. Memory.
Pamela.
What?
Look at that right-hand box nearest the stage. You see that small man sitting in front?
Why, yes,
It's the professor himself.
You better get out of here before they see you.
No. Sit down. Listen.
Every day he commits to memory 50 new facts, and he remembers every one of them. Facts from history, from geography, from newspapers, from scientific textbooks.
Pamela,
Yes.
I've got it. I've got it.
What?
Don't you see the details of this Air Ministry secret has been borrowed, memorized by Mr. Memory, and then put back again before anyone could know?
Why, that's it. Of course it is.
Pardon me, sir, but there's a gentleman who would like to speak to you. Who, me?
You, Richard Annie?
Well,
You're under arrest.
Wait, officer. Listen, there's something here you ought to know.
That'll be, Annie. Come along quiet.
But you must listen when that man on the stage can...
Come on, we don't want any excitement here.
All right, I'll go quietly.
Richard, you're not.
Distance from Montreal, 1,424
use?
miles. Am I right? Thank you. Question, please. Do not hesitate. Your question, please.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Memory, what are the 39 steps? Come on, answer up. What are the 39 steps?
The 39 steps. The 39 steps is a secret organization headed by Professor...
Moonsby, that's your man up there in the box. He's the one who shot him. Stop that man. Stop that man. Stop him. Stop him.
I want to see Mr. Memory, please. Where's his dressing room?
Number 5, but you can't go in now.
Well, I'm afraid we have to. Detective, have you a pencil and a piece of paper?
Yes?
I want you to write down everything you hear.
But listen here,
Do as he tells you, please.
I'm going to prove to you that the man who shot Memory is the murderer of Annabella Smith.
What is it?
We want to see Mr. Memory. How is he, Doctor?
Very bad. Did they get the man who shot him? Yeah, we got him all right. He'll hang for it, too.
Oh. Mr. Memory. Mr. Memory, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Memory, there's something I'd like you to tell us, please.
Yes.
What was the secret formula you were taking abroad?
Will it be all right, my telling you? It was a big job learning it. The biggest I've ever tackled. I don't want to throw it away, sir.
It will be quite all right.
The first feature of the new engine is its greatly increased ratio of compression, represented by the formula 1 minus 1 over R to the power of gamma minus 1, where R represents the ratio of compression and gamma dimensions of cylinders diameter. This device renders the engine completely silent. The exhaust gases impinging on a series, entirely eliminating all sound. Am I right, sir?
That's quite right, old chap.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad it's off my mind.
Memory. Mr. Memory.
Richard, what is it?
The Air Ministry secret will never leave England.
This way, please. We can pick up the police car on the corner.
The police car? Where are you taking us?
To Scotland Yard, of course.
Scotland Yard?
But you can't do that. You heard what that man said. He didn't kill anybody.
Easy now, easy. He'll be all right. All we want is to put the story on the record.
Oh, that's better.
You've nothing to worry about at all. He'll be a free man in her now, Mrs. Annie.
Annie? Well, what are you talking about?
Well,
Mrs. Hannay?
Sorry.
That would be just fine, that would. We were together for 1 day, and we fought for 24 hours.
20? You were asleep 4 hours.
Can you imagine what it would be like? Fight for breakfast, fight for lunch, fight for dinner. One long, drawn-out battle for the next 30 or 40 years.
Oh, 30 or 40 years. Do you think we could keep it up that long? I mean, really.
Well, we could try.
Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino have completed the 39 steps, but they'll take a 40th when they return later to the microphone. First, a word from Melville Ruick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Just a moment for a suggestion to the women who begin, when winter comes, to be bothered by rough, chapped hands. Perhaps they don't realize that the trouble may start in the simple daily task of washing the dishes. Here's the reason. There are oils in your skin which give it a protective coating against cold weather outdoors and steam heat indoors. If you use a strong soap in the dishpan, these oils are dried up. Your skin gets rough and red. To protect these beauty oils, simply change from your harsh soap to Lux Flakes. Women find the difference between Lux and ordinary soaps for dishes almost unbelievable. They feel it the moment they put their hands in the dishpan. There is no sting in the very gentle, soothing Lux suds. Almost at once, your hands will begin to look smoother and whiter. Begin tomorrow to keep your hands lovely by washing dishes with Lux Flakes. I turn you back now to Mr. DeMille.
At the moment, both our stars, Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, are having a breathing spell between pictures. Bob is back after 6 weeks in the East, and Ida's been indulging in her favorite avocation, composing music.
And not just simple little ballads, Mr. DeMille, but the real thing. Not so long ago, the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra played Ida's symphony, Aladdin and the Lamp.
Oh, thanks for the nice boost, Bob. You know, composing's really very exciting, although I had no thought of attempting it until 2 years ago. It was just about this time of year. I was riding in a taxicab down Hollywood Boulevard. The street was crowded with Christmas traffic, and all of a sudden the noise seemed to take the form and tempo of a melody. Well, I rushed right home, worked straight through till morning, and there it was, and I've been at it ever since.
What's your latest composition?
Something I've just sent to London, the score and book for a musical comedy. Look, I hope no one's going to get the impression that I think I'm a great musician. In fact, I know so little that I often use a code to take the place of notes and musical symbols until I've time to figure out what I'm trying to do. I use the letters of the alphabet for a code. If you ever saw one of my scores, you'd think someone had spilled alphabet soup on an orchestration sheet. But I think our listeners are a lot more interested in what Bob's next picture is going to be than in my music. So, Bob, suppose you tell them.
Well, if I knew, I'd be glad to. I'm having story difficulties at the moment.
Don't we all? Can't you find the right one?
Well, the trouble is I found the right two. And MGM and I can't make up our minds which will make the better picture. Number one is a light comedy, the type of story that audiences have been favoring so much lately. Plenty of laughs and sophistication. Number two, also a modern story, presents a definite problem of living that any one of us might have to face. A very interesting story for an actor. But the question is, will it interest an audience?
And in the meantime, you're first shot offense, eh?
Exactly. And since that's not a very comfortable spot to be in, perhaps the Lux Radio Theater audience will help me out. I'd really be very grateful if you'd drop a card or a note to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, to me, or the Lux Radio Theater, and let us know which of these two types of pictures you prefer to see. A light comedy or a story with a social problem. In the meantime, my thanks and good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Ida. Good night, Bob.
Thank you, Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille returns in just a moment with news of next week's play and stars. In our cast tonight were Leonard Muty as Professor Bartlett, Reginald Sheffield, Herbert Evans, and Keith Kenneth as detectives, Lionel Belmore as innkeeper, Vernon Steele as cart driver, Edgar Norton as manager of the music hall, Eric Wilton and Raymond Lawrence as Cockney travelers, Ward Lane as butler, Eric Snowden and Norman Ainsley as Scotchman, Sybil Harris as a rowdy, and Phyllis Coghlan as a woman. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for the new picture Love and Hisses. And now, our producer. One of the most glamorous beauties of the screen that the screen has ever known appears in the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. Marlene Dietrich. Our play is taken from the highly successful motion picture in which Miss Dietrich starred, The Song of Songs, the love story of a Viennese girl and the three men who tried to win her. Miss Dietrich will be surrounded by an all-star cast headed by Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with Lionel Atwell. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Marlene Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., and Lionel Atwell in The Song of Songs. The special guest of the evening will be the creator of Mickey Mouse and the Silly Symphonies, Mr. Walt Disney. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, brings you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Cary Grant and Phyllis Thaxter in I Confess. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play, I Confess, has one of the most unusual plots for sustained interest and suspense I have ever seen. And of course, when that master director, Alfred Hitchcock, adds his individual touch to the action, it's bound to be another screen hit for Warner Brothers. And for our stars, we have one of the finest actresses on the screen, Phyllis Thaxter, co-starring with Cary Grant, who will again prove his great versatility in a highly dramatic role. You know, there's no soap quite like mild and gentle Lux. Lux toilet soap has been a Hollywood custom for years. Once our glamorous Hollywood stars start using Lux, they won't use any other soap. And once you start using it, you'll know why 9 out of 10 screen stars depend on Lux soap for their complexion care. Now, I Confess, starring Cary Grant as Father Michael Logan and Phyllis Thaxter as Ruth. Night, the venerable city of Quebec. In the moonlight, the narrow cobble-side streets are all but deserted. A man, wearing the cassock of a priest, has darted into the rectory of a church. He sheds the cassock, and now he enters the church itself.
Who is it? Who's there?
It's Father Logan.
Oh, Father Logan. I did not recognize you in the dark.
Is that you, Keller?
Yes, Father.
Now, what are you doing here this time of night?
I came in to pray.
Is something wrong? Can I help you?
No one can help me. I have abused your kindness.
How?
You who gave my wife and me a home here, right with the church, a job, even friendship. To me, a refugee, a German. Now you will hate me.
Oh, no, I don't hate anyone, Keller.
You will hate me. But it was for her, for my wife. She worked so hard, Father. It breaks my heart.
Keller, what is it?
I must confess to you. I want to make a confession.
All right, we'll go to the confession hall.
Yes. I want you to hear my confession.
So, you've been to the house of Mr. Villette. Go on, Keller.
Yes, Villette, the lawyer. I killed Mr. Villette.
Keller.
I went to steal his money. I wore a cassock. If anyone saw me, they would think I was a priest. I was looking for the money when Villette surprised me. I did not mean to kill him. You must believe me, Father. I did not mean to kill him.
No, you didn't do it. Otto, you did not kill him.
I have just come from confession.
Oh.
Father Logan is my priest. You are my wife. It is right that you should also know.
But why, Otto? Why?
I am not a murderer. It was an accident. It was the money. How could I watch you work so hard? I lie awake night after night, and I think all we need is $2,000, Alma. With $2,000, we can start a new life. And Villette was rich.
Otto.
Oh, it's so dangerous. They will catch me. They will hang me. I cannot.
Father Logan will go to them. He will tell them.
He will tell them? No, he cannot tell them what he heard in confession.
Police will come.
Why, Alma? Why should they come? I have told them nothing, have I? Alma, no one knows.
Father Logan knows.
But he cannot tell them what he heard in the confessional. Can't you understand that?
What are you going to do?
Nothing at all.
In the morning you are going to the police?
Tomorrow is Wednesday, Alma. Isn't that the day when I attend to Mr. Villette's garden?
But he is dead.
I always work in Mr. Villette's garden on Wednesdays. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Now go to bed. You need to rest. Rest, Alma.
Can I help you, Father? We're trying to keep this crowd away from the house.
You are the police?
Yes. You've heard, haven't you, Mr. Villette's been murdered?
Yes, I had an appointment here this morning.
With Villette?
Yes. Is there anything I can do?
Well, if you had an appointment, you better go in the house. Do you mind?
Not at all.
Inspector LaRue's in there. Maybe he'd like to talk to you. This way.
Father Michael Logan, huh? What church, Father?
The Church of Saint Marie, Inspector.
Well, how are Father Millet and Father Benoit?
They're both very well, thank you.
Good. So you had an appointment with Villette?
Yes.
Anything special?
No, there was something...
You've heard what's happened, of course, Father. Oh, we've got Keller in the next room.
Keller?
He works at the rectory, doesn't he?
Yes. He and his wife work there.
Poor devil's terrified. I've been waiting for him to settle down.
I see.
It was Keller who found the body. You don't mind if we call on you later?
No, I'll be at the church.
Maybe that we'd like to know what your appointment was all about, eh? Well, I'd better see Keller now.
Yes, well, goodbye, Inspector.
All right, Murphy, bring him in, will you, please?
But I have told policemen. I have told them everything.
Now, there's no need to be frightened, Keller. Now, how did you find the body?
This morning I arrived as usual at 8:30. I came inside.
You have a key to this house?
No, the door was open. It frightened me.
An open door? Why?
The door was always locked. I went in, and there he was. I could see that he was dead. I wanted to run.
Run?
You do not understand. How can you? There I was, a man without a country, alone, discovering a murder. I thought of the police. I am always afraid of the police. This is a German fear, this fear.
There's nothing to be afraid of here.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Father Logan is here. I heard them say that Father Logan...
Well, he was here. He's gone now.
What will he think of me?
Probably very highly, if you can be of more help to us.
Help?
There are a few things I'd like to know. Now, when you first came into the house, did you call for Mr. Villette, or...
Father Logan.
Please, we can't talk here.
But is it true?
It's true, Ruth. Villette's been murdered.
I can't believe it. Michael, we're free. We're free.
Are we? Goodbye, Ruth.
Father Logan?
Come in, Keller.
The police, they sent me home. I must talk to you, Father.
Why?
Why did you come to Villette's house? I know what you must think of me, but I can't give myself up. They would hang me. Has not God forgiven me, thanks to you? But the police never would.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I confessed to you. It was my confession. You must tell me what to do.
There's nothing I can add to what I've already said.
You are so good, Father. It's easy for you to be good. Have you no pity for me?
Otto?
Alma?
Father Benoit, he asks, will you please mend the tire on his bicycle?
Yes, right away.
The front tire, you left it at the back door.
please, Father.
You'd better go now and fix the tire.
That's about it, Mr. Robertson. I said to myself, you're in no position to go to the Crown Prosecutor. You've got nothing to give him. But I'm here just the same, Mr. Robertson.
Oh, you're quite a man, Inspector. Quite a man.
Now, we know that Villette was murdered, strangled, and that robbery may have been the motive. But we're not certain.
And no fingerprints and no suspects. Oh, this should be very simple for you, LaRue.
I took the liberty of bringing a girl along.
A girl?
Schoolgirl.
Oh.
Murphy's got her out there in the hall. Just a possibility, Mr. Robertson.
All right, LaRue. Let's hear what she's got to say.
Thank you, sir.
So, you are Augustine.
Yes, monsieur.
Sorry you had to be dragged out from school, young lady.
Oh, but I like to be dragged out from school, monsieur.
Well, this is Mr. Robertson. He's the Crown Prosecutor. Now, your mother called to say that you passed the Villette house last night.
That's right.
And what time was that?
11 o'clock. A little after 11. I was babysitting for Madame Germaine, and I left her house at 11 o'clock.
Well, shall we say the time was between 11 and 11:30?
Yes. And I saw someone leaving Monsieur Villette's house. A man. A priest, monsieur.
What?
A priest.
Augustine, this is very important. Are you sure?
Quite sure, monsieur. I was walking by the Rue Valentin, and then suddenly there was this priest. He was coming out of the house and walking away.
Did you see his face?
No.
How tall was he?
Well, like you, monsieur.
And was he fat or thin?
Not fat, but not thin either.
Did you notice anything special about him? Anything at all?
No.
Did he see you, Augustine?
I don't think so, monsieur.
But you're absolutely sure he was a priest?
Yes.
Thank you. You may go now. Oh, I must ask you a favor. I don't want you to say anything to anyone about this. Promise?
Oh, yes, monsieur. Goodbye.
Goodbye, little one.
And if you should need me again...
Yes?
It would be very nice if you could drag me out of school.
You know what this means. We'll have to check every rectory in town, find out which priests were out late last night.
It's ridiculous to think a priest would be involved. LaRue, you don't really think it could be a priest?
Yes, maybe. There was a priest this morning who...
Well?
Nothing. I'll have to check further.
Don't be so mysterious.
Well, I should know something more by tomorrow. Good day, Mr. Robertson. And thank you.
Inspector.
Evening, Keller. Father Logan. Do you suppose I could see him?
Father Logan? Oh, sit down, please. I'll see if I can find him.
Thank you.
Who was it, Otto? Who at the door?
A man to see Father Logan. They drove away in the man's car. Alma, have you washed the cassock?
Not yet.
Where is it?
Upstairs in our room.
Do not wash it. I do not want it washed.
But why?
Listen to me. There is something you must never forget.
I suppose we might have had this little talk at the rectory, Father. Hope you don't mind coming here to my office.
Not at all. As long as Father Millet knows where I am.
You told him?
Yes.
Unpleasant bit of business, isn't it, Father?
If there's anything I can do.
Well, just a few questions. Now, how long have you been at Sainte Marie's?
Nearly 3 years.
You know, I guess I've known Father Millet for 25 years. I was a choir boy when he was over at the Basilica.
Yes, he told me tonight what a fine voice you have.
He's just forgotten, that's all. I hear you were in the Army.
Yes.
Got the military cross, huh?
Yes.
You seem to have done a number of brave things.
Well, I survived.
Are you given to understatement, Father?
Well, that depends.
Now, this case, this Villette murder, it's all understatement so far. You knew Villette, right?
Yes, slightly.
Well, then maybe you can help me. What was he like, Father?
Oh, I didn't know him well.
Well, did you know him socially or in a business sort of way?
Actually, neither. I met him once many years ago.
Cigarette?
Thank you, no.
It's a funny thing. No one seems to have known this Villette, really known him. Yet he was a lawyer, had clients. Not one of them has any information that means anything. May I ask what you were going to see him about yesterday morning?
Well, that was a personal matter.
Well, were you acting for someone, Father? One of your parishioners, perhaps?
I can only tell you that my visit had nothing to do with Villette's death.
Oh, of course it didn't. But you do understand, don't you, that I must consider every scrap of information?
Yes.
When a crime's been committed, each scrap of information is important to us.
Of course.
I know sometimes it seems like prying. It can be very embarrassing.
Oh, I'm not embarrassed, Inspector.
Good. Well, I've been wondering about that lady you met outside Villette's house. She was in that crowd out there. I just happened to glance out the window when I saw you talking to her.
Inspector, the appointment I had with Villette could not be of any importance to you.
Oh, well, we're not discussing that at the moment, Father. You see, with a murder, one has to jump from one detail to another. Forgive me, I guess I jumped too abruptly for you.
Well, perhaps I just don't follow as fast as you jump.
I'm sorry.
See, I have a methodical mind. I have to take things one by one.
Well, about this lady you met out there on the sidewalk.
I wish I could discuss it, but I can't.
May I ask who she is?
She isn't involved.
Excuse me, Father, but that's something for me to decide.
I know. But you'll have to take my word for it. She's not involved.
Your word. I respect your word, but I need help.
I'm not able to help.
I see. I just don't want all this mystification to make things too awkward for you, Father.
Awkward for me?
A priest was seen leaving Villette's house at the time of the murder. I saw a priest outside Villette's house the next morning. Well, Father?
Well?
Too much mystification might lead one to believe that both priests were one and the same, mightn't it? What do you have to say?
What would you want me to say?
That's up to you.
Well, then, I'd say that a man of intelligence would not be led to believe anything on so little evidence.
You're perfectly right. We've checked on every priest in Quebec. Each can account for his movements at the time of the murder. That is, each, except one. Where were you at 11 o'clock, Father?
I was walking.
Alone?
No.
Good. Now, if you'll just give me the name and address of the person.
I can't.
Father, don't you want to help me?
I've done my best.
But you refuse to answer my question.
I know, and I'm sorry, but it isn't possible for me to answer them.
It's a pity. A great pity. But I thank you for coming, Father. Good night.
Good night, Inspector.
This is LaRue. Get me Mr. Robertson. Yes, the Crown Prosecutor. Try his house. If he isn't home, find out where he is. I've got to talk to him.
Before we continue with Act Two of I Confess, here's Frances Scully, our Hollywood reporter. What are you reading, Frances?
Well, I've got a batch of reviews on the world premiere of The Robe, Ken. 20th Century Fox held it in New York last Wednesday night. 6,500 people were invited, and 6,000 more gathered outside the theater.
Imagine what Hollywood Boulevard will be like this Thursday night at the Hollywood premiere. How were the reviews, Frances?
Oh, just listen to this, Ken. The New York Daily News gave The Robe 4 stars and 4 stars for CinemaScope. The first time in its history any picture received this rating.
And what else did they say about CinemaScope?
Well, it's considered the greatest motion picture advance in sound.
How big is that CinemaScope screen again, Frances?
Well, it's 65 feet long and 24 feet high. And it's so wide that a chariot has 4 white horses, not just 2, thundering toward the audience.
Not to mention close-ups of Richard Burton, Gene Simmons, and Victor Mature all at once.
I love this description of Victor Mature. They write that Victor plays the Greek slave, quote, with the controlled arrogance of a trained leopard, unquote.
Leopard, eh? And Gene Simmons?
Oh, these are the words they use about her. Lovely and passionate.
I could add a few words about Gene myself, such as complexion by Lux.
And don't forget, Ken, The Robe is in Technicolor, so audiences will really see what Lux care can mean to a complexion.
Well, Jean has been devoted to Lux for many years. I guess it's a habit she picked up in England.
Well, Lux seems to be an international custom with most movie actresses. With so many pictures being made on location, Mexico, Rome, the Belgian Congo, why, well, I think you can call Lux the most traveled of all soaps.
Yes, Lux gets around all right. Like Gene Simmons, so many stars feel that Lux is the one soap they can depend on to keep their skin looking its very best.
Lux is so gentle and mild. And another nice thing, the fragrance of Lux never interferes with any perfume you wear.
Thank you, Francis. Once you've used Lux, we think you'll agree with Gene Simmons and 9 out of 10 screen stars. There's no soap quite like Lux. Now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of I Confess, starring Cary Grant as Father Michael Logan and Phyllis Thaxter as Ruth. It's a few moments later. Mr. Robertson, the Crown Prosecutor, is not at home. But Inspector LaRue has found him. He's been a guest tonight in the home of some old friends, Pierre Granfort and his wife, Ruth.
Sorry, Ruth. Looks like I've got to say goodnight. That phone call just now, it's about that Villette murder.
Don't look so unhappy, Willie.
Well, there's a very unpleasant angle. A priest is under suspicion.
What nonsense.
Well, he was seen leaving Villette's house.
Which priest? Do they know his name?
Inspector LaRue thinks it's a Father Logan from St. Marie's. Well, I hate to leave. Thanks for a lovely dinner.
Good night, Willie.
Oh, no, don't come to the door. See you soon, Pierre.
Stop worrying. It's ridiculous. Why on earth would Father Logan...
Shut up. Oh, please shut up. I'm sorry.
You're still in love with him.
Am I?
You never spoke about it.
And I'm not going to speak about it now.
But you are going to speak about it. I'm not going on like this.
Do whatever you wish.
It's very simple, isn't it? What does one do when his wife's in love with a priest?
You can leave me.
How easily you can say that.
I'm not in love with you. I have never been in love with you. You know that.
I never wanted to believe it.
That's not my fault. I've never pretended anything with you.
I hope he's in trouble. Terrible trouble.
Oh, Michael. Michael.
Hello? Saint-Marie's Rectory?
I want to speak to Father Logan, please.
Father Logan? Oh, but he is asleep.
I'm not asleep, Mrs. Keller.
Oh, it is very late.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Good night, Father.
Hello?
Michael, I've got to see you.
Ruth, please. That's impossible.
I've got to see you tomorrow morning. I've got to meet you somewhere. Michael, aren't you listening?
I hear you.
I'm going to Levis tomorrow morning. The ferry, Michael. The 9 o'clock ferry.
All right. Good night. Well, good morning.
Good morning, Father Logan.
Walk over here. We shouldn't be seen together for your sake.
I had to see you.
Ruth, the police have been questioning me. They saw the two of us talking outside of Villette's house. They're trying to find out who you are.
I don't care. I've got to tell you, you're being suspected.
I know that.
The only thing is for me to tell them that you were with me that night.
You can't. They'll want to know why.
I'll tell them everything if I have to.
You've got to think of yourself. You've got to think of your husband.
Think of him before I think of you. I've never been able to do that.
You must.
It's too late to think of him. I'm not that good. I love you. I've always been in love with you. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it. Do you want me to lie to you?
I don't want you to lie to yourself.
I haven't changed, Michael. I've been married 7 years, and I haven't changed.
But I've changed. And you must understand. I'm a priest. I chose to be what I am. I believe in what I am.
Michael.
Ruth, I want you to see things as they are and not go on hurting yourself.
Don't pity me.
Our meeting like this is wrong. It's all wrong.
It won't happen again. I won't bother you again. Goodbye.
Ruth.
Ruth, who was it? Who just telephoned?
Willie Robertson. He wants me to come to his office now.
Why?
I was seen on the ferry this morning with Michael Logan. Apparently I was being followed by a detective.
Would you like to tell me what you're going to do?
Answer whatever questions they ask me. I'm going to tell them why Michael could not have killed Valette.
Oh. Has Father Logan cleared himself to your satisfaction?
He didn't have to. I was with him at the time.
Would you like me to go with you?
I'm in no position to ask favors, am I?
Get ready. I'll get the car.
Thank you.
Ruth, Pierre, I'm so terribly sorry about all this. Oh, this is Inspector LaRue. Good evening. Inspector LaRue has promised to keep all this from the press.
That is, I'll do my best. Oh, please, won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Father Logan is here.
Here?
Yes, the other room. If you'll join us, Father, please.
Good evening, Father Logan.
Good evening. Good evening.
Father Logan.
May we begin, please? What is it you want to know?
Madame, you met Father Logan on the ferry this morning.
Yes.
May I ask the reason for this meeting?
I don't think the reason could help you, Inspector.
You also met Father Logan on the morning following Valette's murder in front of the house.
Yes.
And the reason for this meeting?
I had an appointment with Monsieur Valette.
But Father Logan, knowing of the murder, stopped you from entering the house. Am I right?
Yes.
Of course, Father did not know you had an appointment.
But he did know. The night before, I'd met Father Logan. I told him I was going to see Valette at 9:30 the following morning.
Madame, just so I don't misunderstand. You met Father Logan on the night that Valette was murdered?
Yes.
Where?
We took a drive in on my car.
At what time, please?
Between 9 and 11.
Are you sure of the time, Madame?
Yes, I came home just after 11. My husband had come in just 5 minutes before.
That's correct, Inspector.
You told your husband that you'd just seen Father Logan?
No, I did not tell my husband.
Inspector, I beg you. Must your questions be so personal?
Madame, do you understand why I must ask these questions?
Yes. And I came here to tell you that Father Logan could not have been involved in Monsieur Valette's death, because I was with him at the time.
I accept everything you have said, Madame. But I must know the reason for your appointment with Valette.
Valette was blackmailing me.
He was what?
I met Father Logan to ask his advice.
But your husband? You had not told your husband about this?
No, it was nothing to do with my husband.
You turned to Father Logan for advice, but not to your husband.
Father Logan is an old friend.
Then he knew that you were being blackmailed.
How could he? I hadn't seen him in years.
But you just called him an old friend.
Inspector LaRue.
Yes, just a moment, LaRue. My wife is not under oath. She doesn't have to answer these questions.
Monsieur, I have only one more question. Why were you being blackmailed, Madame?
You needn't answer that.
Why shouldn't she?
Ruth, it isn't necessary. Don't answer.
Madame, are you trying to protect Father Logan?
From what? He hasn't done anything.
It would seem as if he had.
You don't care whom I hurt, do you? Just as long as I answer your questions.
Madame, a man has been murdered.
Ruth, if you think you'd like the advice of a lawyer...
Thanks, Willie. I don't think that will be necessary. The blackmail was about me and Father Logan, Inspector.
You were aware of this, Father?
Yes.
If you will continue, Madame.
I'll have to go back a long time, to the beginning of the war. It was long before Michael had entered the church. He was working then for the government, and we'd fallen in love. He was one of the first to volunteer. I hated him for that. I was selfish even then. He took things so seriously. War and love. Yes, even love. I begged him to marry me before he left, but he wouldn't. It seems so long ago.
Ruth, how can you talk of our getting married? You know I'll be shipping out soon.
Oh, but darling, that's why I want to marry you.
Well, aren't there enough widows as it is?
Michael.
You think I don't love you enough. I love you too much. Much too much. Don't you see? There's just no telling when I'll get back. Or if I ever will. Meanwhile, you'd better forget about me.
How can you say that if you love me?
If I love you.
There never can be anyone else. Never.
Ruth, won't you understand? It's so unfair to you.
You think it's fair to tell me to forget you?
You know something? You're a very stubborn girl, aren't you?
His letters were long at first, but after a while there were no letters at all. Nothing, not a word, for over a year. Meanwhile, I had started working for my future husband. Pierre was...
Ruth, you don't have to tell them. You don't have to tell them anything more.
I want to. You were very kind to me, Pierre. You realized I was unhappy. And like all kind people, you never asked me why.
I was in love with you.
Anyway, 6 months later, we were married. When the war was over, Michael came home. I was at the dock the day the boat arrived. We arranged to meet the following afternoon. It was a lovely day, the end of the summer. We took the ferry and went over to the island. We started to walk, and Michael told me the thoughts that had come to him during the war. The war had changed him. Then suddenly a storm came.
Well, this won't do at all, will it? You don't even have a jacket.
Oh, what's a little rain? Come on, let's run for it. There must be some place we can go.
Where are we, anyway?
Oh, I don't know. It was a beautiful meadow a minute ago.
Oh, you're getting soaked. Oh, look, there's a house across the field. Maybe they'll let us stay there.
The house was closed, Inspector. Locked. The storm grew worse. There was a summer house in the garden, a roof and lattice and ivy. It was the only shelter we could find. Sometime during the night, the rain stopped. It was sunlight that awakened me. Michael was seated at a table, his head on his arms. He was still asleep. And then a man came walking through the garden.
Hello. Well, I've been entertaining guests, I see.
He called again, and Michael wakened.
What a charming rendezvous. I trust you and the lady were not disturbed during the night. But what a compromising situation, monsieur.
Michael, no, don't.
He only defends your honor, madame.
Get out.
Get out? From my own garden?
That doesn't give you the right to insult
Madame Grandfort? Oh, yes, I know, madame.
Ruth?
That is, I know of her husband, the distinguished member of Parliament. I've seen you quite often, madame, waiting for him in your car. Oh, how exciting it must be to be young. Young and beautiful.
This man, Villette?
Villette. What could I say to Michael? I hadn't told him I was married.
Father?
Let her continue.
I didn't see Michael again for 5 years, nor Villette either. Not till the day that Michael was ordained a priest. Villette attended the ceremonies. And after that, I started to run into him all the time. One day as I left the house, he was waiting for me on the sidewalk.
And those are the facts, Madame Grandfort. If I don't act quickly, there'll be a terrible tax scandal. Only your husband can help me.
Then go to my husband. There's nothing I can do.
But your husband is so righteous, Madame. You could persuade him to use his influence, couldn't you?
You can't be serious.
Madame, must I tell your husband about you and Father Logan? Must I?
There's nothing you can tell him. We did nothing wrong.
Think it over. I'll give you 24 hours.
I was helpless, frantic. If Villette started to talk, Pierre's career in politics would be finished. Michael might be unfrocked. I thought that maybe Michael might help. I telephoned him at the rectory. We met that night, and as we drove around the city, I told him what had happened.
I want you to take me back to the rectory, Ruth, and then I want you to go home.
What are you going to do?
Leave Villette to me. I'll talk to him. Can you meet me in front of his house tomorrow morning, say at 9:30?
Yes, of course.
It'll be all right, Ruth. Villette will listen to reason. Don't worry about it anymore.
So that explains your appointment with Villette. Yes, I see.
I arrived at 9:30. Couldn't understand why the crowd had gathered. Then I saw Michael, and he told me Valette was dead. I couldn't believe it. I was free. The rest you know.
Some of it, anyway.
Inspector, may my wife leave now?
Certainly.
Father Logan has his alibi now, doesn't he, Willie?
Of course.
Thank you.
Ruth, come.
Good night.
Thank you, madame, for your help tonight.
Yeah, Willie. Would you like to go now, Father? I said, would you like to go now?
Go?
It's been a terrible ordeal. We're very grateful.
Yes. Well, good night.
Well, it's over, Inspector.
Is it, sir? I'd like you to see this report.
What report?
Dr. Bonnard, the autopsy surgeon. He claims that Valette could not have died before 11:30.
Oh, wait
Madame
a moment.
Bramford said that she left Father Logan at 11. You can do a lot of things in 30 minutes. I had never quite understood why Father Logan should have killed Valette. But now I think I can understand.
And I thought it was over.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Robertson. Only beginning.
We'll continue with Act 3 of I Confess in just a few moments. Now we're going to meet lovely Joan Weldon, who was signed by Warner Brothers while singing in Song of Norway. What singing haven't you been doing lately, Joan?
I'm in So This Is Love, Mr. Cummings, but I don't sing. I'm actually more interested in becoming a dramatic actress like Barbara Stanwyck.
You don't come any better than Barbara.
I saw her in the new Milton Sperling production, Blowing Wild, at the studio recently. Gary Cooper, Ruth Roman, and Anthony Quinn are stars in it, too. It was shot in Mexico, mostly near Cuernavaca, and the cast lived in one of those old, established world places. Built in 1527 by Cortez, the Spanish conqueror.
Sounds like the picture Blowing Wild would have some wonderful scenery in it.
Oh, it has, Mr. Cummings, and a very exciting story involving oil fields and armed bandits. Judging by the looks of Miss Stanwyck at the end of the picture, well, I hope she had Lux toilet soap along with her.
Why is that, Joan?
Miss Stanwyck was covered with oil and debris. She plays the part of an unscrupulous woman, infatuated with Gary Cooper. And I guess you'd say she gets her just desserts in the end.
Well, Joan, knowing how much Barbara Stanwyck likes Lux, I'm sure she brought several cakes along.
Lux is my favorite soap, too, Mr. Carpenter, for my complexion and in my bath.
Most screen stars feel that way about Lux, Joan. They believe there's nothing more refreshing than a Lux bath. It's a great pick-me-up after a strenuous day.
It certainly is, Mr. Carpenter.
Well, thank you, Joan, and I'll be looking forward to seeing you in a dramatic role soon. Use the generous bath-size Lux. We think you'll like its creamy lather and pleasant fragrance as much as 9 out of 10 Hollywood screen stars do. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of I Confess, starring Cary Grant as Father Michael Logan and Phyllis Thaxter as Ruth. It's very early the following morning, but already the phone has rung in the Granfor home. An urgent call from Mr. Robertson, the prosecutor. And now Ruth has rushed to the church of Sainte Marie.
But I can't talk to you now, Ruth. There are people waiting at the confessional.
Mr. Robertson phoned. They're going to arrest you. Oh, Michael, what can we do?
I don't know.
You're not going to let them bring you to trial. Don't you know what that would mean? I've done this to you. I've done it all.
No, you mustn't say that.
They're going to call me as a witness, and all because of what I told them last night. They claim I've given them the motive they've been waiting for.
Ruth, please. I must go now.
I should have lied, but I told the truth. And now they'll twist everything I've said. They'll turn it. They'll use it. I wanted to help you. To help you.
Well, it doesn't matter. There's nothing either of us can do.
Dr. Logan.
Keller? What is it?
I can talk to you now. You are through with confessions?
Yes.
You have been talking to the police. They asked about me. You told them about me?
I'm going to be arrested, Keller.
You? You are trying to frighten me. You think by telling me that I will give myself up. So what are you going to do when they arrest you?
I don't know.
You are frightened. Maybe they will hang you instead of me, and that frightens you. But you can't tell them, can you? You can't tell them as long as you are a priest.
Father Logan.
You've been looking for me, Inspector LaRue?
Yes, Father. Yes, indeed. We've been looking for you. For about 3 hours we've been looking for you. Every policeman in Quebec.
I've been walking. I've been trying to think.
You can call it off, Murphy. He just walked in. You had lunch yet, Father?
No.
Well, let me order something for you. Oh, you're under arrest.
Yes, I know.
Priest arrested for murder. Father Logan charged with Valette murder.
Robertson plans speedy trial of accused priest. So, if you will tell the court once again, Sergeant Murphy, where did you find this priestly garment, this cassock?
The rectory, sir. Father Logan's room. I found it hidden in his trunk.
Hidden?
Objection, my lord. On what grounds can the witness claim the article was hidden? Sustained.
Sorry, my lord. The Crown is content to establish only the fact that the cassock was in the accused's trunk. Now then, Sergeant, what did the police do with this cassock?
We sent it to Dr. Bernard, pathologist at Laval University. I have his signed report here, sir. It's Dr. Bernard's opinion that the cassock was stained with human blood.
Whose blood?
The report says that the blood type is identical to that of the murdered man, Valette.
Thank you. If it please the court, the Crown would like to recall the witness whom we heard yesterday, but very briefly. Will Otto Keller take the stand? Now then, Mr. Keller, you told us yesterday that you spoke with Father Logan on the night of the murder at approximately 11:45 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Under what circumstances?
My wife was asleep, sir. I was just about to go to bed, so I opened the window. I saw someone entering the church.
Who?
I could not tell at that distance, sir, so I went downstairs and walked out of the rectory and across to the church. I saw someone kneeling against the altar rail. As he lifted his head, I saw it was Father Logan, sir.
Was there anything about his manner that seemed out of the ordinary?
He seemed so distressed, sir. I asked him if he were ill. He said no. He said I should go back and leave him alone.
Did you go back?
No, sir. Father Logan had always been so very kind to my wife and to me. I wanted to help him if I could.
Well?
He told me again to leave him alone, so I went back to our room.
Your witness, Mr. Crawley.
The defense waives examination at this time, my lord.
Waives examination. Then the Crown calls Madame Granfort to the stand. Madame Ruth Granfort, please.
I can't answer your questions in any other way. How can I, when you repeatedly twist my words around and rephrase them?
The witness will kindly confine herself to answer as to the facts.
Madame Granfort, you just told us you were in love with the accused prior to the war.
Yes.
But what we are trying to find out is whether or not you were still in love with the accused on that night of Villette's murder.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. And how often had you met with him between the night at the summer house on the island and the night Villette was killed?
Never, never.
You want this court to believe that a woman in love doesn't make some attempt to meet her lover?
My lord, this line of questioning doesn't seem particularly relevant.
But it is, my lord. I am trying to discover whether or not Villette's blackmail was based on his knowledge not merely of a single meeting between the accused and the witness, but of a continuous, uninterrupted series
that's not true. It's not true.
My lord, the witness appears to be on the verge of hysteria. May I excuse her for the moment and call the accused?
Does the defense object?
No objections, my lord.
Call the accused.
Father Michael Lowe. Suppose we begin with the cassock, Father Logan. This is your cassock.
No, sir. It is not mine.
Then perhaps you borrowed it from someone?
No.
Yet it was found in your trunk. Someone must have put it there?
Yes.
Can you help us by suggesting who?
I can't say.
Father Logan, when did you decide to become a priest?
After the war.
And in becoming a priest, were you perhaps trying to hide from something?
I've never thought of the priesthood as offering a hiding place.
It involves certain responsibilities, certain morality.
Yes.
And yet you saw nothing wrong in having a clandestine meeting with a woman.
Are you trying to imply that I was a priest at that time? I was not a priest.
But did you consider that this woman was married?
I wasn't aware that she was.
And so you spent the whole day with her?
Yes, we were good friends. I hadn't seen her in over 3 years.
Such good friends that you made no effort to go home that night?
We were caught in a storm.
Oh, then the storm was the villain.
I saw nothing wrong in being caught in a storm.
Nothing wrong. Then why, on the following morning, did you hit Villette with your fist? Were you anxious to protect Madame's reputation?
Yes.
Oh, then her reputation was endangered. You suddenly realized there was something more than merely being caught in the storm.
Villette made insinuations. My argument with Villette had nothing to do with any sudden realization.
But you hit him in anger.
Yes.
You hit a man when he merely intruded upon a harmless situation. Then surely you are capable of far more violence when that same man blackmails your friend, Madame Grandfort.
I am not capable of murder.
You would go to such a man, and unable to control your temper, unable to face a public scandal, you would turn again to physical force.
No, I would not.
No, you would not. You say that you and Madame separated at 11 o'clock on the night of the murder.
That's right, yes.
Then it was possible for you to be at Villette's house by 11:30.
Yes, it was possible, but I did not go there. I went back to the rectory.
And what did you do, Father Logan?
I went up to my room. Then I went downstairs and into the church.
Did you see anyone there?
Otto Keller.
But Mr. Keller has told the court that the time then was 11:45 or after.
That isn't true.
Then perhaps you are prepared to tell us the truth.
I have told you the truth.
That is all you have to say.
That is all.
And I say that you did not return to the rectory until 11:45 or after, that you had met with Villette, that he threatened you with exposure, and that you then proceeded to kill him.
No.
Prosecution rests case. Defense plus circumstantial evidence.
Judge charges jury. Church withholds all comments.
Verdict awaited. Priest to hang if guilty.
Silence! Everybody stands. Gentlemen of the jury, are you agreed on your verdict?
We are.
Is Michael Logan guilty of murder or not guilty?
While we attach grave suspicions to the accused, we cannot find sufficient evidence to prove that he actually killed Monsieur Villette. Our verdict is not guilty.
Silence! Michael Logan, while I have no doubt, as judge of this trial, that the jury reached their conclusions in utmost regard for justice, I must express my personal disagreement with their verdict. Michael Logan, you are hereby discharged, and this court is adjourned.
Well, LaRue, I told you the cassock wouldn't be enough.
They've ruined him. Why couldn't they just have said not guilty and let it go at that?
Are you satisfied, Willie? Are you satisfied with all this?
Do you think I enjoyed it, Pierre? Someday, perhaps, you and Ruth may forgive me.
Ruth?
Yeah, look. Here out the window. What are they doing to him?
People are angry, Madame. If he were anyone else but a priest.
They're throwing things at him. They're hurting
The
him.
police will handle it. There, you see?
I can't even help him now. And after all I've done to him.
LaRue, look. Isn't that Mrs. Keller out there? What's she doing?
Yes. She's shouting something. She's pointing to her husband and shouting, I'd better get down there.
Those were shots.
Mrs. Keller. Someone shot Mrs. Keller.
What is the Murphy. What happened?
She was running toward me, Mrs. Keller. She kept shouting, "He's innocent. The priest is innocent." Keller was about 20 feet in back of her. He shot her twice.
Where is she?
They've just taken her to that shop over there.
Who's getting her statement?
No one, sir. She's dead.
And Keller?
He won't get far. We're after him now. He ran into the hotel down there.
I don't want him shot.
Well, he's still got the gun, sir.
I don't want him dead. I want to talk to him.
Yes, sir.
Where's Father Logan?
He went in the shop where Mrs. Keller is.
Well, Father?
All she was able to say was, "Forgive me."
We should have Keller in a few minutes. Now, what about him?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Why did he shoot his wife? Why did she say you were innocent?
I can't answer that.
Keller worked in the rectory. He also worked as Villette's gardener. What else can you tell me about him?
Will you let me try to talk to him?
I've got to catch him first. All right, Father, come along. He's somewhere in the hotel.
Thank you.
What are you trying to do, Father? Protect him?
I think we better go to the hotel.
We've got him cornered, Inspector. Behind those doors is a ballroom. No place to hide. Just the floor and a stage. Every exit's covered. They just sent Baruch for tear gas.
Oh, no, please. Let me try to talk to him.
No. Murphy, open the doors. Now, the rest of you stand back.
Ready?
Go ahead. Keller?
What do you want?
I want you to give yourself up.
Why would I do that?
You shot your wife. Isn't that enough? And what about Villette?
Villette? So the priest talked. Logan, where are you, Father Logan?
Keller.
So you are there. How kindly you hear my confession. And then a little shame, a little violence. That's all it takes to make you talk.
I'm going in there.
Now get back, Father, or kill you.
Oh, you show yourself the hypocrite, the pretender. I thought you would rather die than to betray your faith.
Keep him covered, Murphy.
Yes, sir.
Now get ready. Aim for Keller's shoulder. Make him drop the gun.
Be easier to hit his leg, sir.
Shoulder, the right shoulder. Gonna shoot now, Keller. Drop your gun and we shoot.
Oh, no, please. Don't make them do it, Keller. That is all you have to tell me.
Drop your gun, Otto. There's been enough bloodshed.
You must not come closer, Father. I'll shoot you, you know.
You won't shoot me, Otto.
Why will I not shoot you? Because you call me Otto in such a friendly way, like Alma used to call me Otto. Where is my Alma?
She's dead.
No.
You killed her.
It is your fault. Oh, I loved her. It made me cry to see her work so hard. Her poor hands. Her poor, beautiful hands. She can't be dead.
She is.
And I am as alone as you are.
Oh, no. Yes. I'm not alone.
Yes, you are. To kill you now would be a favor to you. You have no friends. What has happened to your friends, huh, Father? They mob you. They spit at you. It would be better if you were as guilty as I. Then they would shoot you quickly. Look. 3 bullets. For you, Father. For you. Oh. Oh. Help me, Father. Help me. Quickly help.
Get a doctor, the hotel doctor. Father.
Stand back, please, all of you.
Forgive me. My head. Hold my head.
Yes, Otto.
Pray for me.
Ego te absolvo, in nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
Michael.
It's all over.
Yes. I want you to know I'm going home with my husband.
In a moment, our stars will return. Now here's Hollywood's recommendation for sunshine the year round, Mr. Art Linkletter.
Thank you, Ken. And ladies, are you proud to show off your linen closet? You know, a well-kept linen closet is one mark of a good housekeeper. And, of course, it's important to have your towels and sheets and all your linens smell just as clean and fresh as they look. And when you wash them with surf, you know they're clean clear through because they smell clean. There's no need to worry about unpleasant odors like stale, sour soap or the almost medicinal odor left by some detergents. You like the clean, sunshine freshness of your surf-washed linens.
When you wash them with surf, they smell like sunshine.
And that's true no matter where you dry them, indoors or out, on damp days or dry ones. All-purpose surf is the safe white detergent for your linens and for everything you wash. And when you wash them with surf, they smell like sunshine.
Now, Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And we call them forward for a curtain call. Cary Grant and Phyllis Thaxter. Cary, I certainly enjoyed your work in a dramatic part.
I think people are inclined to forget what a fine dramatic actor Cary is.
Well, of course. Oh, well, it was nothing. I just play anything at all. Anything from comedy to opera. Bang, bang.
You sing opera, Cary?
Well, of course. I used to be in those romantic musicals, where everybody raises a stein to dear old USC. I even had a solo.
Oh, you did? What did you sing?
Hi, Barmaid. Well, what is Hey, Barmaid?
Why don't you combine your talents and sing comic opera? Remember the Beggar's Opera?
Oh, yes. Laurence Olivier just made the famous old comic opera into a motion picture in England for Warner Brothers. He's pretty versatile, too.
Yeah, I think I'll leave singing in Shakespeare to Sir Lawrence, and I'll just stick to drama and comedy.
Very wise, Cary. I believe in staying with whatever you have confidence in.
You said it.
That's why I've always been a devoted fan to Lux toilet soap. Certainly is a dependable complexion, Ken.
We can always depend on the Lux Radio Theater for the best in motion pictures. So, what's for next week, Irving?
It's not only one of 20th Century Fox finest pictures, but it tells the story of some of our most exciting American history. It's the great love story of Rachel and Andrew Jackson in The President's Lady. And as our stars, we'll have dynamic Charlton Heston recreating his original role. And as his co-star, lovely and talented Joan Fontaine.
Oh, that will be a wonderful show. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. See
you soon. Good morning, honey.
When you say good morning, does your breath say...
Morning, Mom. Morning, Mom. Morning, Mom. Morning, Mom.
It won't if you use Chlorident toothpaste. Chlorident absolutely gets rid of that stale, furry taste that's a sure sign of bad breath. Some toothpaste only mask bad breath temporarily. But with Chlorident, that wonderful, clean, fresh feeling tells you your breath is sweet, even hours later. Chlorident hasn't got a little dab of chlorophyll. It's loaded with it. And it's got a patented polishing agent that cleans better than any other toothpaste formula, bar none. A great university proved it. Anti-enzyme? Certainly. One brushing stops dangerous acid formations that cause decay for 9 out of 10 people for hour after hour after hour. So to get rid of morning mouth, get Chlorident. Then when you say good morning, your breath says clean and fresh.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Charlton Heston and Joan Fontaine in The President's Lady. This is Irving Cummings saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were Jack Crucian as LaRue, Leonard Penn as Keller, Edgar Barrier as Robertson, Shep Mencken as Murphy, George Baxter as Pierre, Ann Morrison as Alma, Charlie Lung as Villette, Jill Oppenheim as Augustine, Bill Johnstone as the defense attorney, and Herb Butterfield, Tony Michaels, and Eddie Marr. Our radio play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was composed and directed by Rudy Schrager. Well, Francis, why that big smile?
Well, I just sort of found $10.
What do you mean, sort of?
Well, I did some figuring, Ken, and came out $10 ahead.
Oh, great. How'd you do that?
Well, it's like this. I buy about 15 pairs of nylons a year. I spend, $1.25 to $1.35 a pair. Say $20 a year for stockings. Now, like any smart gal, I give my sheer nylons Lux Flakes care
and get double the stocking wear.
So I cut stocking costs in half and save $10 a year. Now, isn't that money found?
You bet it is, Francis. And any woman can do it just by giving her delicate nylons gentle Lux Flakes care. So don't wash your nylons harshly in wash day products. You see, Lux Flakes keep nylon threads strong and elastic, so they're less likely to break and cause runs. That's why 96% of stocking manufacturers recommend Lux Flakes. And Lux Flakes are guaranteed safe by Lever Brothers. Remember, if you want double your stocking wear, be sure to use Lux Flakes Care. Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantees the quality and performance of Lux Toilet Soap, Lux Flakes, Florident Toothpaste, and Surf, or your money refunded. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear The President's Lady, starring Charlton Heston and Joan Fontaine. Every Thursday evening, Lever Brothers Company brings you the Lux Video Theater. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Joseph Cotton and Valley in Spellbound. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. While most people think of motion pictures as typically American, it's nevertheless true that our neighbors overseas have contributed much to their development in new ideas, new technical approaches, and new stars. And one of the most exciting new stars to come out of Europe is that great Italian artist known as Valley. She's heard tonight in her first dramatic appearance on the air. And we've chosen as her co-star another truly fine performer, Joseph Cotton, and a great play for them both, David O. Selznick's thrilling screen hit, Spellbound. I was talking to Valley during our rehearsals about her plans and her impressions of America. And one of the things that impressed her on arriving in this country was the abundance of everything, from motor cars to good soap flakes. And to millions of people, good soap flakes mean Lux, which reminds me again how much we take our luxuries for granted. While in many other countries, housewives must rely on any kind of soap that they can get, here they're always sure of a safe and easy care for precious washable fabrics just by saying Lux. It's curtain time, and here's Act One of Spellbound, starring Joseph Cotton as John and Valley as Constance. In the secluded Vermont countryside is an old established sanatorium, Green Manors, noted for its treatment of mental disorders. On the staff of psychiatrists is a young woman, Dr. Constance Peterson.
May I come in, Dr. Peterson?
Dr. Murchison, of course.
I thought I'd spread the tidings. My successor, Dr. Edwards, will be arriving here any moment.
I just can't imagine Grand Manners without you, Dr. Murchison.
I sort of go with the fixtures, I suppose.
It's so much more than that. You are Grand Manners.
Well, the old must make way for the new, Miss Constance. Particularly when the board of directors suspects the old of senility.
But you've been like a new man since your vacation.
Of course, I agree with you.
You were overworked.
Charming diagnosis for a broken-down horse.
You're not living today. I mean, just because
Dr.
Edwards...
I shall hover around for a day or two. Well, I'd better check the rest of the staff. I'd like you all in my office at 4 to meet him.
Dr. Murchison, tell me, what do you think of that Dr. Edwards?
His reputation is tremendous. Like the rest of you, I've never met the man.
What's your hurry, Connie?
Oh, Dr. Fleurot, I just had a note from Dr. Edwards. He wants to see me.
Oh? He's been here all of 24 hours and he's writing you notes?
He's interested in one of my patients.
Oh, you mean Mr. Gomes, the one with the guilt complex?
Yes.
I think you have a guilt complex yourself.
Oh?
Take last night at dinner. A dimple appeared in your cheek that was never there before. I detect decided amorous outcroppings toward Dr. Edwards.
If you knew how it tests that sort of high school talk.
Ah, but how are you to know that Dr. Edwards would turn out to be so young and handsome?
Is that all you have to say about him?
No. No, he's a strange man.
Jealous of him?
Maybe.
I mean, of his position here.
He seems so unsure of himself.
As you pointed out, he's been here only a day. Please, he's waiting for me.
Sure. Just see the conversation is confined to your patient. Don't take me too seriously, Connie.
Of course, I haven't had time really to study Mr. Gone's case, Dr. Peterson, but I gather he's thoroughly convinced that he killed his father.
Yes, Dr. Edwards. Actually, his father died a very natural death.
But his conviction is very curious.
But you've encountered such cases very often. You describe them so perfectly in your book.
Yes, my book, Look, would you mind doing me a favor?
Not at all, Doctor.
I have a headache, and I understand you're not on duty till after dinner.
Well,
Now, please, I need some fresh air, and you look as though it might do you some good, too. Excuse me. Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Edwards. Who? Sorry, I don't get your name. Norma Kramer? Please, Miss Kramer, I'm very busy, and I don't know you. I assure you, I'm sorry, Miss Kramer. Someone claiming to be... Well, I don't like practical jokes, do you?
Maybe an ex-patient of yours. They can be rather coy at times.
Let's get out of here. We'll look at some sane trees, normal grass, and clouds without complexes. How about it?
Thanks. I'd love to. How do you like our landscape, Dr. Edwards? Pastoral enough?
Breathtaking, but you're changing the subject. We were talking about poetry, and you were about to say...
I was about to say that great harm has been done to the human race by the men who write it.
Oh, not really.
The way they delude people about love, writing about it as if it were a symphony, a flight of angels.
Which it isn't, of course.
Certainly not. People fall in love, as they put it, because they respond to certain hair colorings or vocal tones. Or mannerisms that remind them of their parents.
Oh, sometimes for no reason at all.
The point is that people read about love as one thing, and experience is quite another. They expect kisses to be like lyrical poems and embraces like Shakespearean dramas.
And when they find out to the contrary, they get sick and have to be analyzed.
Yes, very often.
Professor, you're suffering from mogo on the go-go.
I beg your pardon? Come on, let's sit down over there. I see just what you were looking for. Trees, grass, and clouds. All very normal.
Well, Fleurot, seen our new chief of staff today?
No, Graff. I guess he's been tied up with Dr. Murchison.
Dr. Murchison just told me he went walking with Dr. Peterson. That's a little odd, isn't it?
That'll do Constance good. Poor girl's withering away with science. In my opinion, she's... Oh, well, come in, Connie. We hate to talk about you behind your back.
Oh,
Have a lovely walk.
I just got back. I heard Mr. Gams became quite ill this afternoon.
Yes, I gave him a sedative.
Oh, I should have been here. I'm sorry.
Oh, looks like you've had quite a time. Notice her stockings, Dr. Graff. The lady's been climbing trees.
Or lolling in a briar patch. Oh, now, don't be angry, Constance. Come on. Have some coffee.
Dr. Peterson's already eaten. Observe the mustard on the right forefinger. I'd say hot dogs on the state highway.
It's a pity you are not able to diagnose your patients as accurately. I'm sorry to leave this nursery, but I'd better look in on Mr. Garbs.
I believe she was blushing, Fleurot. Oh, yes, I'm sure she was.
Come in. Oh, Dr. Peterson.
It's very late, I know. Am I disturbing you?
Oh, no. How's Gar?
I saw him at 10:30. He seemed much better.
Good.
I came to ask if I may borrow your book. The one on guilt complexes. Dr. Murchison had a copy. Oh, yes, it's here on the shelf. The autographed edition.
What do you want with the book? If there's a problem you want to discuss, what...
Oh, no particular problem. I'd like very much to discuss your book, though. I've never discussed an author's work with him. I sound nervous, don't I?
Mm-hmm. Are you?
I'm amazed at my subterfuge. I don't want to discuss your book at all. It's ridiculous. My coming here like a distracted child.
You're lovely.
Please don't say that. You'll think I'm here to...
I know why you're here.
Why?
Because something's happened to us.
But it doesn't happen like that. In a day.
Happens in a moment sometimes. I felt it this afternoon. It's like lightning striking. It was...
What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?
Here. Something about your dress.
My dress?
Forgive me. I've been having a rather bad time with my nerves lately. Your dress, I mean those dark stripes.
You're ill.
No, I'm all right. Hello? Yes, Dr. Graff. Yes. What? Where is he? I'll be there right away. Mr. Garms just tried to commit suicide.
Is it bad?
Taking him to surgery.
I'll go with you.
Wait. Why are the lights out in the corridor?
Well, they're always off this time of night.
It's dark. That's why he did it, because the lights are out.
Doctor...
Turn on the lights in the doors. Unlock the doors. You can't keep people in cells.
You're...
Fools,
Doctor...
all of you babbling about guilt complexes. What do you know about them? Turn on the lights. Turn on...
I don't understand this at all. What would make Dr. Edwards collapse?
I don't know, Dr. Edwards.
Probably shock of some kind brought on by exhaustion.
May I stay with him, Doctor?
You were there when it happened. Yes, I'm sure he'll be more at ease with you.
And Mr. Garms?
Oh, he'll be all right. Just take care of Dr. Edwards and keep him quiet.
I wish you wouldn't talk, Dr. Edwards. Please just rest.
I must talk.
Very well, then. You're not Dr. Edwards, are you?
You know.
Only that you're not who you pretend you are. And that you're ill.
How did you find out?
This morning you sent me a note. You wanted to see me about Mr. Garms. You signed the note. Tonight when I took the book off the shelf, the autograph book, the signatures, Doctor, completely different.
Dr. Edwards is dead.
Dead?
I ought to know. I killed him and took his place.
Then who are you?
I don't know. I have no memory.
If you remember killing Dr. Edwards, you can remember more.
I can't. I've tried. You afraid of me?
No. Loss of memory isn't a difficult problem.
Amnesia. A trick of the mind to forget something too horrible to remember, so you put it behind a closed door.
We'll have to open that door.
I know what's behind it. A murder.
I don't believe it. That's a delusion of your illness. Will you answer me truthfully and trust me?
I trust you. It's no use. I don't know who I am. I don't know.
Who telephoned today?
Telephone?
Yes, while I was in the office. What did she say?
She said that she was my office assistant. She hadn't heard from me. She was worried.
You mean she was Dr. Edwards' assistant? What else did she say?
She didn't recognize my voice. She said I wasn't Dr. Edwards.
Was that the first time that you became confused about being Edwards? Did anything happen before that?
Yes, in the hotel room. Packing to come here, I found this cigarette case in my coat. Here. The initials.
J.B. They're probably your initials.
J.B. John Brown's body. Do they hang murderers on a sour apple tree here in Vermont?
Oh, please. Try to rest. It's very late. You'll feel better tomorrow.
Yes. Tomorrow.
Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Murchison. Who? Oh, yes, Miss Kramer. You what? Well, of course. Come over right away. Who? Very well, then. Bring the sheriff with you. wanted Dr. Fleureau here when you came, Miss Kramer. I wanted him to hear your story, too. You see, technically, I'm no longer associated with this sanatorium.
I don't see what difference it makes.
None, perhaps, Sheriff. Go on, Miss Kramer.
I've been in Dr. Edwards' office for years, and the man who spoke to me on the telephone is not Dr. Edwards. He let me have my vacation when he left on his, but I was very worried when I didn't hear from him. Then I thought he might have come directly here. That's why I telephoned.
Show them that photograph of Dr. Edwards.
Oh, yes. Here.
That certainly isn't our Dr. Edwards.
What do you suppose made him break down last night?
It's obvious now. Gomes, that patient I told you about. I'm almost certain our Dr. Edwards is an amnesia case. Gomes brought him back to reality for an instant, and being unable to face the truth of who he was, he collapsed.
You think he may have killed the real Dr. Edwards, eh?
It's quite possible. And then took his place to conceal the crime. This sort of unrealistic act is typical of the short-sighted cunning that goes with paranoid behavior. But we're wasting our time. His room's on the next floor.
Come in. Oh, good morning, Dr. Murchison. Dr. Farrell, is anything wrong?
I'm afraid so, Constance. This gentleman with us is the sheriff.
Sheriff?
Dr. Edwards turns out to be a paranoid imposter, very likely guilty of having murdered the real Edwards. But he's disappeared.
Disappeared? He's not in his room?
We've looked everywhere, Connie.
You left him in his room, miss. When?
Late last night, but...
Well, he may still be around here somewhere. Excuse me, I better phone for some deputies.
Don't worry, Connie. It's not your fault that he got away. They're bound to find him.
I don't agree, Dr. Fleureau. I don't think they will find him. Not alive.
Why not?
An amnesia case like this? With the police after him? The fellow will put an end to his pain, to his nightmare fantasies, by blowing out his brains or dropping out of a window.
No.
Why, I didn't mean to be so callous about it, Constance.
Your guess is probably quite accurate.
Come along, Fleureau.
Suicide? No. Hello?
Mr. Brown is calling you, Dr. Peterson.
Brown?
John Brown, doctor. Long distance.
Put him on, please.
Hello?
Where are you?
Doesn't matter. You'll find a note under your carpet. Thanks for trying.
Hello? I cannot involve you in this for many reasons. One of them being that I love you. When the police step in, tell them I'm at the Riverside Hotel in New York. I prefer to wait alone for the end.
In just a moment, we'll return with Act Two of Spellbound. Libby, you're practically bubbling over with excitement. What's up?
Well, who wouldn't be excited about a picture that brings Van Johnson and June Allison together again? They're such a wonderful romantic team.
What a picture they have this time. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's rollicking new comedy, The Bride Goes Wild.
Rollicking is right. Van and June get involved in some of the most hilarious situations I've seen in many moons.
June Allison proves herself a top comedian in that picture.
And Van Johnson was never in better form as the young author trying to avoid matrimony.
But he can't escape a girl as lovely as June Allison.
Oh, she makes a stunning bride. The studio designed a trousseau for her that any bride would envy.
Well, nowadays, it's easy for a bride to keep her nice things new-looking longer. The same way MGM did for June Allison in The Bride Goes Wild.
With Lux Care.
And easier than ever now, with the wonderful new diamonds of Lux.
Women said Lux just couldn't be better. But it's more wonderful than ever. There's nothing just like these new diamonds. So sheer, so tiny, so white.
They not only look different, they act different. They're so much faster. They fairly burst into suds at the touch of water.
And make the richest suds ever.
Just compare them with any other suds you've ever used. They're richer.
And they keep pretty under things lovely 3 times as long. Tests show that. It's just like getting 3 pretty slips for the price of 1. So, smart girls avoid harsh washing methods.
Anything safe in water is safe in these new diamonds of Lux. We return you now to William Keighley.
Act Two of Spellbound, starring Joseph Cotton as John and Valley as Constance. late that same day, in a room in the Riverside Hotel in New York City.
Why did you come here? Why?
To take care of you. To help you.
You can't help a criminal. I won't allow you to.
I couldn't bear it away from you. I couldn't do anything but think of you.
No.
I'm here as your doctor. It has nothing to do with love. Nothing at all. Oh, darling. Darling.
Constance?
You see, nothing to do with love at all. Darling, we haven't much time. You lived somewhere. You had relatives, friends. Please try to remember.
Why not a wife?
Can you remember her?
No. Thank heavens I can't remember a wife.
You told me you had headaches. How would you diagnose a pain in the right upper quadrant? A persistent pain?
Oh, gallbladder, possibly a heart case, pneumonia. Depends on the patient's history.
Obviously, you are a doctor.
The only thing that's obvious is the logic of the situation.
What logic?
That it was I who was with Dr. Edwards here. Look at this newspaper. Police believe the imposter who escaped from Green Manors is the patient who visited the real Dr. Edwards in the Cumberland Mountains. No trace of Dr. Edwards has been found since he left the Cumberland Resort in the company of his alleged patient.
Where did you go?
I don't know. But I came back with his identity. And logically, I know why the body hasn't been found. Because it was hidden by me.
Don't you see you can be imagining all this? You insist without proof that you're a murderer. Whoever you are, it's a guilt complex that speaks for you. A guilt fantasy that probably goes back to your childhood. Your wrist.
What about my wrist?
Roll up your sleeve. You were in an accident. Your wrist was burned. Your forearm. You've had an operation in the last 6 months. A skin graft.
It hurts.
What happened? Where?
My wrist hurts.
What happened?
It's burning. My arm's burning.
Try to remember.
No, I can't think. I can't.
Darling, oh, I'm so sorry. Are you all right?
Oh, I'm all right.
Who could that be?
The bellboy. I left word I wanted the late editions of the newspapers.
I'll go.
Bellboy, Mr. Brown.
Oh, yes, the papers. Here, thank you.
Huh? Oh, yes, ma'am. Thanks.
Still on the front page.
Yes, it's my picture.
Your picture. Police hunt Dr. Constance Peterson, believed aiding madman in Edwards' mystery.
The bellboy recognized me. We've got to leave here. Now, at once. There's no time even to pack.
You told the cab driver Pennsylvania Station.
Yes, darling, yes. Listen. When you left the Cumberland Mountains, Dr. Edwards was with you. You went somewhere else, together. By automobile, I doubt it. The newspaper would have mentioned it. By plane, maybe. Or by train. However you went, you bought tickets. You must have heard Dr. Edwards ask for tickets.
I don't remember.
But you will. We'll go to a ticket window. Try to relive that other time with Edwards. Ask for the same tickets.
I'll try.
All right, please. Who's next?
Washington, one way.
You went someplace with Edwards. Ask for tickets to that same place.
46 including tax, thank you. Yes, sir.
Tickets.
Tickets to where, sir?
2 tickets.
2 tickets where to?
Rome.
Where?
He means Rome, Georgia.
Yes, ma'am. Just a moment, please.
I feel so peculiar.
Please, darling. A policeman is coming. Don't say anything.
Anything wrong, lady?
My husband's here, officer.
Here you are, ma'am. 2 tickets to Rome, Georgia.
You need any help?
Oh, no, he'll be all right. Those visit fares go away quickly.
Your change, ma'am. Birmingham Special, track 17 in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
I'll go to the train with you.
Oh, no, he's better now, officer. Please don't bother.
Track 17's right over there.
We've got to get to an exit.
Exit?
The policeman. He may find a description of us posted somewhere. We'll be picked up at the first stop.
We can't go back to the hotel.
No, darling. We'll go to Grand Central Station. We're going to Rochester.
Rochester?
I have a wonderful friend there, Dr. Alex Bruloff. He was my professor at the university. He'll help us. Feel better?
Much better, thanks.
Then let's pick up where we left off. We know you're a doctor, that you were in an accident, that you were once in Rome.
I was never in Rome in my life. Yes. I remember. Fighter plane spotted us.
You were flying?
Transport, medical corps over Rome.
What happened?
Plane was hit, caught fire.
Go on.
I don't know. It just blanks out.
You left the army after that?
Maybe I deserted. I hated it. I hated the killing. I can remember that much.
Your guilt fantasies were exaggerated by your duties in the army.
Stop it, please. I don't want to hear any more about it.
Darling, we're just beginning. Don't hate me too much. Try to relax now. I'll tell you all about Alex, Dr. Brulow. Oh, you'll be crazy about it.
Constance! Oh, how good to see you again, my dear.
Alex, you're busy. I should have let you know we were coming.
And ruined this wonderful surprise. Now, who is this man? You are bringing me a new patient?
Oh, no. This one's all mine. His name is John Brown. He's my husband, Alex. We were just married.
Very glad to know you, Dr. Brulow.
So, married. You know who is waiting for me in there? 2 policemen.
Policemen?
This business about Dr. Edwards. They are here to ask me foolish questions. I get rid of them very fast now.
I'm sure they didn't see us coming.
I'm not going to run away again.
Sure, we can hear what they're saying.
I told the police before. I know nothing about Edwards.
I had some kind of a theory, Doctor.
I said that Edwards took a paranoid patient along with him on a vacation. He was even a bigger fool than I thought he was. It's like playing with a loaded gun.
Was Edwards a friend of yours?
What are you talking about? I scarcely knew him. Now, please, no more questions.
Sorry to have bothered you, Doctor.
Good night. Oh, good night. Good night. Police detective. What do you suppose they are snooping around me for?
Because you're so old and wise.
Married, huh? Come on in the kitchen. We have a glass of beer.
Alex, the truth is, we're here to impose. The hotels. They're all so crowded we couldn't get accommodation.
What do you want with a hotel? I live by myself in a big house. Cook me my coffee in the morning, and the house is yours. Mr. Brown!
Yes.
Make yourself useful. The beer in the icebox.
Oh, yes.
Take your choice of the bedrooms, Constance. Good night. Good night, John.
Night.
Good night.
Happy dreams, which we will analyze at breakfast.
Thanks for everything.
Any husband of Constance is a husband of mine, so to speak.
He's wonderful, isn't he?
If we're supposed to be married, why didn't you ask where our luggage is?
Alex is always like that, in a complete dream state socially. Did the police upset you?
Oh, no. Okay. You're very lovely.
No, please. You'll keep this room. I'll take the one next door. It's a room John, what are you looking at?
Nothing.
You're staring at the curtains.
Stop telling me what I'm doing.
The curtains frighten you. White curtains with stripes.
Stop it.
That night at the sanatorium, my dress was white with dark stripes. Why does the color white frighten you? Why do the lines frighten you?
Just let me alone. Please let me alone.
Yes, darling, yes. Why don't you take a hot bath? You'll sleep better.
Yes, I will. I'd like to shave. I must look like a tramp.
Do you think you can manage one of those old-fashioned razors? Our host is an old-fashioned man.
If I cut myself, I'll yell for my doctor.
Good night, darling.
Good night. White tiles, lather, washbowl, medicine cabinet, bathtub. White. Razor. Yes, this razor. Police. Brulov. He knows. The razor.
me. I was unable to sleep, so I came down to do some work. I am having some milk and crackers. Have some. There's plenty.
Milk. Quiet.
John, what's the matter? What's that in your hand? What is it?
Darling? Better get up, darling. 7 o'clock. John, are you awake? Gone. He's gone. John, where are you? Alex, are you down here? Where's the razor? Erased. Alex! Oh, no!
What is it? Oh, good morning.
Oh, you were asleep.
What is the matter with you?
Nothing.
I must have dozed off in this chair. I get a cup of real coffee this morning?
Alex, my husband.
Your husband's on the couch in the living room. You think Brulov is so old he cannot make out 2 and 2 is 4?
I should have known.
The moment I see you with a man whose pupils are enlarged, who has a tremor of the left hand, who is on a honeymoon with no baggage, and whose name is John Brown. I know practically what is going on.
What did he do?
Only what I expected. There is no use taking chances, so I sit here last night waiting. Soon he comes downstairs, and he is dangerous. I can see by his face, so I keep talking to him while I put some bromide in a glass of milk. Enough to knock out 3 horses.
The struggle against his condition. It agitates him at times, Alex. But there's no real danger.
No real danger. Only he comes downstairs with my razor in his hand.
What are you going to do?
Something more for you than for me. Call the police.
Oh, no, please. Alex, you don't know this man.
We are speaking of a schizophrenic, not a Valentine.
Please. The shock of a police investigation might ruin his chance for recovery. And I can save him.
How if he killed Dr. Edwards?
He didn't. I couldn't feel this way towards a man who was bad, who had committed murder. I couldn't feel this pain for someone who was evil.
This is baby talk. You are 20 times crazier than he is.
Give me time. Just a few days, Alex. In his present condition, he could tell the police nothing. Don't you see?
Go make me some coffee.
Then you'll help me? Oh, Alex. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So, you're awake.
Who are you? Oh, yes, I remember. Constance.
In the kitchen making coffee.
Bromides. Who's been feeding me bromides?
What's your name?
I don't... Oh, so Constance told you about me.
Nobody had to tell me. And don't fight me. I'm going to help you if I can. I want you to look on me like your father. Trust me. Lean on me. This is a shortcut, but we haven't time for anything else.
Go ahead, I'm leaning.
Maybe you got something you want to tell me. A few words in the corner of your head.
No.
Go on, talk to me.
There's nothing.
Maybe you've dreamt something.
I was dreaming just now.
What did you dream?
I don't believe in dreams. That Freud stuff's a lot of hooey.
Do you want I should help or not?
I'm sorry.
Dreams can tell you sometimes what you are trying to hide. But they tell it to you all mixed up. The problem is to put the puzzle together. Constance with the coffee.
John, how do you feel?
Awful.
The patient is going to tell us about a dream. You'll find a pencil and pad on that table. Take notes. Well?
Oh, the dream. I seemed to be in a gambling house. There weren't any walls, just a lot of curtains with eyes painted on them. I was playing cards with a man who had a beard. He had just won when the proprietor came in and accused him of cheating. The proprietor yelled at him. "This is my place," he said. "I won't allow you here. I'll fix you."
Details, John. The more fantastic, the better.
Oh, this man with the beard, he was leaning over the sloping roof of a high building, and I yelled at him to watch out, but he fell over slowly with his feet in the air. And then I saw the proprietor again. He was hiding behind a chimney, and
He had a small wheel in his hand. I saw him drop the wheel on the roof. How did you react to that? I started running. I heard something beating over my head, a great pair of wings. And they almost caught me when I came to the bottom of the hill. I must have escaped. I don't remember. Then I woke up and saw Dr. Bruloff.
Have some coffee.
I feel so strange again. Something's happening to me.
Try to relax. Drink your coffee. He's staring out the window.
What's out the window? It's been snowing.
The light frightened him. Photophobia.
No. It's the snow. And those tracks in the snow. Dr. Edwards was fond of sports. He mentioned skiing in his book as valuable in the treatment of mental disorders. Skiing. That's what those dark lines symbolize for him. Ski tracks in the snow. John, where did Edwards go skiing? Can't you tell us where?
He has already told us. Let me see your notes. Sloping roof. That could mean a mountainside.
And the bearded man was Dr. Edwards. Dr. Edwards plunged over the precipice while skiing.
Those wings, chasing him down the hill. That could mean he was escaping from a valley.
Ski resorts often are called valleys, like Sun Valley. He was being pursued by a figure with wings.
Wings? An angel?
Angel Valley? John, do you remember an Angel Valley?
No.
We can call it travel agency. Check all the skiing resorts.
It wasn't Angel Valley. It was a place called Gabriel. Gabriel Valley.
What else do you remember now?
The other man in your dream. The proprietor. Who was he?
An accident occurred, darling. Do you remember that? A skiing accident. Dr. Edwards went over a snow cliff.
It was no accident. I've had enough of this. Call the police. I killed him. I killed Dr. Edwards at Gabriel Valley.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 3 of Spellbound will follow in a moment. Our guest tonight is responsible for the interviews with famous stars which many of you doubtless read in current publications. She's Miss Dorothy Blair of Universal International. Did you see any of the filming of Naked City at the studio, Dorothy?
Yes, I did. After Mark Hellinger brought the company back from 2.5 months on location in New York and did a few scenes at the studio. There are more actual scenes of Manhattan in the picture than you could cover in a week of sightseeing.
New York as native New Yorkers know it. Howard Duff and Dorothy Hart do outstanding jobs as the romantic leads.
Barry Fitzgerald won everyone completely in his role of police lieutenant.
Do you find that you have an eye for detail even when you're not working, Dorothy?
Yes, I do. One day when I was on the set of Naked City, Dorothy Hart was having her hem adjusted. I found myself taking in every detail of her costume down to her stockings. The correct shade to blend with her costume, seams straight. But I can see John Kennedy knows the rest.
No runs.
That's right. And every girl can give her precious nylons the same safe care the studios use. Gentle Lux. It really cuts down runs.
Well, there's a new thrill in store for women when they try the new tiny diamonds of Lux. They're more wonderful than ever. They were a long time in coming, but now they're here. They're incredibly sheer and so tiny. There's nothing in the world just like them. They do more for you, too.
In what way, Mr. Kennedy?
They remove soil other kinds of suds can't, leaving things cleaner, fresher.
I can hardly wait to get some.
They make stockings last twice as long, too. Tests prove it. And that's just like getting an extra pair of stockings every time you buy a pair. Thank you for coming tonight, Dorothy Blair. Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Act 3 of Spellbound, starring Joseph Cotton as John and Valley as Constance. John John's statement that he has killed Dr. Edwards at Gabriel Valley has sent Constance to the telephone, but not to call the police.
Houston, does the train leave, please? 4:45. Thank you. We're going to Gabriel Valley, John. There's a train in an hour.
You're not going anywhere with me. I know about last night. I might have killed you or Dr. Bruloff with that razor.
But you didn't. Nothing happened.
It will if I don't give myself up to the police. I love you, but I'm not worth loving. Darling, you can help me, but afterwards.
This feeling of guilt. Guilt. Have you never been without it?
Not since childhood.
What's that? Since childhood?
What was it, darling? Was it so terrible that you preferred to think you murdered Dr. Edwards rather than remember what happened long ago?
Let me alone.
You said you loved me. Look at me then. Why am I fighting for you? Because I love you. Because I need you.
Can you love me?
And I want you to come with me to Gabriel Valley.
What good will it do?
You'll see the hill where it happened. You'll remember things.
How I killed him.
No. You'll see your innocence. You'll see what really happened.
If the episode's repeated, how do you know I won't kill again?
Because I'm convinced you didn't kill in the first place.
You believe in me enough to take such a chance?
Of course I do. We'll go back to that ski run. We'll find out what really happened to Dr. Edwards. We'll find out what it was in your childhood that's haunted you all these years.
Dr. Bruloff, you've been remarkably silent through all of this.
This is a woman in love. What can an old man say? Hello?
This is Lieutenant Coley, Doctor, police headquarters.
What do you want now?
When I came to see you last Tuesday, you had visitors. One of them was a girl.
Well?
I just received a bulletin from Vermont. They're looking for that girl, Constance Peterson.
And what has she done?
She's wanted for questioning. Where is she?
She left yesterday afternoon.
Where did she go?
I don't know.
You know what you're doing, don't you?
Obstructing justice? Come down and arrest me then. I think I obstruct some more.
Long distance.
A person-to-person call. Dr. Constance Peterson. She's at the inn in Gabriel Valley in Vermont.
I'm sorry, sir. The inn at Gabriel Valley says Dr. Peterson has gone skiing. Do you wish her to call you when she returns?
No. Never mind.
You're sure this is the hill, John? You were here with Dr. Edwards.
This is it.
Put on your skis.
The cliff, it's down there.
I know it's down there.
And promise me, no matter what I may try to do,
the ski run curves away from the cliff.
But what if I force you to...
Just a few minutes, darling, and you'll be free. Take my hand. Ready? Then, here we go.
Slow down. Slow down. We're going too fast.
No, we're not.
You're too close to me. Cut over.
I want to be close to you.
The cliff, you can see it now, just ahead of us.
I know, darling. I know.
Yes. I remember. White. He was where you are, and I... You wanted this. Everything must be the same. All right.
Constance, no!
John, are you all right?
Constance.
You threw yourself at me. You wouldn't let me go over. You saved me.
My brother. My brother.
What about your brother? Tell me.
We were children. It comes back to me now. I killed him. I killed my brother. It was an accident.
What happened? How did it happen?
Our house. The front steps. There's a railing, and my brother was sliding down the railing.
Tell me,
I didn't mean it. I slid down behind him. I knocked him off. And there was a picket fence. My brother...
At last. Oh. Come, darling. We're going back to the inn. You can call the police now.
Yes. They can find the body of Dr. Edwards somewhere in the snow at the bottom of that cliff.
Some more coffee?
Oh, please. The police should be there by now. We'll know very soon.
Yes,
It's
darling.
unbelievable how everything comes back to me. Oh, by the way, I'm not married, and my name is John. John Ballantyne.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
Another thing, my Army record's all right. Medical discharge.
How did you meet Dr. Edwards?
Well, I met him in the Cumberland Mountains. I went there to rest. My nerves were still pretty ragged from the war, and he was vacationing there, and I asked him to help me.
How did you happen to come here?
Still a little hazy, darling. He invited me. A few days skiing. He was coming to Vermont anyway to take over the sanatorium. We had to change trains in New York and left the station. Went somewhere for lunch. I can't seem to recall just where. Anyway, we came on, and the accident happened at that spot.
Where you saved me.
Now, let's not have any confusion about who saved whom. Edwards was about 50 feet ahead of me when he went over.
You saw it happen. You thought of your brother, and that awful feeling of guilt came over you again. You had to run away. You assumed the role of Dr. Edwards to prove to yourself he wasn't dead. And since he wasn't dead, you reasoned you couldn't have killed him.
How does it feel to be a great analyst
Wonderful.
and madly adored?
Very wonderful. Hello.
I'm Sergeant Hickson, State Police.
Oh, yes.
This is Lieutenant Cooley. He's from Rochester.
We met Lieutenant Cooley before, so to speak.
How did you find us, Lieutenant?
No thanks to Dr. Brulov. But you left a trail a mile wide.
We've found Dr. Edwards' body, just where you said it would be.
Thank goodness this is all over then.
Not quite, Dr. Peterson. There was a bullet in his body.
Well, that's impossible.
Dr. Edwards was murdered. Shot in the back. You're under arrest.
And I brought you back here to Green Manor's conscience because there is nothing more you can do for John.
Alex, there must be something I can do.
You cannot keep bumping your head against reality and saying the evidence is not there. The evidence is there. John has been indicted for murder.
He trusted me, Alex. I led him into a trap. I've all but convicted him. Is that real enough for you? But don't ask me to stop. I can't stop. I won't stop until he is free.
And how will you free him?
I don't know. I haven't seemed very grateful to Alex, have I? Thanks for straightening things out with Dr. Murchison and everyone.
I'm sorry the prison hospital is so close by. This means you'll see John every chance you get. It is useless for me to tell you not to.
Yes.
I hate to hurry, Dr. Brunov.
I have been waiting for you to throw me out of your office, Murchison.
The car's here. It's quite a drive to the station.
Yes, I go back now to Rochester. Take care of my girl.
We'll try to, Doctor. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'll write to you, Constance.
Thank you, Alex.
Brilliant man.
I should go to the station with him.
No, you're too tired. Constance, try to forget things better forgotten. You've a fine career ahead of you here.
Thank you. Well, at least one good thing came out of all this. You're still here. Who knows what would have happened to this place under Dr. Edwards?
I knew Edwards only slightly. I never liked him. Well, good night, Constance. I hope you'll feel rested in the morning.
Good night, Dr. Murchison.
I knew Edwards only slightly. I never liked him.
He told me before he had never met him. The day John first came here.
Like the rest of you, I've never met the man. Constance, did you forget something, my dear?
I want to talk to you, Dr. Murchison.
Well, of course.
It's a problem. A dream one of my patients reported.
Which patient?
John Ballantyne.
Well?
Ever since John was arrested, he's been recalling more details of that dream. Anyway, he was playing cards in a gambling house, apparently with Dr. Edwards.
Oh? What game were they playing?
21. John says he dealt Dr. Edwards a 7 of clubs, and Edwards said that makes it 21.
Perhaps he was trying to mention a locale, an actual place, a club.
There's a place in New York, the 21 Club.
Oh, yes. Yes, so there is.
The patient dreamed the proprietor accused Dr. Edwards of cheating. He ordered Edwards out. I won't allow you here, he said. This is my place. I'm going to fix you.
The dream gives the locale a double identity. The 21 Club and Green Manors, perhaps. But the proprietor seems to belong to the latter. In fact, it might easily be myself.
It seemed that way to me, Dr. Murchison.
I presume you only arrived at this solution tonight?
Yes. Just now. In the corridor.
Was there any more to the dream?
Yes. The patient dreamed he and Dr. Edwards were on a high, sloping roof. That he saw Edwards fall from the roof to his death. He also saw the angry proprietor hiding behind a chimney. In his hand was a small wheel. He dropped the wheel.
The symbolism of the wheel escapes me.
It was a revolver. The proprietor, who threatened Edwards' life in the 21 Club, dropped a revolver in the snow at Gabriel Valley after shooting Dr. Edwards in the back. The weapon is still there, with the murderer's fingerprints on it.
I can't agree with that part of your interpretation. For the good reason that the weapon is now in my hand. I imagined something of this sort might happen when I made the slip before, about knowing Edwards. That started your agile young mind going.
You had a breakdown a few weeks ago. In your state of panic, you learned that Edwards was to take your place here. So you sought him out in his favorite restaurant in New York. He was having lunch there with John Valentine. You accused him of stealing your job. You threatened to kill him. You followed him to Gabriel Valley and shot him from behind a tree.
You're an excellent analyst. But I don't think the police are interested in dreams.
No, but they'll be greatly interested in the waiters in the 21 Club who saw you there. In the people who saw you on the train to Gabriel Valley. In others who saw you at the inn. There'll be no dreams. In this case.
And what did you think I'd do when you told me all this? Congratulate you? You forget in your devotion to your patient that the punishment for 2 murders is the same as for 1.
You're not going to commit a second murder, Dr. Murchison.
I hadn't planned to. But you're here. You're not leaving.
A man of your intelligence doesn't commit a stupid murder. You're thinking you were not mentally responsible the first time. That they'll consider the state of your health. That they'd never execute you for the murder of Dr. Edwards. You can still live, read, write, research, even if you are put away. You're thinking that now, Dr. Murchison. But if you pull that trigger, it's called deliberate murder, and you'll die in the electric chair for your crime. I'm going to telephone for the police, Dr. Murchison.
If you walk to that door, I'll...
And don't try to leave, Dr. Murchison.
Sanatorium chief attempts to kill self after murder confession.
Dr. Murchison shot rival. Valentine free.
Girl risks life second time to save Valentine.
Don't worry, Dr. Bruloff. This time it's the real honeymoon. Luggage and everything.
Nothing is so nice as a new marriage, John. No psychoses, no aggressions, no guilt complexes. Not yet.
Not ever, Alex. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye. And remember, John, for a happy marriage, never keep a secret from your wife.
From her? A fat chance I'd have.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. You know, Libby, we talk a lot about fashions and clothes. How about news tonight on fashions for the home?
Well, there's a wonderful new fashion in dishes.
Anything to do with color or size?
In a way, because they're ever so tiny and pure, pure white.
The dishes?
No, the new diamonds of Lux you use to wash them with. Washing dishes with this new Lux is a fashion I predict will sweep the country.
Because these sheer tiny diamonds are so much faster?
That's right. You just turn on the water and presto, they burst into suds right before your eyes.
Just compare them with any other dishwashing suds you've ever used. They're richer. Make thick, abundant suds that last and last.
They go so far, too. You can wash up to twice as many dishes with these new tiny diamonds of Lux.
Careful tests using the same weight of soaps proved Lux washes more dishes than any of 10 other leading soaps.
And you needn't dry the dishes at all. Just rinse them with hot water and let them drain. They'll dry bright and sparkling.
Of course, every woman knows how gentle Lux is, how kind to hands. You can be sure the new tiny Lux diamonds will keep your hands soft and smooth and lovely in spite of dishwashing. Try these new tiny Lux diamonds for dishes tomorrow. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Our thanks now to Joseph Cotton and Valley, who returned to the footlights for a well-earned curtain call. Our congratulations to you both for your splendid performances in Spellbound.
Thank you, Bill. It's always a pleasure to be here, but you know it was a double pleasure tonight.
Oh, why is that, Joe?
Well, to be with Alida Valley on her very first dramatic radio broadcast, and I'm sure you agree with me that she is to be highly congratulated for her performance tonight.
Indeed, yes. Were you nervous, Miss Valley?
A little, I suppose. But you couldn't help feeling right at home after the first few minutes. And I'm delighted, of course, that my very first radio performance has taken place on America's leading dramatic radio program.
Well, I hope, Miss Valley, that tonight's appearance will be the first of many on our Lux Radio Theater.
See, I told you this was a nice program, Alida.
Well, you must like it. You've been back 3 times this year already.
Well, that's right, Joe. You're practically a permanent fixture with us. I trust you've had time to do a picture or two for your boss, David O. Selznick, though.
He certainly has. He's just completed a wonderful picture with Jennifer Jones called Portrait of Jenny.
And speaking of pictures, Miss Valley, I enjoyed your performance as Mrs. Paradine in the Paradine case very much.
Thank you. You're very kind.
What's doing in the Lux Radio Theater next week, Bill?
Next Monday night, in honor of St. Patrick's Day, we're bringing our audience one of the gayest, most tuneful musicals to reach the screen. It's 20th Century Fox's great hit, Irish Eyes Are Smiling. Starring Dick Haymes in his original screen role, co-starred with the delightful Jean Crane.
Well, that ought to make a great day for the Irish, Bill, and everybody else. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks again for Spellbound. And now it's my privilege to make a very special announcement. The name you ladies have been waiting to hear. The first prize winner of the 3rd week of Lever Brothers Mammoth Fur Contest. A $3,000 mink coat, or cash if she prefers, goes to a lady in Lafayette, Indiana. And her name is Mrs. Janice C. Urselcook of 907 State Street. Congratulations, Mrs. Urselcook, on your fine letter. Here are the second prize winners for the 3rd contest. Mrs. Robert S. Oakes of 819 South Columbus Street, Alexandria, Virginia. Mrs. Gladys Dorothy Johnson, 3642 Huntington Avenue, Minneapolis 16, Minnesota, and Miss Joan L. Smith of 537 West Deming Place, Chicago, Illinois. A $1,000 fur coat or cash to each. Other winners will be notified by mail. Listen next week for the name of the top winner of the 4th Big Lever Fur Contest. It may be yours. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jean Crane and Dick Haymes in Irish Eyes Are Smiling. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Red Cross stands ready to serve you and your community. Keep Red Cross prepared when disaster strikes. Give gladly to the 1948 Red Cross Fund. Heard in our cast tonight were Herbert Butterfield as Bruloff, Bill Johnstone as Murchison, Gerald Moore as Fleurot, and Cliff Clark as Cooley. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Irish Eyes Are Smiling with Dick Haymes and Jean Crane.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families throughout America compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with the brands they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Irish Eyes Are Smiling with Gene Crane and Dick Haynes. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Screen Directors Playhouse. Stars, Tallulah Bankhead, Jeff Chandler. Production, Lifeboat. Director, Alfred Hitchcock.
This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you 5 nights a week by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we are pleased to salute the Hollywood Screen Directors and to present for the first time on the air an hour-long radio performance of Lifeboat. May I now introduce tonight's guest director, the creator of such remarkable films as Shadow of a Doubt, Spellbound, Rebecca, and, of course, Lifeboat, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Thank you. But I think you should know that Lifeboat is not what we call a director's picture. There are no trick sets, no camera tricks, in fact, no tricks at all. When the director approaches such a picture, he offers up a little prayer and delivers himself wholly into the hands of his actors. Since they are very good actors, the result is just as you shall hear it now, as we present Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead in her original role of Connie, and Jeff Chandler as Kobach.
July 8th, 1943. I'm somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic, alone in a lifeboat. This is Constance Porter, Connie to my friends. Friends in New York, London, Paris, Rome, Berlin, Vienna, Prague, Warsaw, Chungking, and points east, north, west, and south. At the moment, I'm seated at my typewriter reporting as a syndicated foreign correspondent the demise of the freighter, the SS Argo, torpedoed only a few moments ago by a Nazi submarine, and of which I am a late passenger. Naturally, I mean the SS Argo. Already the swirling water is filled with all sorts of debris, flotsam and jetsam, such as one would expect from this sort of predicament. And in the foreground, even in this dense fog, outlined against the murky sky, is an unforgettable panorama of a huge smokestack disappearing below the water surface. And as it draws its last breath from its round belly, hanging shrilly, are the bells defiantly protesting of water's grave. This is war, my friends. War. Well, I'll be a son of a... How do you like this? Shut up. Can't you see I've got a run in my stocking?
Come on in.
Hold it, darling. Where did I get my camera? What a shot. Only take a second. There. Now I'm at liberty to haul you in. Up you go.
Oh, thanks.
Oil all over you. Now it's all my clothes.
I'm sorry. I couldn't find a towel in the water.
Here.
Yeah, you got a cigarette?
Here you are, a light.
Cigarette case and a lighter. You're introducing a new style for lifeboats, aren't you? I'll get you with all this luggage about, and you'll get up. You certainly don't look like somebody who's just been shipwrecked.
Man, I certainly feel like it. Look at this diamond bracelet. Cloth's busted. There's a run in my stocking. And one of my fingernails is broken. I've never been so buffeted about in my life. Say, I wonder what became of Joe.
Joe? Who's Joe?
My steward, the colored man who helped me into this boat.
This is a number 3 boat. It's not in good shape. The U-boat got a shot at it.
I didn't stop to examine the shell holes. It looked mighty good to me hanging on the thing. Joe said it would float, and that was good enough for me.
How did he ever get it launched?
I don't know. I was busy taking pictures. But he did, and he got me into it, and my typewriter and things, and safely away from the undertow when the ship went down. Then there was a cry from the fog, somebody calling for help, and over he went. You haven't seen anything of him, have you?
No.
What part of the ship are you from, darling?
Engine room. Name's Kovac. When I got topside, it was a shambles.
Terrific, wasn't it? Reminded me of an air raid that once hit me in Chongqing.
Reminded me of a slaughterhouse I once worked in Chicago. Those Nazi buzzards. A tin fish ain't enough. They got to shell us, too. Better look around for some of the others before the U-boat surfaces again and sees us.
She won't surface. One of our shells got her.
Are you sure?
She was killed dead, darling.
Did you see it?
I not only saw it, I photographed it.
Oh. Well, Constance Porter, I heard you were aboard, so you took pictures, huh?
Nothing else but... Oh, I caught some wonderful shots on deck. A little bunch of people running around on the lifeboats. They look kind of slow and fat and heavy with their life belts on. And, oh, terribly lonesome, darling. And then a shell hit the lifeboat and they all jumped overboard. I got a beautiful shot of the freighter going down. And, oh, wait till you see the one of the U-boat crew jumping overboard. And look, there's a lovely touch floating by us now. A baby bottle half full of milk. I'll get my camera. Reach over and pull it nearer so I can get a close-up. Come on.
Anything for you.
Thanks, chum. A little to the left, huh?
Far to the left, I say. Here goes.
Why don't you break the bottle?
Why didn't you wait for the baby to float by and photograph that?
Well, I'll be... Now, look here,
Get away.
Watch out for my camera.
Yeah, sure. Where are you?
Over here. You purposely knocked my camera out of my hands into the water, you stupid clumsy
Where
son.
are you?
Three of them.
All right, we're coming.
Why did you knock that camera out of my hands? It was absolutely irreplaceable stuff. Priceless and the best film I ever took in my life. And it goes to the bottom of the sea.
It's better than going there yourself.
I wouldn't have parted with that film for $1 million. I'll never get another chance to get stuff
All
like
right,
that.
shut up. I'll throw you in that mink coat you're wearing right where you both belong.
Oh, Kovac, it's good to be alive. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's a mean-looking gash in your leg, Gus. You better lie.
Well, don't worry about me. Go help Mr. Rittenhouse or Alice.
No, he's all right. And Alice, smart guy, you'll get shipwrecked with a Red Cross nurse. That's using your head.
In my leg, it's leaking. Huh? Hey, I'm not going to be stuck with a gimpy leg, am I?
Ah, not enough to interfere with your jitterbugging.
Jive, huh?
Yeah, you tell her, Kovac.
He's the champion hoofer of the Merchant Marine, Alice.
Yeah, that ain't all. Tell her what I've done in Jersey City.
Later. Let's go forward, Kovac.
Okay.
Once it rolls, man, I copped 2 prizes in 1
Now,
year.
you rest. I'll be right back.
Well, I'll be waiting.
Oh, that's a pretty right guy. Any other man would be crying mad with pain.
Kovac, there's no sulfonilamide in the kid. His wound's full of dirt and oil.
What are we going to do?
Only God knows.
I tell you, Connie, I thought everybody was killed. I never expected to see you alive.
I'm practically immortal, darling. I've got 9 lives, and I've only used up 3 or 4.
I thought I was done for. We were playing poker in the saloon.
Porter, you're the only person aboard with a blanket. I'd like it to cover Gus.
Take it. Don't ask.
Look, chum, I'll do my own charity work if and when I want to. And right
Here's
now...
the blanket, Alice.
Thanks.
Well, share and share alike, I always say.
That's right.
Young man, who are you?
Engine crew, oiler. Name's Kovac.
Rittenhouse is my name.
I'm glad to... Rittenhouse.
That's right.
C.J. Rittenhouse, the richest man in America.
So I have been led to believe.
Rit!
Yes?
In the water. What's that crawling towards us?
Looks like we'll soon be having a couple more gifts.
And don't say there isn't room enough for Porter.
I didn't say that. And
You're
besides...
closest to the steering. Let's start rowing.
Well...
That's a nice rowing.
Do your own rowing.
Go on, row. Mr. Rittenhouse, you give me a hand.
Oh, of course.
Hook. A little more to the left, Miss Porter.
I don't need your advice. I rowed boats before you were born. Oh, dear, what am I saying?
Enough, Miss Porter. Over here, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okie dokie.
Hey, it's Joe. Joe, here, grab my arm.
Kovac.
Yeah.
Never mind me. Get a hold of Miss Higgins and the baby.
Okay. Here we go, Miss Higgins.
My baby.
You're all right. Come on. Up you go.
Joe, my steward, Joe.
Hello, Miss Porter.
Hello.
Won't you please take care of the baby? Miss Higgins, she kept fighting me all the time in the water. She wanted to drown the baby. Stop with it.
Baby, my baby.
What are you waiting for, Miss Porter?
Oh, yes, of course, Miss Higgins, if you like.
No.
My dear, really, it's quite all right. My hands are clean.
No, nobody will touch my baby.
No, darling, I assure you I'm perfectly capable of handling a child. Although I admit I haven't had too much experience. You see, I never could spare the time. But don't let that worry you. There, you see? You see, it isn't even frightened of me. Not even a peep out of the dear little
No, give her back to me.
Mrs. Higgins, it's all right. Now you just lie down here. We'll take care of you and the baby.
Who are you?
My name's Alice, and I'm a nurse.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
For heaven's sake, she's fainted.
I'll take care of her.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rather depressing. Here, nurse. Better cover her with my coat.
That's very generous of you.
Forget it. What are you staring at, Kovac?
You. Aren't you going to be lonesome without the mink?
Don't worry. There's plenty more where this one came from. I have 4 more just like it at home.
If you ever get home.
Of course I will. Now disappear, huh? You're waking the baby.
Better give it to me.
Why? The child is very comfortable right where she is.
Miss Porter, let me have the baby.
I should say not.
Miss Porter, the baby's dead.
Oh, dear God.
So ends the first act of our Screen Directors Playhouse production of Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Jeff Chandler. Everywhere today, people who for years have sought a fast-acting way to relieve the pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia are turning to Anacin. And it's interesting to know that these remarkable tablets work with incredible speed to relieve the pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. In fact, thousands of people have been handed envelopes containing Anacin tablets by their own physicians or dentists. If you have not already been introduced to Anacin in this way, why not try Anacin next time you suffer headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains? On this generous basis, if the first few tablets do not bring all the relief you want as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded in full. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Easy-to-take Anacin tablets come in handy boxes of 12 and 30 and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. Now, back to the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse production of Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Jeff Chandler.
Back at my typewriter. I've begun a log of our adventure aboard this shabby and overcrowded lifeboat. This is our second day at sea. This morning we awakened, we discovered that Mrs. Higgins was no longer a member of our party. During the night she slipped overboard and joined her child. Another tragedy of this unholy war. But we gained another passenger shortly thereafter. Ironically, a Nazi seaman from the U-boat which sank our freighter. From the moment of his arrival, it has become my privilege, did I say privilege, to serve as his interpreter, since I'm the only one who speaks German. As the men rig the makeshift sails, it is apparent that thunder, in the form of friend Kovac, is about to burst.
Ich bin Ihnen sehr dankbar. Sie haben mein Leben gerettet. Es tut mir leid, dass wir Ihr Schiff versenken mussten.
Now, what's he whining about?
He merely is saying that he's very grateful to us for saving his life and regrets very much the U-boat was compelled to sink our ship.
Ask him why they shelled our lifeboats.
Warum schießen Sie auf Rettungsboote?
Befehl des Kapitäns.
Those are his captain's orders.
Ask him if he's a captain.
Sind Sie der Kapitän des U-Boots?
Nein, ich bin nur ein Mann der Besetzung. Kein Offizier.
He denies he's a captain or officer. He's just a crew member.
A crew member or skipper, he's German. That's what I can't stomach.
Well, a guy can't help being a German if he's born a German, can he?
Neither can a rattlesnake help being a rattlesnake if he's born a rattlesnake. That don't make him a nightingale.
Oh, Gus, isn't that a pair of new nylons on your hand?
Oh, it's a fine time to discuss nylons.
Please, Gus, who are they for?
Well, they're a present for my girl Rosie in New York.
Oh, you know, I've gone through earthquakes, pestilence, war, and shipwreck with my head bloody and unbowed. But there's one thing I know I can't survive. Put this run in my stocking.
Oh, no.
Darling, it does things for my morale.
Throw the Nazi buzzard overboard.
Don't be silly, darling. He can't very well get off in the middle of the ocean, can he?
Throw him off.
It's out of the question. It's against the law.
Whose law, Mr. Rittenhouse? We're on our own here. We make our own laws.
Now, wait. This man was acting under orders. Our freighter was an enemy ship. After all, we're at war.
Was Mrs. Higgins at war? Was her baby at war?
Sie sprechen sehr gut Deutsch. Haben Sie Beziehung in Deutschland?
Nicht, dass ich weiß.
What did he say?
He says I speak his language well. He asked whether I had any German connections.
Have you?
Certainly not.
And how come you know the lingo so well? And how come when I climbed into this lifeboat that you were the only one in it, all dressed up like you knew you were going someplace?
Because I was going someplace. I was going into a lifeboat.
You certainly didn't forget to bring plenty of luggage along.
Luggage? You silly, ridiculous ass. What is this? Are you insinuating?
You seem to be pretty anxious to stand up for your friend here.
What do you mean, my friend?
Now, wait a minute. Let's keep our shirts on.
I haven't got a shirt, Mr. Rittenhouse, or a mink coat either.
Oh, I get it. A fellow traveler. I thought the Comintern was dissolved.
Now, children.
Throw him overboard and then stick around and watch him drown. And when he goes down, I'll dance a jig like Hitler did when France went down.
You're not alone here, Kovac. Let's leave the decision to the majority. That's the American way. Gus?
Well, for the record, I'm an American, see, but I'm in kind of a spot because my name is Gus Schmidt, see, and I changed it to Smith. That's what I got against these guys more than anything else because they made me ashamed of the name I was born with. And I say chuck them to the sharks.
Alice?
I don't understand people hurting each other or killing each other. It seems to me he should be turned over to the proper authorities.
So do I. I'll talk to the man. Perhaps I can get some information from him.
Material for your book?
Incidentally.
What about you, Joe?
Do I get to vote, too?
Why, yes, certainly.
I guess I'd rather stay out of this.
That makes it 3-2, the German states.
Well, let's get down to business. Let's begin by unfurling the sail. Joe, you take that detail.
Yes, sir.
Kovac?
One moment, Kovac. You know something about machinery, don't you?
A little.
Well, see if you can fix this clasp on my bracelet.
Okay, give me a hand.
Gently.
Very gently. I don't even mind if I don't touch it. Miss Porter, I've read a lot of your stuff.
Darling, how utterly charming.
You want to know what's the matter with it?
No, do tell me.
You've been all over the world. You've met all kinds of people, but you never write about them. You only write about yourself. You think the whole war's a show put on for you to cover as a correspondent, like a Broadway play. If enough people die before the last act, maybe you might give it 4 stars.
All right, Tavares. Now you listen to me.
Janeway, here comes the sail. Heads down or heads up.
Folks, we're underway.
Well, where to?
Huh?
Where are we going?
Bermuda.
What about the course?
Well, anybody here know the course to Bermuda?
Well, I was at the wheel when we got punctured, and the course was 315 east-southeast.
Take the tiller, Kovac. East-southeast it is.
Which way is east-southeast? Without a compass?
What about the sun?
With the sun this high, it's pretty hard to tell the points of a compass. I think it's out that way.
You think? I'll tell you the direction in one moment. I'll ask the German. Können Sie an die Richtstelle Ost-Südost angeben?
Den Weg, bitte sehr.
He says east-southeast is in that direction.
How does he know?
He ought to know. I was under the impression his sub was operating around here, wasn't it?
You suppose he'd lead us to Bermuda, British territory?
Don't you suppose he'd rather be a prisoner of war in Bermuda than here?
I don't trust him.
Kovac, you're prejudiced and you can't think straight. If anybody's in a position to know where we are and where Bermuda is, he's the one.
Who says so?
We'll follow the Germans' course.
Well, like a you, Skipper.
Well, is there anybody else you'd rather have?
What do you know about a ship?
Well, among other things, he just happens to own a shipyard, that's all.
Has he ever been in it?
He has thousands of employees. He knows how to handle men.
Not in a lifeboat. What we need's an able seaman. How about you, Gus?
Well, me? Well, nah, right now I'm kind of a disabled seaman with this leg. How about yourself, Kovacs?
That trunk run this boat with what? An oil can? If you're talking about a skipper, we've got a skipper right on this boat, the German.
But he wasn't the captain.
Wasn't he? Herr Captain.
Yeah?
There you are, ladies and gentlemen. There's your skipper. What about it?
You mean you want to turn the boat over to the man who sunk our freighter and shelled our lifeboats?
I mean, I want you to turn over the boat to the man obviously best qualified to run it.
You're crazy.
Well, why shouldn't you take charge, Kovac?
Because I'm taking charge.
Since when?
As of now, I'm skipper. Anybody don't like it can get out and swim to Bermuda. What about that?
I'll buy it.
Suits me.
Me too, Kovac.
The good old American way, Mr. Rittenhouse.
That typewriter went with me everywhere. Paris, Berlin, Rome, Berlin.
Now, Connie, quit grousing. You've been saying the same thing over and over for 3 days now.
Why shouldn't I grouse? Little by little, I'm being stripped of all my earthly possessions. First, my camera. Well, I don't mind the loss of the camera so much with the film in it. I get ill when I think of it. Then my blanket goes. Then my fur coat. Mrs. Higgins could have had at least been considerate enough to return it to me before she jumped overboard. Say, Kovac, where did you get that memo pad in your hand?
I borrowed it from you to make a deck of cards.
You mean to say that you opened my bag?
It wasn't. How about a little poker?
Okie dokie.
Did you win this quarter?
With the deck you made, darling?
Jack's openers?
That'll do for a starter.
Dollar limit?
Okie dokie. That's the deal.
Your deal. Now, wait, I'll take off my jacket.
No shirt underneath, Rick. Look at all that pretty tattooing. What are those letters on your diaphragm, Kovac?
Love letters.
So you believe in advertising.
I open.
I never could fathom this quaint business of making a billboard out of one's torso.
Stay.
3 cards.
I must say, however, that you've shown commendable delicacy just tattooing the initial and not printing the names, addresses, and telephone numbers. Let's see now, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Remind me to show you the rest of them sometime.
Kovac.
Yes, Alice?
I just removed the bandages from Gus's wound. Better come on over to his corner with me.
Yeah, sure.
I'll have a look, too.
Holy mackerel. Looks like a leg of lamb, doesn't it?
Fräulein Porter.
Jawohl?
Das Bein muss amputiert werden.
What did he say, Miss Porter?
Amputiert? Yes?
Jawohl, unverzüglich. Die Operation muss sofort gemacht werden, oder der Mann wird sterben.
What's the Nazi saying?
Gus, I'm afraid your leg.
Gangrene?
Jawohl, gangrene.
Gus, Alice, the leg will have to be amputated at once.
Oh, no, I've never even seen an amputation.
Unter den gegebenen Umständen halten Sie es vielleicht für unangemessen, meine Dienste in Anspruch zu nehmen. Aber ich bin Schürer vom Beruf und habe viele Amputationen durchgeführt.
He says he knows he's an enemy, and technically our prisoner, so perhaps we won't care to trust him with the operation, but he's willing to do it. He was a surgeon in civilian life. He's done many operations.
Yeah, if he did, they were probably illegal.
No dice. I don't want no operation.
Dog, you want to live, don't you?
Not with one leg.
Oh, don't be a sap, Gus.
You don't understand.
Sure I do. Rosie.
What's Rosie got to do with it?
Everything. If I lose my leg, I lose Rosie.
If she was the right kind of woman, it would...
Kovac, you take that back.
Darling, don't pay any attention to that human 24 sheet. You listen to me. I may not know Rosie, but I know women. Some of my best friends are women. And one of them is that kind of a...
What kind of a...
A free soul.
Yeah, that's Rosie.
An independent spirit who lives her own life.
Yeah, that's Rosie all over.
With a heart that embraces all humanity. Her motto is to give.
Yeah, Rosie, give anybody the shirt off her back. She's got a heart that's as big as her head.
And you want to break it.
Oh, me?
Well, you'd rather die than trust her.
Well, who says I don't trust her? It's Al Margolian I don't trust. He knew Rosie before I did, and she swore to me that there was nothing between them, and maybe there wasn't. But this Rosie, she's human just like anybody else. It ain't like we was married or we had a home and all. And maybe we should have got hitched before I left on our last cruise, and I guess I should have took care of that insurance because Rosie kept asking me about it. Well, you see, the kid's always thinking of me.
Well, that's why you've got to think of her. Back home, waiting for you, putting on a brave front, dancing, smiling, and apparently having a good time. But all the while, her heart's aching, torn with loneliness and uncertainty, not knowing whether you're dead or alive. And then at last to find out that you risked your life, perhaps died, just because you had no faith in her. Oh, God, would you please?
Yeah, kid, she'd be broken-hearted when she... Well, what are you all waiting for? Let's go.
How can the German perform the amputation without instruments? There's no anesthetic.
Easy, Alice. Kovacs loaned him his knife. So the anesthetic, the best we had to offer was my flask of brandy. It'll help kill the pain.
Oh, yummy. Boy, do I feel pretty good here, Kovac.
Yeah, Gus.
What do you want to say that about Rosie?
I'm sorry, kid.
Well, you take it back.
Okay, I take it back.
How do you feel, Gus?
I'll never forget you, Miss Porter.
Ihr Fahrzeug, bitte.
Alice, we'll go with the doctor. Take my lighter to sterilize the instrument.
Yes.
Hi, nurse.
Hi, Gus.
Well, anyway, it's an experience.
Sure.
Hey, Kovac, when Rosie and I get hitched, I want you to be my best man.
Glad to.
Yeah, you're the best pal I have in the world.
All right, come on. Have a drink on me.
Yeah, sure. Guess I ought to have my head examined. I didn't have to go to sea. I could have got a job in a defense plant making good jack. Or I could have joined the Army, even the Navy. Instead of that, I had to stay in that stinking old rust belt.
Einer muss am Steuer stehen.
We want somebody at the tiller.
Take it, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okie dokie.
Hey, Miss Porter.
Call me Connie.
Hi, babe.
Hi, Tut.
Kiss a kiss. Huh?
What are we waiting for, pal?
Here's to you, Connie. Last drop in the bottle. Bottoms up.
Bottoms up.
Hey, Joe, what'd you stop playing for? Give us a little music.
Okay, Gus.
None of that slicker music. Yeah, come on, boogie it up. Let's have a jam session.
Yes, sir.
Fräulein Porter.
Jawohl.
Kuss auf die Wellen. Das Boot muss so ruhig gehalten werden wie möglich.
Kovac. We want the boat held steady as possible.
Head her into the sea, Mr. Rittenhouse.
With anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. Anyone else but anyone else but me. Anyone else but anyone else but you won't dance with anyone else, will you, Rosie? Will you, Rosie? Will you, Rosie? Will you?
Out like a light.
Ready, Herr Doctor?
Jawohl.
Well, chums, is there anyone here who knows how to pray?
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul.
The third act of the Screen Director's Playhouse presentation of Lifeboat continues in just a minute. But now, here's a word from RCA Victor. How do you like your dramas? Comic, tragic, mysteries, romantic, old or new? It doesn't matter. You get them all on television today. How do you like your opera? Grand, comic, soap, or horse? It doesn't matter. You get them all on television today. Yes, from ball games to ballroom dancing, from stamp clubs to nightclubs, the whole world of entertainment will be yours to watch once you buy the television set you're longing for. If you're a typical American, you'll want that set to be an RCA Victor. Already, more than 1 million American families have bought RCA Victor television. It's literally million-proof, proven in over 1 million homes. The 18 beautiful new RCA Victor million-proof models leave you with no excuse to wait. Embark immediately on the television way of life, the RCA Victor way. Don't you be left stranded on the shore. See your RCA Victor dealer tomorrow. You are listening to the Screen Director's Playhouse, one of 5 great radio shows that are brought to you 5 nights a week by the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin, Colinos, Bisodol, and other fine drug products, and RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Director's Playhouse presentation of Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Jeff Chandler, will continue after a short pause for station identification. Stay tuned to your local station on NBC. Now for the third act of the Screen Director's production of Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead as Connie and Jeff Chandler as Kovac.
Another day has passed. I don't like keeping a log in longhand. It's difficult enough to transcribe my typing, but my handwriting reads like some sort of Ubangi mumbo-jumbo. Oh, well, I can always hire a code expert to decipher it for me. Here goes. An amazing transformation came over the German from the moment Kovac's knife served as a scalpel. It was the face of a surgeon, of a man who'd forgotten his Nazi oath to Hitler and remembered another unspoken oath to Hippocrates. The thing that got me was his crudeness. Despite the rotten boat and the waves that tauntingly and challengingly pounded our sides, you'd have thought he was operating in a hospital with all the necessary tools and equipment. And yet, Gus has not come to. In his stupor, he is struggling violently. There's a bitter touch of irony before my eyes. At Gus's side are 2 shoes. The tension aboard has not lessened.
Still think we're on the right course?
Let's play poker, huh?
But that's important, man. Connie.
Yes, Ray?
Ask our German friend if he still thinks we're not on the right course.
Herr Kapitän.
Ja?
Glauben Sie immer noch, dass wir nicht an Russentagen, Kuss auf Bermuda, Frostdornen?
Ohne Kompass ist das wirklich schwer zu sagen.
He says he can't be sure without a compass.
Pretty certain a few hours ago.
Well, we've probably drifted somewhat on account of the current.
Oh, we've been all through that. What's the German doing in this part of the boat anyway?
Why? Is he in quarantine?
Tell him to get back to the bow where he belongs.
I'll do nothing of the sort. There's no need for you to treat the man like a leper. He did save Gus's life, you know. As for our being on the proper course, it's imperative that we get Gus to a hospital as soon as possible. You're aware of that?
I am.
Then why not listen to somebody who knows? Herr Kapitän, haben wir oder haben wir nicht Kuss auf Bermuda?
Bitte, gnädige Frau.
Antworten Sie. Your order, none?
Nein.
No. He admits we're on the wrong course.
Admits? He's only saying what he said before.
You know, of course, Kovac, there's a chance he's right.
That's my funeral.
No, it isn't. It's Gus's funeral.
Hey, wait a minute. What is this?
Gus.
Fella, how do you feel?
Gus.
Well, I'm in the pink outside of a little hangover. Right now, I give the other leg for a cigarette.
Here you are, darling. And the light that goes with it.
Hey, here's the doc. Hey, Doc is shown.
You're going to be okay, Gus.
Yeah, sure. Hey, Kovac, how soon do we get to Bermuda?
Pretty soon.
Oh, that'll be great.
Gus, there's still a little difference of opinion about the direction we're headed. I don't trust the Nazi. There must be other submarines around. He knows where they are. Or maybe a supply ship. He knows where that is, too. On general principle, I'd copper anything he says. You agree with me, Joe? Alice? Doesn't anybody agree with me?
You're the skipper, Kovac.
I'm in the minority. We follow the Germans' course.
Lovely night to get seasick, isn't it, Kovac?
That's what you said.
I don't like the wind in these waves. What can we do about it?
Check with the German. He's your seeing-eye dog.
The man's entitled to sleep once in a while, you know.
I don't even trust him when he's sleeping, Rick. Can I ask you something personal?
I've been married twice.
No, I don't care about that. You went to school, didn't you?
Yes, darling. It was in kindergarten when I first fell in love.
Do you know anything about astronomy?
Darling, who had the time?
Alice,
Yes,
do you know anything about the stars?
a little. I can tell you that that's Mars to the right and Venus to the left.
And that's Big Dippy and Little Dippy.
Gus, what direction is Venus?
East.
That's the German's course. We're heading to Miss Bermuda.
Yeah, you're right. Now you know why I changed my name to Smith.
That doesn't prove a thing.
Miss Porter.
Yes, Alice?
Remember after the operation you looked at your wristwatch and told the German the time? Did he ask you the time?
Of course he did.
Funny. He had a watch of his own.
Yeah. And if he had a watch of his own, why did he ask for the time?
Perhaps he had some sort of phobia or something.
Yes, but he looked at his own watch right before that. Then he took a squint at the sun.
Oh, that's very interesting. The sun plus a... Miss Porter, what time is it?
7:10.
I think you're slow.
Slow? This is a Philip Patek.
I want to know what time it is by the German's watch. Frisk him for his biscuit, Joe.
Aye, sir.
Just what is a biscuit, Kovac?
A tick or a watch. Joe used to be one of the best all-around yeggs in the business.
What are you doing opening that night?
I'm working myself into a mood. Here comes Joe.
Got it, Kovac.
All right, give it to Miss Porter.
I'm not interested.
Well, take it and check it with your time.
This is ridiculous.
Ridiculous, huh? What time is it on the German's watch?
It isn't a watch. It's a compass. Wait, Kovac. What are you going to do?
What do you think we're going to do?
Don't say we. You'll never get me to consent to anything like that.
I'm not consulting you, Red. I'm not consulting anybody.
But Kovac, it's murder.
Please listen to me. We can't. We must.
Why not, Alice? Execution isn't murder.
And let him have it, Kovac.
No. Why can't we tie him up? Keep a watch on him.
What are you so squeamish about? We're at war, aren't we? You've been there. You've seen him killed, haven't you?
In battle, yes, but not in cold blood like this.
Look out! Away!
No!
We're in for it. Here comes another. Gus, give me your hand. I'm going to lash you to the mast.
Don't be yourself, Kovac. Don't put that in my...
Do what I say.
The sails come loose! Watch out! My luggage, my jewelry, my things!
You fool! Stop thinking about yourself. Think of the boat. Joe, take the sheet, make it fast. Go back, man that pump. Or else if you bail.
What do you know? The Bureau speaks English.
There goes the mast! Start!
I'm all right, Kovac.
Rittenhouse, forget your life jacket. Last on the pool. Watch the drinking water. Watch the drinking water!
Go back, I'm frightened. I'm scared. Go back. Hold me in your arms.
Sure, and we might as well go down together.
Kiss me, go back, kiss me.
Machst mir viel Schmerzen, weiß nicht, wie du dich
How'd I do, Willie?
Fine, born accompanist.
Mr. Rich, you didn't make a single mistake, hardly.
Rich, you're a born accompanist. We're all born accompanist. How'd I do, Willie?
Slap happy.
Kovac, you silly goon. What are you laughing about?
Oh, that's one for the book. Our enemy, our prisoner of war. Now we're his prisoners. He's the leader of the boat, singing German lullabies to us while he rows us to a supply ship in a concentration camp. Tell him, Willie. Tell him how funny that is.
That is not funny. It is logical. During the storm, we were blown quite a bit off of our course. Without a sail, it would take us weeks to get to Bermuda.
You'll never make it. Without food and water, how long do you think you can keep on rowing like this?
Long enough, Mr. Kovac, to reach my objective.
How can you keep rowing, Willie, hour after hour, when the rest of us can hardly lift an oar?
Oh, that's easy. It's the master race, the heron folk. Don't you know they can do anything?
I'm beginning to believe it.
Tell me, Willie, why didn't you speak English when you first got on the boat?
You see, I didn't know then whether I could trust you or not. Don't be so sharp, Miss Porter. Wie geht's, Schmidt?
Smith is the name.
All right, Mr. Smith. How do you feel today?
The same as yesterday and the day before and the day before. I'm thirsty.
Have hope. Look above you. See that cloud? It's a rain cloud. If it bursts, you drink.
If it don't?
I'm sorry. I cannot dictate to the heavens.
Hey, I gotta have a drink. I gotta have water.
No, Gus, you mustn't up from the ocean. The salt would only make you thirstier.
Look, just a little sip.
You might just as well sip poison. It'll kill you.
You know something? I think I'll take Rosie to the ball game today. Gee, Rosie, baby, you're I'm full of honey. That's what you are, Rosie.
There's nothing we can do to help you.
Come on, let's go forward.
All right. Let's sit down here and try to forget it.
Sure. Anything to pass the time. Hey, Red, how about some poker?
Leave him to his fruit club. Say, that MV tattooed on your chest. Her initials are bigger than the others. Was she the last or the first? What was her name? So you won't talk to me, huh?
Where'd you get the diamond bracelet, Miss Porter?
You may call me Connie. You did once during the storm, remember? You said, all right, Connie, we might as well go down together. I liked the way you said Connie. It was like a punch in the jaw.
Tell me about the bracelet.
That's a dead giveaway. You're wanting us to die together like that. Dying together is even more personal than living together.
What'd you pay for the bracelet?
Nothing.
Barter?
You're a low person, darling. Obviously out of the gutter. Maybe that's why I'm attracted to you. And maybe that's why you're attracted to me.
All right, quit slumming.
Funny part of it is, I'm from the same gutter.
You're kidding?
Remember when you first got on the boat, you said you used to work in the packing house section of Chicago? Well, I came from there, too.
South Side?
Yeah. And I lived there until I got this bracelet, and it worked miracles for me. It took me from the south side to the north side.
Hey, what are you doing with your lipstick?
Placing my initials on your chest.
Well, get it off and quit slumming. What about a few hands, Rit?
Okey-doke.
Cover. My bracelet cloth's come loose again. Fix it.
What's your stakes, Rit?
He likes me, but he hates the bracelet. I wouldn't take it off for anything or anybody in the world.
Bless that Willie. I know where he gets the strength to roll. How many cards go there?
Just one. How many days since the storm, Rit?
Must be 5 since we've eaten and had a sip of water. Ever eat at Young's Hotel in Cleveland?
No, but I once ate at Antoine's in New Orleans.
Doesn't compare with Young's Hotel. We used to have a menu of 150 pages. Well, Connie, I'm taking 2 cards, Kovac. What's your bet?
20.
I'll see you. 3 nines.
Straight.
He never stops winning. Connie, did you ever eat at Young's Hotel? Finest seafood in the world.
Rich, shut up!
Oh, what's wrong?
Stop jabbering about food. Isn't it enough that you lost all of our supplies through your carelessness?
Carelessness?
Yes, stupid criminal carelessness.
It wasn't me. I wasn't in charge of the food. Joe took care of that.
Why, you dirty rat. You lost it in the storm, and now you're trying to shift the blame on Joe.
Connie, what's the matter with you?
Oh, she's all right. Just a little hungry. What are you squawking about, Miss Porter? When you write your book, it'll make a swell chapter. How it feels to be starving, first person singular. Well, those are good things to write about, hunger and thirst, if you really come from the back of the yards. Hey, keep your hands in your pockets.
Easy, Connie. Control yourself.
Out of my way. Kovac, why don't you kill Willie? Why don't you take your knife and just said you wouldn't cut his throat? I'll tell you why. You're not strong enough. He's made of iron, and the rest of us are flesh and blood. Hungry flesh and blood. And thirsty.
Red. How much money you worth?
Enough to buy and sell you millions of times.
What about raising the ante?
Anything you say.
From now on, each match is $100.
Anything you say.
All right, deal. How many factories you own?
What business is that of yours?
I was just thinking. By the time we get home, I might own one of them. I'll open for 100.
Raise you 100.
See you.
I'll take 3.
And I think I'll go for one of your airplane plants. I'll have a labor management committee, and the first thing we'll do
Are
is...
you trying to tell me how to run my factories?
No, not all of them. Just the one I'm going to run. Bet 100.
See you. Queens.
I got kings.
It's funny the way you keep winning all the hands.
I'm a lucky guy.
Just the same, I wish we had a new deck. Another stack of matches.
Here.
Sorry, Kovac.
Want to cut in?
I have no money.
It's all right. Your bracelet.
No, thanks.
How much do I owe you, Kovac?
14 grand.
Let's raise the ante. 1,000 a match.
It's your funeral.
Dealing. Bet 3 grand.
We'll see. How many cards?
2.
Someday you'll learn it don't pay to hold a kicker. If you live long enough. Here's yours. I want 3.
Well, I guess I'll keep the pikers out. Bet 5.
Matched your kicker, huh? Raise your 5.
Now you're talking my language. I'll up you 10.
I'll see your 10 and raise you 1.
Kovac, this is the moment I've been waiting for. I've got you over a barrel. I'm raising you all the chips you've got and all the money I owe you.
Kovac, I think you've stepped out of your class this time.
I'll call you, Rit. I got an ace full house.
It's raining. It's raining.
It's raining.
I'm going to get the tarpaulin.
Oh,
here it is, Kovac. Give us a hand, will you, Rit? Grab a corner. You too, Miss Porter.
It's raining.
Come on.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. The rain. The rain. Stopped. It stopped.
Oh, no.
I have 4 fours, Kovac.
So you win. Let me see him.
See him? Where are they? What are my cards?
You threw them overboard in the excitement.
I had 4 fours.
How do I know?
You ought to know. You made the cards, didn't you? And you marked them, too. They're crooked and you're crooked.
I don't buy that kind of talk, Rit.
Gently, boys, gently. What's this argument all about? Money? Go on, Rit. Write a check for $1 million. It'll cost you nothing. We are going nowhere. Slowly, but definitely.
I'm at the wheel when she hits it. Rosie, I want to dance. I want to dance all night.
Go to sleep, Gus. Go to sleep, honey.
Sleep? What for?
Everybody's sleeping.
Willie ain't. He's growing. You know something? Somebody has water on his boat. Willie.
Sure. Now go to sleep, Gus.
Yeah. Good night, Rosie.
Good night.
Willie's got water. I saw him drinking water. Willie's got water. I saw him drinking. Hey, Willie, I'm coming over for a drink.
Go back to sleep.
You've been holding out on us.
You must wake up the others. They're tired.
Yeah, I feel fine. Except my right foot's asleep. I can hardly feel it. It's... Tell me, Willie, should I ought to write to Rosie first and tell her about it? Or should I wait until I see her?
Wait till you see her.
Well, give me a lift up and so I can sit near you. There's something I got to tell you.
Of course. Here, give me your hand.
I'll never forget what you done for me, Willie. If there's anything I can ever do for you, just speak up.
There is. You can remember your name is Schmidt.
You like that better than Smith?
Much better. Better hurry, Gus. Rosie's waiting.
Yeah, well, hey, the water you was drinking...
Rosie's waiting for you.
Well, why didn't you share that with the rest of us?
Gus, shh, don't wake them up.
Yeah. Okay, Willie.
Why don't you go off to Roseland? There. Don't you see the lights?
Where? Hey, why you're pushing me overboard? Hey! Help, Willie.
You mustn't wake the others.
But I can't... Go back.
Liegt mir im Sinn.
Willie, what's going on? Where's Gus?
Schmidt went over the side, Kovac.
I didn't dream it. He was calling my name.
Yes. You can't imagine how painful it was to me all night long to watch him. Turning about, suffering, and nothing I could do for him.
Well, why didn't you stop rowing? Why didn't you help him?
I had no right to stop him, even if I wanted to. A poor cripple, dying of hunger and thirst. What good would life be to a man like that?
Gus was trying to tell me something about water before. He was in agony from thirst. I wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come. Yes, how could they? If I remember rightly, tears are water with a trace of sodium chloride. Isn't that so, Willie?
Yeah.
And the chemical composition of sweat is water with a trace of something or other. Why are you sweating, Willie?
Why?
Because he's got some water, and I'm going to get it.
Quite so, my friends. Here it is.
The flask and the brandy. Give it to me.
No, you can't take it from me. Get that. Oh, you bargained it, Kovac. Now there's no water.
Where did you get that water, Willie?
I took the precaution of filling the flask from the water breaker before the storm. And I had food tablets and energy pills, too, from the U-boat. You should be grateful I had the foresight to think of such things. To survive, one must have a plan.
You're right, Willie. One must have a plan.
There's nothing to worry about. Soon we'll reach the supply ship, and then we'll have food and water.
Get him, Kovac.
You no good Nazi. Buzz it up.
Throw him overboard. I say.
Kill him.
Cut him with your knife, Kovac. Slice him piece by piece.
Ran overboard today.
Not yet, Kovac. That's something I've got to do. Give me room. Let me get to him. Look, Willie, look. Gus is you. Remember the leg you cut off? Drop him, Kovac. Drop him. Poetic justice, Willie. Here's Gus's shoe to haunt you at the bottom of the sea.
My dying day, I'll never understand Willie and what he did. What do you do with people like that? Maybe somebody ought to try to row. Where to? What for? When we killed the German, we killed our motor.
No, sir, Mr. Ritt. We still got a motor.
Who, Joe?
God.
Nah. We're through.
That's what I think. But I'm not afraid.
Hold on, everybody. So we're all going to fold up and die just because the Ezzard Superman is gone.
My only regret, Connie, is that in the end, I joined the mob.
Baloney, Rick. We weren't a mob when we killed him. We were a mob when we sat around kowtowing to him, obeying him, practically hiling him, because he was kind enough and strong enough to take us to a concentration camp. Rittenhouse. C.J. Rittenhouse, self-made man. Made of what? As long as you're sitting there thinking of your last will and testament, I'll write your epitaph for you. Rit, the man who quit. And that goes for you too, Narcissus. There's room on your chest for another letter. Q for quitter. And you, Joe. It's all right for you to look up and trust in somebody. But how about giving him a hand? What's the matter with us? We not only let the Nazi do our rowing for us, but our thinking. Ye gods and little fishes. Fishes. Ye gods. We haven't got energy pills, but the sea's full of them. Millions of fish swimming around. Why don't we catch some?
We tried to. We have no bait.
Sure we have. My diamond bracelets. Bait by Cartier.
Are you kidding?
Kidding my foot, Kovac. I'm starving. Well, what are you standing around for? Where's the fish line?
Here.
Bait your line, Tom.
All right. Not only food, but oil. We can squeeze the fish for oil. It's better than water.
I can recommend the bait. I should know. I bit on it myself.
I've never eaten raw fish before.
I better not count our chickens before they're hatched.
What do you mean, chickens?
Line's baited.
All right. Over the side she goes. I'll be the fisherman.
Wow, show me the poor fish that won't bite on that bracelet.
Now, everyone be quiet. Let me concentrate.
What's the matter, Kovac? Are you afraid the big fish will hear us?
It wouldn't have been a bad idea to have used you for bait. You'd have scared the fish right out of the water.
Is that so?
Quiet. I got a bite.
Yes, there's a pull on the line. It's a big fish.
Kovac, look. A ship. There's a ship.
Don't let go of that line. Don't let go.
Gangway.
Kovac, you let go of the line. My bracelet. My bracelet's going to the bottom of the sea. Why you?
She's heading right in our direction. She's only a few minutes away.
It's a supply ship, all right.
Yeah, she's flying the good old Nazi double cross. Willie's got the last word at that.
Yeah, they're lowering a boat.
Well, some of my best friends are in concentration camps.
Do you suppose the ship will have any coffee? Real coffee? What did you say, Connie?
He said yes, they got coffee and Wiener Schnitzel and pig's knuckles and sauerkraut.
Hey, what's going on? The supply ship's signaling to their boat. They're turning around.
Why?
Maybe they forgot the cream for the coffee.
They're not going to pick us up. What's that?
They've got to pick us up. They can't leave us here like this. Why, it's a violation of international law. What are you going to do, Kovac?
So
Right smack in the middle. It's one of our ships giving it to them. Give it to them, Navy. Give it to them, darling.
Right.
Give it to them.
Here we go again. The supply ship's trying to make a run for it.
Yes, and they're headed right for us. What are we going to do?
Row, sister, row. Come on, out of my way. Come on.
Ouch! I stepped on my foot. Splinter and half. You've got awfully big feet, darling.
Yes, darling. The better the kick you win.
Say, how long will it take for our battleship to get to us?
About 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Good heavens, my hair, my nails. Oh, I must have a fright. Oh, thank the Lord, I still have some powder and a little lipstick left.
Are you kidding?
Of course not. One of my best friends is in the Navy.
You're really something.
Don't forget, Kovac, you owe me a diamond bracelet.
Yes, ma'am.
And a typewriter.
Sure.
And a camera.
You bet.
And Kovac, behind you.
What's behind me?
A visitor clinging to the side of the boat. What are you waiting for? Help him.
Okay, chum, here's a hand. Holy cow, a Nazi.
Don't throw him back.
Oh, no, this is the last straw. You already forgotten about Willie?
Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
That's exactly how it began before. I'm not...
Kovac, this is different. The lad's wounded.
Throw him back, Kovac.
But he's utterly helpless, only a baby.
All right, don't look now, but the baby has a revolver in his hand. It's aimed right at your heart.
You see, you can't treat them like human beings. You've got to exterminate them or else.
Achtung! Get him, Kovac.
That takes care of the Heil boy's gun. That Achtung business sure worked.
Psychology, darling. It always works. Achtung in German means attention. A German is a robot who always heeds a superior's command.
All right, get up to your feet, you dirty little...
Don't go back. We'll turn him over to the Navy. Sit down, sailor.
Werden Sie mich nicht umbringen?
What's he bleating about?
He's asking, aren't you going to kill me? Poor devil.
Aren't you going to kill me? What are you going to do with people like this?
What do you suggest?
I don't know. I was thinking of Mrs. Higgins and her baby and Gus.
Maybe they could answer that. Yes, maybe they could.
So ends our Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Lifeboat, with splendid performances by Tallulah Bankhead and Jeff Chandler. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse is proud to present one of Hollywood's most delightful couples as we recreate another favorite motion picture. Our story is The Heartwarming Mrs. Mike, directed by Louis King. And in the starring roles, you'll hear Dick Powell and June Allison. For exciting screen entertainment, see Darrell F. Zanuck's All About Eve, starring Betty Davis and Ann Baxter. It's another hit from 20th Century Fox. Listen every Sunday to your local NBC station for Tallulah Bankhead as mistress of ceremonies of The Big Show. Jeff Chandler can now be seen in Deported, a Universal International picture co-starring Marta Torres. Included in tonight's cast were Wilms Herbert, Ann Diamond, Henry Rowland, Barbara Eiler, Sheldon Leonard, and Roy Glenn. Lifeboat, from an original screen story by John Steinbeck, was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. The Screen Directors Playhouse is produced under the supervision of Howard Wiley and is directed by Bill Karn. This is James Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen again next Thursday night when we present
Screen Directors Playhouse. Stars, June Allison, Dick Powell. Production, Mrs. Mike. Director, Louis King.
Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the 5-show festival.
Duffy's Tavern is open for business tomorrow night on NBC.
The Screen Guild Players present Notorious, starring Ingrid Bergman and John Hodiak.
It is the judgment of this court that the defendant, John Huberman, having been found guilty of treason against the United States, shall be remitted to prison for a period of 20 years. And it is the further judgment of this court.
I wasn't watching the judge when he passed out sentence. I wasn't watching Huberman either. I was watching his daughter. Beautiful, I thought to myself. Plenty beautiful. It's not going to be too hard on the eyes to see a lot of little Alicia. And I knew I was going to see a lot of her. I had to. That was my job.
Now, this is a party, not a wake. Come on, everybody, drink out.
Alicia, if we get any louder, we'll raise the police.
Oh, what's the difference? They're after me anyway.
They are?
Oh, sure. Papa said Prager and his little girl. Please. Come on, Mr. Hopkins. Another drink.
Oh, no, thanks.
Come on.
Those ice cubes are getting me drunk.
Sissy, how about you, handsome?
Thanks.
Now we're cooking with champagne. Hey, haven't I seen you somewhere before?
I don't think so.
Oh, doesn't matter. I like party crashes.
He didn't crash the party. I brought him, Alicia.
Oh, just fancy. I'm a marked woman, you know. I'm apt to blow up the Panama Canal any minute.
Oh, Alicia, Mr. Hopkins is passed out.
Oh, already?
I believe he's allergic to ice cubes.
Oh, you really think so?
I'm an expert.
You know something? I like you.
You know something? We ought to drink to that.
You know something? We will. How did you know I wanted you to stay?
I figured you wouldn't want to be alone with Mr. Hopkins. That's the third time you've played the same record. Why do you like it?
Oh, because it's a lot of hooey. Nothing like a love song to give you a laugh.
That's right.
This one, my favorite joke. Someday I'll find you're right.
Sort of a hunting song.
How about we have a picnic?
Outside?
Too stuffy in here for a picnic.
Want to swim?
No. Want to finish this?
Shame to leave it, thanks.
My car's outside.
Naturally.
Want to go for a ride?
Why not?
I want to drive. That's understood.
Better take your coat. It's chilly.
You do. Come on. What am I doing?
Not bad. A little over 55.
Oh, is it foggy or am I imagining things?
You're falling asleep.
Thanks. I'm going to step on it when we reach the straight road. Want to see me?
Go ahead.
Scared?
Nope.
You're not scared of anything, are you?
Not too much.
What's the speed I'm going to say now?
65.
Oh, I'm going to make it 80 and wipe that grin off your face. I don't like gentlemen who grin at me. What's that?
Cops.
What?
A policeman's chasing us.
Oh, they make me sick.
You'd better stop. He wants to talk to us.
Drunken driving. The second offense. Now I go to jail. The whole family in jail.
Having quite a time for yourself, aren't you?
People like you ought to be in bed.
Drunk, Al. Just a minute, officer. No arguments, mister. You ain't got a leg to... Oh, sorry. You should have shown that first. That's all right. Sure you can handle her? No trouble. Right. I'm sorry.
Where's the ticket? You didn't give me a ticket, did you? No. What's your name?
Dev, for sure.
You showed that cop something, didn't you? And he saluted you.
Did he?
I saw him.
Let's go.
No. Why, you double-crossing bastard? You're a cop.
We'll argue later.
Crashing my party, a federal cop. Hailing me to get something on me and me falling for you. Get out of my car.
Wait a minute.
Get out of my car. Get out.
Slow
Get
down,
out.
beautiful.
Get out.
That's better.
Oh.
Now, baby, if you'll raise your chin up just a little.
If you think you're going to kiss me,
Who said anything about kissing?
Oh.
Sorry, beautiful. I had to do it. It's important that we both get back alive. It's about time you were waking up. How do you feel? Don't worry. You'll live. You always do.
Oh, well, what's always so late? What do you care how I feel?
Got a little job.
Oh, don't tell me. There's only one job you coppers will want from me. You can forget it. I'm no stupid.
Why, she thinks you'd be perfect for the job. It's in Rio.
Oh, I tell you, I'm not interested.
A lot of those Nazis are beached in Brazil, the boys your father played around with. They'd take you at face value. No pun. They'd trust you. You could make up a little for your daddy's peculiarities. That is, if you felt in the mood.
I should have.
Patriotism.
Don't make me laugh.
I hadn't expected to.
Waving the flag with one hand, picking pockets with the other. That's your patriotism. You can have... What have you got there?
A recording. The label says conversation between John Huberman and his daughter Alicia, January 9, 1946.
What?
You see, we've had this bungalow wired for months. Listen.
No, I don't want to hear it.
I do.
There is for us, both of us, a mint of money in it, Alicia.
I told you last month I wouldn't do it.
Why not? This is not your country.
My mother was born here. We have American citizenship.
Yeah, but in your feelings, you're a Nazi.
Oh.
Alicia, if you only knew what we stand
I
for.
know what you stand for, and I've hated you ever since I found out. You lost the war, but you never give up, do you? I hate you, all of you, and I love this country. You understand that?
Alicia,
I love this country. And I'll see you all hang before I raise a finger against it. Now get out of here. So help me, I'll turn you in. Go on, get out.
End of record. Period.
Oh, that proved much. I didn't turn him in.
We didn't expect you to. That's for Nazis to turn in their fathers. How soon can you leave for Rio?
I don't know. How soon do you want?
We took the plane for Rio the following morning. She didn't talk much at first. She seemed to be thinking. As the days went by and we waited for our assignment, she grew more relaxed, more like herself, impatient only to get to work. Me, I wasn't complaining. Time was going pleasantly enough, maybe more pleasantly than I realized. Until that afternoon in a little street cafe.
Well, your glass is crying for another. Better call the waiter.
Not a bad idea. How about you?
Well, thanks. I've had enough.
What's the joke?
Me? I'm practically on a wagon. It's quite a change.
It's a phase.
You don't think a woman can change?
Sure. A change is fun for a while.
For a while? Mr. Devlin, what a rat you are.
All right. You've been sober for 8 days, and so far as I know, you haven't met any new boyfriend.
That's something.
8 days.
I'm very happy, Beth. Why can't you let me be happy?
Nobody's stopping you.
Why don't you give that copper's brain of yours a rest? Every time you look at me, I can see it running over its slogans. Once a cook, always a cook. Once a tramp, always a tramp.
Go ahead. Let's play truth or consequence.
And then you pat my hand like you're doing now. Most men would hold my hand. Why won't you?
Waiter, 1 rum highball, please.
Yes, senor.
You're scared, aren't you? You're afraid you'll fall in love with me? Madly in love?
You're having fun kidding me?
No. No, I'm kidding myself, Dave. I'm pretending I'm a very nice, unspoiled child. His heart is full of daisies and buttercups. When you look at me, you see Shirley Temple.
That's a nice daydream. And then what?
Then I wake up. I've changed my mind. I think I'll have another drink. A double.
No. I like it this way.
Thanks for the assist. Dave, why won't you believe in me? Just believe me. Why won't you? Oh, I know why, Deb. You're sore at yourself. You're in love with me, and you're sore at yourself. Yes, the invincible Devlin. In love with someone who isn't even worth wasting the words on. That makes you sick all over, doesn't it? Now, poor Deb, to love a no good guy like me. It must be awful. I'm sorry.
Shut up. Let's get out of here. That was the first time I kissed her that afternoon. It was funny. She was like a little high school girl. Like a kid who'd never been kissed before, bubbling and gay and full of beautiful plans. And I guess I felt sort of happy, too. And then she insisted on cooking dinner for us. Only first I had to go and see Prescott, my chief. He told me what I'd have to tell her. When I got back, I wasn't feeling happy anymore.
I said to myself, you like it this way. Dinner on the balcony, a little world above the world. It isn't too cold out here, is it, Deb? Deb? Oh, darling, what's the matter with you? Trouble? Come on, handsome. I think you'd better tell Mama what's going on.
After dinner?
No. Now.
All right. We've got a job.
Oh, so there is a job. I've begun to wonder.
You remember a man named Sebastian?
Alex Sebastian?
Yes.
Yes, one of my father's friends.
The reports say he had quite a crush on you.
Well, I wasn't very responsive.
He's here, head of a large business concern.
Yes, his family always had money.
They're using it to help a bunch of exiled Nazis here in Rio.
Nothing big?
It has all the earmarks. We have to contact him.
Go on. Let's have all of it.
You managed to run into him accidentally. If he acts like he's still interested, you go to work on it.
Martha Hart. She makes love for the secret papers?
There are no papers. You land him. Find out what's going on in his house, what the group around him is up to, and report to me.
I suppose you knew about this pretty little job of mine all the time.
No. Prescott just told me this afternoon.
Did you say anything? No, I mean about maybe I wasn't the girl for such shenanigans.
I figured that was up to you. If you cared to back out.
You didn't put in a word for me at all? Not a word of... No, not a word for that little lovesick lady you kissed this afternoon.
I told you we've got a job.
Don't get bored. I was just fishing for a little bird call from my three men. One little remark like, Mr. Prescott, how dare you suggest that Alicia Huberman, the new Miss Huberman, be submitted to so ugly a thing?
You're not funny.
Do you want me to take this job?
You're answering for yourself.
I'm asking you.
It's all up to you, honey.
Not to But darling, what you didn't tell Prescott. Tell me that you believe that I'm nice and that I love you and that I'd never change back, no matter how much they told you about what I used to be.
I'm waiting for your answer.
What a little pal you are. Never believing. Never one little word of faith. Just down the drain with Alicia. That's where she belongs. Oh, Deb. Well, when did you say I go to work for Uncle Sam?
Tomorrow morning.
Well, I'm a little out of training. Oh, it is cold out here. I think I need a break.
Act 2 of Notorious, starring John Hodiak and Ingrid Bergman.
I had to hand it to Alicia. She didn't waste any time. The following morning, quite by accident, of course, Sebastian discovered that she was in Rio. And judging from her reports after that, he didn't exactly waste time either. He told me about it at the races near the finish line. She'd managed to ditch him for a couple of minutes.
I can't stay long. He'll be looking for me. He's getting rather jealous.
Don't look at me when you talk. Pretend you're watching the horses.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Alex took me home for dinner last night. I met his mother and his pals.
Who?
Ever hear of Dr. Anderson?
No.
Scientist with some sort. Gray hair, mustache, face is scarred. Looks like powder burns.
Check. Who else?
Eric McLean and William Rossman.
Both big shots can stop him. Go on.
Then he hooked up.
No.
He made quite a scene at the dinner table about the wine.
Didn't like the vintage?
No, not that. He was frightened for a moment when Alex started to open the bottles. Seemed to think it was something else, not wine.
Was it?
No, it was wine. We drank it.
Who can make any other break?
He didn't have much chance. Mathias suggested he might be tired, offered to grab him home, insisted on it. Look at him scared.
We'll find his body one of these days, Lamb.
No, nothing very important. Just a minor item that you may want it for the record.
What?
Alex is on the hook. He's already been landed.
Oh. Pretty fast work.
Yes. That's how I am once I make up my mind. Hey, you better... Are you betting on this race?
No.
Now, Alex had a tip on number 10.
And
said...
you were the new Alicia. You changed daisies and buttercups, wasn't it?
You bastard.
That's just remembering, that's all.
You could have stopped me with one word, but no, you wouldn't. You threw me out.
I threw you with no...
Didn't you tell me to go ahead? Didn't you insist?
A man doesn't tell a woman what to do. A woman tells herself. You had me almost believing in your hokey-pokey little miracle that a woman like you could ever change. That's why I didn't try to stop you. The answer had to come from you.
You fool. I went to you on my knees. If you had once said you loved me so...
Dry your eyes, baby. It's out of character. And remember, you've got to keep on your toes. It's a tough job we're on.
No, I don't think it'll be so tough. Wait for me in the park. I'll meet you there. When I get back to town.
Back to town? You going away with him?
He wants me to marry him. I'm going to accept.
About time, don't you think? I was getting pretty tired of this park.
Alex didn't want to come back.
Sorry, I forgot. How's the blushing bride?
Not blushing?
All right, let's get down to business. You're in the house now. You better have a look at the wine cellar.
My trunk is locked. Alex has the key.
Okay, get it from me.
How?
Don't you live near him?
What do I look for if I find the key?
A bottle of wine. Like the one that rattled that guy the first time you had dinner there.
All bottles look alike to me. I'm no mastermind.
You're doing all right.
No, stop.
I know. You cry yourself to sleep every night. Hey, I've got a better idea. Suppose you talk Sebastian into throwing a big fingers next week.
Right.
Consider me invited. Old friend of yours. I work for Pan American. Get me in, and I'll see about the wine closet myself.
Well, you should bet he's watching.
Don't have a lot of other guys. That never slows you down. Well, where is the wine cellar?
Off the side garden.
If you get the key, meet me out there.
What time? When?
Let's say the orchestra's playing a waltz. Someday I'll find it.
Someday I'll find it.
Yes, I always get that one out. It's a pleasure seeing you with that. Today. I thought you'd never get out. You sure this is the key?
I took it off his chain while he was having his shower.
Here we go. All right, now look around. See any wine like this?
No, I only saw the bottle once. I'm not sure Well, maybe those ones. On the end there? I think.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Probably 57, 40 bottles, right? Honey? Haven't laid these on their side. We'll take one off.
Oh, there.
I think we got the right one.
No, why? It's all sand.
Yeah, I think it's sand. Okay, I'll take enough for a sample and we'll clear the rest away. Shove the broken glass back of this cabinet. Watch your hand. I'll smear the sand in with my handkerchief. Just pretend you're a janitor cleaning things up. Janitors are never terrified.
What if Alex comes down to get more wine?
That's unfortunate.
He's always got a gun.
So have I. There, that's it, I think. Let's go. Which way now?
Off that door into the garden. You can get to your car. I'll go back inside.
Be sure and tell Alex good night for me. Nicest party I ever ducked.
Yes, hurry, Joseph. I must get back to my guests.
Sorry to disturb you here, Sebastian, but the champagne went so fast.
Oh, it's all right, Joseph. Anything to make Madame's party a success. Now, let's get this door unlocked and get your champagne and
Yes, Sebastian. Is anything wrong?
Joseph, I'm afraid I can't open the wine cellar. I seem to have misplaced my key.
The park was pretty lonely yesterday. Where were you?
I couldn't get here. I wasn't feeling well.
Hangover, huh? You on the bottle again?
What's that to you?
Nothing, except you don't look so hot. Well, we finally got a lab report on that sample.
What?
It's uranium ore.
Then it's something big.
And how? Say, what did you do with that key the other night?
I put it back on his safe while he was sleeping.
Did he say anything?
Not a word.
I was sort of thinking about that. What would he do if he knew the score?
Maybe nothing.
How do you think of that?
He might be frightened of the others finding out. If they thought he'd endanger them because he fell for me, they wouldn't like that.
That's the trouble with those Nazis. They don't appreciate true love. Now, you take a clean-cut fellow like me.
Goodbye, Dad.
What do you mean goodbye?
Well, nothing. Goodbye. Fresh air isn't as good for a hangover as I thought.
Will I see you tomorrow?
If I'm up to it, you'll be here. I'll come. If I'm feeling better.
Excuse me, Herr Sebastian. Madame is not coming down for breakfast?
I'm afraid not, Joseph. She's ill again. Another one of those attacks.
I'm sorry, sir.
Well, I don't think it's anything really serious, but I've disconnected the telephone. I don't want to disturb.
Yes, sir. Should I fix her a tray?
Well, some coffee, perhaps. Oh, and Joseph.
Yes, sir.
I think I had better take it up myself.
5 days. I waited for her every afternoon, but she didn't show. And sitting there alone in the park, I began to ask myself some questions. Suppose it wasn't a hangover that day. Suppose she was sick. Suppose they were doing something to her. Well, I couldn't take it anymore. So I drove out to the house.
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Sebastian is busy. He's in the study with some business associates.
I see. Is Mrs. Sebastian in?
Madame is confined to her bed. She's been very ill.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah, we have all been most concerned about her. I will tell Mr. Sebastian you are calling, sir. Will you wait here, please?
Wait here. Brother, what is it?
Who is it? Who's there?
Alicia, what's wrong with you?
I'm so glad you've come.
I had to. I got tired of sitting on a bench alone. What is it, Alicia? What's wrong with you?
Well, it's poisonous. Slowly, the others won't suspect.
How long?
Oh, I didn't know. I just found out this morning. I saw him drop something in my coffee.
Come on, get up. We've got to get you out of here.
I can't walk. I'm so weak.
You've got to walk. You hear? You've got to.
Dad, I must tell you something about it.
Not now. Here. Let this go over your shoulder.
They got careless. They talked. I heard it.
Come on now. Stand up.
Stan. Comes from the Amores now. The town called San Mars.
We'll find it. Good work. Now, walk.
I can't make it. You're going on.
What good would that be? What good would I ever be again alone?
Yes.
Why do you think I'm here right now? Because I love you. Do you understand that? I love you.
Love me?
That's putting it mildly. I've gone around howling inside for you.
No. Not just for something.
No. Long ago, all the time, from the beginning. That's it. Just keep walking like that.
You love me. Oh, Dad, if you'd only said it before.
I'm doing all right now. We're almost at the door. I love you. Keep walking down it.
Oh, Dad, what about Alex? He won't let us get out.
Listen, he's more scared than we are. One word from us and he's in trouble with his pal.
It would be easier for you alone.
You're never getting rid of me again.
Never tried to. Maybe I'm delirious. Oh, Dad, hold me tight.
Afterwards, for years, longest clinch in history. Come on. We made it all right with a lot of luck, and afterwards Mr. Prescott had a lot of things to say. And I wasn't looking at him. I was looking at Alicia. Beautiful, I thought to myself. Plenty beautiful. It won't be too hard on the eyes to keep looking at her all the time. And I'm going to be looking at her all the time. All my life, I guess.
You'd better, Dave. That's your new job.
Field Players has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.